Chapter 4203. In just half a meal's worth of time, Xiaohua's body flew out from another place. His face didn't show any abnormality. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop at all. He once again soared into the sky and headed in another direction. After searching for half a day, Xiaohua still couldn't find the entrance to the skyward tower even though the sun was setting and the moon was rising. At this time the moonlight was very misty, extremely faint like smoke. The entire golden desert had also restrained its bright luster, only revealing a dim yellow color in the night. However, the entire desert was still very hot. The sunlight absorbed during the day was now slowly spreading in the darkness along with the dim yellow. Even in the darkness, one could see strands of hot air gushing out. Damn it, that bastard devouring heaven wouldn't deceive this old man right. Xiaohua stood in the air in a daze, looking at the endless dim yellow, frowning as he secretly pondered. At this time, a fist-thick spike protruded from the dim yellow sand, silently extending into the sky and attacking Xiaohua from behind. Following the protrusion of this spike, a several hundred zhang large yellow sand scorpion appeared from the sand. This sand scorpion's body was completely made of sand, and there was no movement when it moved. Seeing this huge spike was only about 10 zhang away from Xiaohua, it suddenly pierced towards Xiaohua's back like lightning. Xiaohua suddenly turned around, frowned slightly and sneered, "Damn it!" Following that, Xiaohua waved his fist, and an unstoppable fist wind immediately sealed the area within 10 zhang. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge spike was smashed into powder by Xiaohua's fist wind. Moreover, Xiaohua's figure didn't move and the fist wind paused. Whoa! A gale suddenly rose, smashing towards the sand scorpion on the ground. Rumble! The several hundred zhang large sand scorpion was killed, and even the sand within 1,000 zhang was smashed into powder. The powder was instantly blown away by the night wind without a trace. Caw-caw. Without waiting for the traces of the powder to completely disappear, sand scorpions of various sizes appeared within a few miles to the left. They waved their large pincers and raised their sharp thorns that flickered with a cold light as they charged towards Xiaohua. All of them had a fearless appearance. What kind of monster is this? When Xiaohua had killed the sand scorpion earlier, he had already realized that it was a little strange. That was because the sand scorpion was really a sand scorpion. It was completely made of sand. Now that he saw the sand scorpions all over the place, he couldn't help but be surprised because he didn't sense any movement of soul essences, nor did he sense any fluctuation of mana. He really didn't understand how these monsters were formed. Motherfucker, nothing is too strange in this world. This mysterious great desolate continent has many secrets that I don't know about. Xiaohua sighed as he took out the wishful staff. With a wave of his hand, he killed all the sand scorpions that were attacking him. It was easy to kill the sand scorpions, but what made Xiaohua even more surprised was that although these sand scorpions were not his opponents at all, he had just killed the sand scorpions when more ferocious sand scorpions were born on the ground. These sand scorpions were not only larger in size, but their aura gradually increased from nothing, from weak to strong, becoming more and more powerful. Looking at such a huge and endless group of sand scorpions, Xiaohua naturally wouldn't fight endlessly with them here. He only pondered a little, and his figure flashed with lightning as he prepared to fly elsewhere. However, when he circulated his magic energy, he noticed that the space in the surroundings was suffused with an extremely faint fluctuation since a long time ago. This fluctuation was mixed with the night wind, so it was utterly impossible to notice. At this moment, when Xiaohua circulated his magic energy, the fluctuation instantly revealed its might. Not only did it freeze Xiaohua's magic energy, even his figure was obstructed. It made it very difficult for Xiaohua to move. Oh? Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a strange color. The wishful staff in his hand rotated in mid-air, and dozens of sand scorpions were killed. At the same time, in Xiaohua's mind, he saw strands of fluctuations as small as mosquitoes penetrating from dozens of sand grains and blending into the space. Motherfucker, this is a bit troublesome. Xiaohua knew in his heart that he had fallen into a strange circle. The more he killed the sand scorpions, the more the destructive sand produced waves that trapped him, and the sand scorpions that were reborn on the ground became more and more powerful. In this strange circle, sooner or later he would be killed by the sand scorpions. Sure enough, the sand scorpions that were destroyed with a wave of his hand were reborn at this time, and they were already thousands of feet tall. The huge body crawled up from the ground, not only making a slight roar, but the fierce aura also made the night wind in the sky even more chaotic. Of course, Xiaohua's means were not limited to this. He fought for a while and observed the surrounding situation again. He saw that in addition to the fluctuations, there was only a murderous aura, and there was no entrance to the Chao Tian Imperial Court that he was looking for. So, he waved his hands and within 100 miles of the void, there were countless thunderbolts. This thunderbolt was like the angry hand of a god, and instantly destroyed the sand scorpions that had just formed. Without waiting for the sand to fall, Xiao Hua's figure escaped into the distance with the brilliance of the thunderbolt. Xiao Hua escaped for more than 1,000 li, then reappeared in midair. His divine sense still hadn't left his body to look elsewhere. Oh! A world-shaking roar came from below him. Then, a sand scorpion no less than 10,000 zhang long swayed as it arched its body from the ground. Its huge stinger was even bigger than a mountain range and it attacked Xiao Hua's back. Is there no end to this? Xiao Hua was a little angry. His eyes swept over the black light that was stabbing at his back, and his mind condensed into a hammer. Boom! It hit the stinger, and then Xiao Hua's mind fell on the tail and body of the giant sand scorpion. In the huge roar, the shell of the 10,000 feet long sand scorpion was like a collapsing mountain, collapsing piece by piece. When the entire sand scorpion's body completely collapsed, thousands of chaotic fluctuations swam in the space within 100 miles, like frightened little fish in a pool. Woo-woo! At this time, the sky suddenly darkened, and a layer of dark clouds suddenly appeared. Not only did it cover the starlight, but it also covered the originally clear moonlight. The night wind also suddenly stopped, and a ghost-like wailing and wolf-like howling sound strangely appeared above Xiao Hua's head. Who? Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly urged his magic power to protect his body, and his mind suddenly swept towards the sky. The strange thing was that there was no abnormality in the entire sky, and even the previous fluctuations had disappeared. Not good. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He knew that this was the calm before the storm. Almost without thinking, he once again urged the lightning escape technique to escape into the distance. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua's figure had only just crossed a few miles of the night sky. Boom! With a loud sound, the space within 1,000 miles began to boil, and the fluctuations that had previously disappeared reappeared. Each of the fluctuations seemed to have gone crazy, dancing wildly in the entire night sky. Xiao Hua was in the middle of it. Not only did his magic power want to rush out of his body like a volcanic eruption, but even the blood vessels in his body were restlessly moving everywhere. In the midst of the chaos, a sound that seemed to have come from a long time ago, and also seemed to have just woken up from a deep sleep, came from under Xiao Hua's feet. This sound was like a thunderclap, startling Xiao Hua's entire body and causing his magic power to become even more chaotic. Then, a vast ocean-like will emerged from the sound, sweeping through the space within 1,000 miles. All the fluctuations fell into this will. Roar. When all the fluctuations condensed into this will, a dull dragon's roar was born out of thin air. At the same time, the dragon's might that Xiao Hua was familiar with also spread out within 1,000 miles of this dragon's roar. How could Xiao Hua resist this dragon's might? His figure fell onto the ground uncontrollably, and the dragon's might seemed to tilt the entire earth, pressing him firmly onto the sand. Looking at the sky again, the dragon's might was born, and a faintly discernible figure of a huge dragon appeared in the pitch-black darkness. The entire dragon's body was composed of countless fluctuations. Roar. Once the dragon's body was born, a faintly discernible dragon's head faced the sky and roared, as if it wanted to fight against the heaven and earth. Amidst the dragon's roar, the dark clouds that blocked the night sky, exploded. Under the splendor of the moon and stars, an extremely mighty dragon figure appeared in front of all living things. This dragon figure was very beautiful, as if it was carved out of crystal. Where the splendor fell, there were specks of fireflies. Within those fireflies, there were flickering silver fluctuations cruising about. Every time they cruised for a moment, there would be faint dragon patterns overflowing from the collision of these fluctuations, flying under the splendor of the fireflies. Damn it, what the hell is going on? No matter how much Xiao Hua urged his magic power, his body couldn't move. The 5 elements true chi in his chest and the soul strands of the mysterious dark clouds were also imprisoned by this dragon figure. Xiao Hua was really scared witless. However, just as Xiao Hua urged his magic power, the huge dragon head above the dragon figure retracted from the night sky, letting out a thunderous roar. The entire night sky trembled as it fell towards Xiao Hua. Roar. Following the dragon head's low roar, a rock-like consciousness also fell, and that seemingly incomparable aura shrouded the entire land. Xiao Hua was shocked. How could he dare to let the dragon head fall? In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiaohua's mind lit up. His consciousness entered the space and he released the divine power centipede from the space. At this time, the divine power centipede was different from before. Not only was its body 10 times bigger than before, but there was also a layer of clearly visible scales on its pitch-black shell. These scales were engraved with strands of dragon patterns. There were also some very strange patterns between these dragon patterns. These patterns intertwined with the dragon patterns, giving off an indescribable luster. The divine power centipede originally didn't have horns, but at this time, there was a small protrusion on its head. This protrusion was surrounded by a circular halo, and every inch of the halo was emitting a strange dragon's might. What was special was that the divine power centipede had many tentacles on its abdomen. At this time, these tentacles were dancing, giving birth to the illusion of a dragon's claw. Chapter 4204. The moment the divine power centipede appeared, it immediately felt the peerless might of the dragon form. Almost at the same time, the divine power centipede curled up its body and curled up into a ball again. Damn it, you're so weak. I gave you so many benefits in vain. Seeing the divine power centipede cowering like a pile of mud, Xiaohua cursed in his heart. However, just as he cursed, a delicate voice came from the bottom of his heart. Master, please wait a moment, Master? Xiaohua stared at the divine power centipede dumbfounded. He didn't expect the divine power centipede to talk to him. After a short while, Xiaohua came to his senses. This was probably the effect of the Buddhist secret technique. Sure enough, Xiaohua activated the secret technique and transmitted his voice. Don't worry, take your time. The divine power centipede's curled up body shook visibly. Then, the delicate voice sounded again with pleasant surprise. Master. Master, you're talking to me? Yes, you're right. Don't worry, if you can't resist this thing, I'll take you back. Don't take any risks. You don't blame me? The divine power centipede asked cautiously. Xiaohua blushed with shame. He hurriedly replied, Of course I don't blame you. This dragon form is so powerful that even I can't defeat it. How can you succeed? Just now. I was just talking nonsense. Master, don't worry. The divine power centipede transmitted his voice. If it were some other powerful technique, I wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. However, this dragon form is the condensation of the dragon clan's will. Although its will is powerful and far surpasses mine, I can still resist it. As he spoke, the 2 tentacles on the top of the divine power centipede's head danced like a dragon's body. 2 streams of dragon breath were released. At the same time, the protruding part of the divine power centipede emitted a brilliance, like a dragon's horn, and rushed towards the dragon's head. Roar! The dragon's head was slightly startled and stopped in midair. The rock-like dragon breath immediately gathered and fell on the divine power centipede. Creak, creak, creak. The divine force centipede's back let out a series of cracking sounds. The dragon tattoos on its back flickered and burst into the night sky. Waves of dragon aura surged toward the dragon head like a rising tide. As the dragon tattoo exploded, the god power centipede's body glowed with 5 colors. It looked like a real dragon's body. It was very beautiful. Boom. The divine power centipede's draconic might and the dragon's draconic breath stood in confrontation for a few minutes before the draconic head's draconic aura became chaotic. After that, the draconic aura spread through the draconic body and collapsed wherever it went. Amidst the rumbling, all the dragon patterns and all the fluctuations were like small fish that were flying towards a place under the night sky in groups. Skyward Tower. Xiaohua landed on the back of the god power centipede. He raised his hand and pointed in that direction, shouting, Go there. Yes, master, please sit tight. The god power centipede was as obedient as a child. With a cheerful cry, a demonic cloud appeared under its feet and carried Xiaohua to the place where the fluctuations fell. Under the moonlight, the golden sand in the distance emitted a faint 7-colored light. This light seemed to be in the cracks of the void, but it also seemed to be in the sand. It gave off an unreal feeling. The god power centipede reached there and waved its tentacles without hesitation. A dragon's draconic aura spread out. As soon as the draconic aura touched the light, the entire light emitted a dazzling brilliance. Xiaohua felt that this brilliance was getting bigger and brighter. It blocked the entire world in front of his eyes. The strange scenes of the Dragon Kingdom turned into light and shadows that completely covered his body. Whoa! It wasn't just Xiaohua's body that shrank, it was the sound of the wind that suddenly became louder. Xiao Hua only felt that the surrounding hurricane was about to blow him away from the God Power Centipede's back. Shua. At this moment, another layer of draconic aura appeared on the God Power Centipede's back. This draconic aura enveloped Xiao Hua's body in a brilliance. Xiao Hua's body immediately became as stable as a rock. Boom! Xiao Hua's body just stabilized. The God Power Centipede crashed into an invisible barrier. Following the sound of the collision, the God Power Centipede's body retreated. Of course, it only retreated for a few breaths. The God Power Centipede's body shook. Not only did the draconic aura that protected Xiao Hua explode, even the tentacles in front of its head turned into draconic aura and pounced on the barrier. The God Power Centipede's 2 draconic auras were quite powerful. As soon as they touched the barrier, 2 rays of golden light flashed. Although the golden light couldn't compare to the soaring dragon scissors, it was much more agile. Under the golden light, a layer of ripples appeared on the barrier. Hua. It was like passing through a waterfall. Xiao Hua's ears were somewhat ringing. Immediately after, a light overflowed and a layer of heaven and earth appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. When Xiao Hua saw everything in front of him, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Because, in front of him was an untainted land. There were towering mountains that reached into the clouds, incomparably huge ancient trees, and a mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Everything was not much different from the untainted land outside of the imperial court. This is an illusion? Xiao Hua stepped on the God Power Centipede's back and lowered his head to look around. He couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Just as he was thinking in his heart, caw-caw, a burst of hoarse bird cries sounded. Not far away in the sky, hundreds of strange birds formed a flock and pounced over. These strange birds looked very strange. Their wings were hundreds of feet long when they spread out. The feathers on the wings were sparse and crimson-red muscles could be seen under the feathers. The strange birds' bodies weren't particularly big. They were only several tens of feet long. However, on this several tens of feet long body, the long sickle-like beak took up several tens of feet. The bird's head behind the beak was fiery red. A cluster of strange patterns the size of a palm flickered on the strange bird's forehead like a flame. When these strange birds saw the God Power Centipede and Xiao Hua, they seemed to have found food. They cried out crazily and pounced over. Ah? Xiao Hua's gaze swept over and he couldn't help but be shocked. He looked at the strange birds in a daze. However, his gaze wasn't looking at the strange birds. Instead, he looked past the strange birds and looked at the distant horizon. Previously, Xiao Hua only lowered his head to look at the ground and didn't pay attention to the sky above him. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the sky above him wasn't as turbid as he thought. It wasn't a pure color and it wasn't the sky that he usually saw. Instead, it was a mirror. Everything on the ground was reflected in the mirror. The strange birds that pounced over were also moving crazily in the mirror. They were attacking him who was standing in midair. In fact, even the clouds in the distant horizon and the round sun also existed on the surface of the mirror. Xiao Hua's surprise naturally disappeared in a flash. He withdrew his gaze and scanned with his divine consciousness. At this moment, he discovered that his divine consciousness had been imprisoned and couldn't leave his body at all. Kill? Seeing that the strange birds were getting closer and closer, and that there was even a fishy smell coming from their beaks, Xiao Hua coldly ordered. When the God Power Centipede heard Xiao Hua's order, the surrounding demonic clouds mixed with dragon chi suddenly surged out and instantly shrouded an area of several miles. Jijia. When the strange birds saw the demonic clouds filling the air, they were originally shocked. They all cried out and prepared to scatter. However, the dragon chi in the demonic clouds was too strong, and it immediately aroused the fighting spirit of these strange birds. The patterns on their foreheads glowed red as they desperately pounced on the God Power Centipede. Looking at the God Power Centipede, the tentacles under its abdomen were waving, and countless black chi was produced from the demonic clouds. These black chi were like intersecting sword chi, and incomparably sharp as they fell on the strange birds. The strange birds opened their beaks and spewed out scarlet flames, wanting to burn the black chi and the demonic clouds. However, when the black chi fell, not only were the flames cut into pieces, but the strange birds' bodies were also minced into minced meat. Seeing the minced meat falling from the sky amidst the black chi, Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the mirror that was exactly the same. He then looked down and frowned, muttering to himself in a low voice, "Oh? These strange birds are actually real? Could it be that this isn't an illusion?" The strange birds had just been killed, and the God Power Centipede's demonic clouds had yet to be retracted. Rumble? The entire ground was shaking. From all over the mountain range, a large number of strange beasts swarmed over. Some of these beasts were huge while others were strange. However, all of these beasts had a fiery red mark on their foreheads. Roar. A group of beasts surrounded the god power centipede and roared. Some of them even spat out flames from their mouths, wanting to attack the god power centipede. Roar. At this time the god power centipede could also roar. It was no longer the zhi sound from before. The god power centipede roared and was about to pounce down, but Xiaohua patted the back of its hand and said, "Go, you are a dragon eater, why lower yourself to their level?" "Yes, master." Hearing this, the god power centipede obediently retracted its demonic clouds and flew away. Roar. The group of beasts that had escaped death didn't have any intention of letting the god power centipede go. They continued to roar on the ground, chasing after the god power centipede. However, the god power centipede flew extremely fast, and in a short moment, it had already left these beasts behind. Xiaohua urged the god power centipede to fly aimlessly. However, after flying for a while, at the end of the sky, Xiaohua actually saw a towering mountain peak. The mountain peak's outline couldn't be seen clearly, but under the sun, it was so majestic that it pierced through heaven and earth. Without needing Xiaohua's order, the god power centipede increased its speed and rushed towards the mountain peak. Wait. Seeing the mountain peak becoming clearer and clearer, Xiaohua raised his head and looked at himself in the mirror, then looked at the mountain peak in the distance. The god power centipede immediately stopped. Xiaohua pointed at the top of his head and said, "Let's fly up." "Yes, master." The god power centipede didn't hesitate to fly up into the sky and directly stabbed into the mirror. What was very strange was that Xiaohua clearly saw himself face to face in the mirror. Not only was his appearance and expression clear, he could even touch it with his hand. However, no matter how the god power centipede flew, he couldn't touch it. Chapter 4205. Stop. Seeing that the god power centipede was unable to approach the mirror, Xiaohua ordered. He then looked at the mountain peak in the distance and pointed behind him. "Let's fly there." "Yes." The god power centipede turned around and flew in the direction it came from. Not long after, in front of Xiaohua's eyes in the horizon, there was also a towering mountain peak. It was exactly the same as what he saw before. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and ordered the god power centipede to stop. After waiting for a while, sure enough, behind Xiaohua, there was the sound of beasts roaring. Xiaohua turned around and saw that it was the group of beasts from before that was chasing after him like a flood. "Hee hee." Xiaohua sneered. "Although this Xiao has no sense of direction, I won't get lost in this short 100 li. It seems like this towering mountain peak should be the center of Chaotian Tower. No matter who comes in, no matter where they fly, they will eventually reach the vicinity of this mountain peak. Let's go." Since Xiaohua understood, he ordered the god power centipede to fly forward. After flying for a few hours, the scenery below Xiaohua didn't change much. Other than the desolate mountain range, there were forests everywhere. Similarly, there were some strange birds and beasts that didn't have eyes and attacked. When they flew closer, Xiaohua saw that this towering mountain peak wasn't a mountain peak, but a huge pagoda. This huge pagoda was bigger than all the other mountains Xiaohua had seen before. Not only did the huge pagoda give people a feeling of awe-inspiring majesty, but it also emitted an aura that bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind, covering an area of 1,000 li. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and was stunned. It wasn't only because of the huge golden sand under the pagoda, it wasn't only because the huge pagoda in the mirror was connected to the top of this huge pagoda, it was also because of the huge pagoda's appearance that shocked Xiaohua. Because this enormous pagoda was divided into 9 levels. When the eaves of each level extended out, it was like a blooming lotus. The 9 levels of eaves of the pagoda were 9 levels of Buddhist lotuses. The entire enormous pagoda actually looked exactly the same as Xiaohua's exquisite derivation pagoda. While Xiaohua was surprised, he also had some understanding. Since Stone Giant was able to chant, Namo Maitreya Buddha, then the exquisite Great Development Pagoda that recorded the exquisite leaf scripture appearing here was not particularly strange. Xiaohua sized up this colossal pagoda with interest, but he saw that there was something he had never seen before on top of the pagoda. Every level of the pagoda was engraved with images of heavenly maidens, heavenly dragons, heavenly flowers, and other Buddhist kingdoms. Between these images of Buddhist kingdoms, there were countless fine golden runes. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the golden runes, and the entire Buddhist kingdom was imprinted into his mind. The image of Buddha sitting cross-legged and chanting sutras also appeared in his mind. Even in this world, the ethereal chanting of sutras could be heard. When it reached Xiao Hua's ears, it turned into the name of Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Subhuti should have come. Looking at the boundless glory of the towering pagoda, Xiao Hua sighed slightly and said with a smile, "If that little monk who has already become a great master came here and chanted the Buddhist sutras, there would definitely be Buddhist lotuses surging from the ground and flowers descending from the sky, and he would be led into this pagoda." When Xiao Hua thought of this, suddenly the ethereal Buddhist chants suddenly became louder. Like an earth-shattering thunderbolt, they surged over from all directions. Then Buddhist clouds appeared even more abruptly in the sky and pressed down on Xiao Hua. One leaf, one Bodhi, one flower, one world. Xiao Hua naturally understood this very well, and when the Buddhist clouds fell, he even more vividly displayed the meaning of this Buddhist scripture. Every wisp of cloud contained the power of dragons and elephants, and every Buddhist cloud also had the weight of tens of thousands of mountain ranges. Xiao Hua formed a Buddhist seal with his hands and chanted, Namo Maitreya Buddha. Then, the power of mountains, stars and karma all followed the Buddhist seal and struck out. The Buddhist clouds surged and layers of Buddhist shadows flashed. All kinds of heavenly dragons and yakshas also came to support. In an instant, the Buddhist clouds within 100 miles of Xiao Hua were swept away, and even the Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. It was a secluded world. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha. Just as the Buddhist clouds disappeared, the endless sound of thunder appeared out of thin air again. The distant exquisite derivation pagoda also let out a rumbling sound. Whoa! Within the thunderous roar, endless Buddhist clouds drifted down even faster than the falling snow. Between each cloud there was a minor thousand realm. Damn it! Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He had been cultivating Buddhism, how could he not know the power of the Buddhist sect's devil-subduing technique? Seeing the exquisite derivation pagoda using the power of countless small worlds to suppress him, how could he dare to resist? Xiao Hua used his foot to tap the divine power centipede, indicating that it should fly to the ground. Sure enough, as the divine power centipede fell, the suppressive force became weaker and weaker. When it really landed on the ground, all the Buddhist clouds and Buddhist chants disappeared without a trace. Although Xiao Hua did not urge the divine power centipede to get close to the pagoda, he found that the pagoda was not far in front of him. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes. He did not get down from the divine power centipede's back and was in a hurry to enter the pagoda. He only looked at the half-closed pagoda door in the distance and thought to himself, if he had not entered the heavenly prison, he could only sigh in amazement and admire such a mysterious method. Now that he had cultivated to the Mahayana stage, his strength was comparable to a tribulation passing stage cultivator. Even, there was a tendency to surpass them. Moreover, he had a certain understanding of the domain and the power of space. It was easy for him to arrange such a formation. However, if there was no magic power fluctuation, no Buddhist light and no worldly smoke, he admitted that he was far from being able to do it. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda should be set up by Jianghu's previous life. Even the whole Chaotian palace was set up by him. But, why did he set up such a big formation? Was it to suppress something? Or to protect something? The remains of Jianghu's previous life? Or the Saraira he left behind? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked and almost slapped his forehead with regret. Damn it, if this pagoda really enshrines the Saraira of Jianghu's previous life, why did I have to send him to the Jinshan temple? Wouldn't it be better to keep him in the space? Not only would he not have to go to the nirvana to seek scriptures, but he would also be able to obtain his Saraira here and achieve Buddhist enlightenment. Xiao Hua was filled with regret. He hurriedly urged the God Power Centipede to enter the pagoda. However, at this moment, behind Xiao Hua, a huge cloud of dust rose. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed over like a flood, causing the entire earth to shake. Hee. Hearing the sound of countless beasts shaking the earth, Xiao Hua's mind moved again. I'm thinking too much. If what Tunshin said is true, then this pagoda is the core of the Chaotian palace. Every 100 or 1,000 years, there will be beasts with divine power coming here to look for opportunities. If Jianghu's previous life wanted to enshrine the Saraira, how could he be so flamboyant? If that seven-colored light was the Saraira, I'm afraid it would have been swallowed by the beasts long ago. Moreover, since Taoist Longzi and Taoist Phoenix Body have fallen here, how can I easily obtain the Saraira? Forget it, let's go in first. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's figure landed on the ground. He raised his hand and put the divine power centipede into the space, then stepped towards the pagoda. Namo Maitreya Buddha, Namo Maitreya Buddha. As Xiao Hua approached the pagoda, the sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures became louder and louder. This sound was like a thunderclap in the ears of the beasts, but in Xiao Hua's ears, it was like a chill in the hot summer. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes and put his palms together. He also chanted, Namo Maitreya Buddha. A strange thing happened. A faint Buddhist lotus bloomed under Xiao Hua's feet. It was Xiao Hua's 8th stage. Xiao Hua understood in his heart. He closed his eyes and sincerely chanted the exquisite leaf sutra. As he chanted word by word, Buddhist lotuses gushed out of Xiao Hua's mouth. These Buddhist lotuses fell right under Xiao Hua's feet. Although Xiao Hua did not open his eyes, these Buddhist lotuses formed a small path to the sky that led straight to the top of the pagoda. Xiao Hua's exquisite leaf sutra was divided into 9 layers. At this time he was still missing 2 pieces of gold leaf and could not complete the exquisite leaf sutra. Therefore, when Xiao Hua finished chanting the complete 7th layer of the Buddhist sutra, the 8th and 9th layers still had incomplete scriptures. He also stopped chanting. When he opened his eyes, there was a half-closed pagoda door in front of him. However, this pagoda door was precisely on the 8th layer of the pagoda. And below him, a lotus path concealed in Buddhist clouds emitted a dazzling Buddhist light under the sunlight. At this time, an uncountable number of wild beasts had already rushed to the front of the pagoda and surrounded the area of several hundred miles. A group of wild beasts roared on the ground and raised their heads, wanting to attack Xiao Hua. Those strange birds with wings also flapped their wings, wanting to fly high, but they were all suppressed by the Buddhist clouds. There were even some clever beasts that wanted to jump up the Buddhist lotuses that were close at hand. Unfortunately, when their bodies landed on the Buddhist lotuses, those Buddhist lotuses seemed to be invisible and could not support them at all. The beasts' bodies fell to the ground again. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiao Hua looked at everything in front of him and the corners of his mouth slightly smiled. He stepped onto the pagoda and stepped through the half-closed pagoda door. Behind the pagoda door was a space covered in Buddhist light. Apart from the faint sound of a wooden fish, there was nothing else. Xiao Hua stepped in and his Buddhist sense swept through without hesitation. A very strange scene occurred. Every time the Buddhist consciousness swept across an inch of space, various Buddhist phenomena would appear within that inch of space. There were white elephants playing in the water, peacocks singing, commoners worshipping Buddha, and tens of thousands of monks chanting. It was as if the space within the pagoda contained the infinite mysteries of the Buddhist sect, and it was also as if the Buddhist light had given birth to many small worlds. Chapter 4206. Xiao Hua couldn't help but frown when he saw the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom. Because along the way the phenomenon of the Buddhist kingdom was too frequent. It was somewhat contrary to the Buddhist sect's Buddhist heart. This space was originally a part of the Buddhist pagoda. Leaving such a restriction in the Buddhist sense was indeed a bit artificial. Therefore Xiao Hua's footsteps were somewhat hesitant. He only hesitated for a few breaths. As the Buddhist sense swept through, there were actually some gaps. Between the gaps there was actually a flash of scarlet. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. Lightning immediately appeared around his body, and his figure quickly retreated. Rumble. Amidst the thunder, Xiao Hua's figure flashed a few hundred feet. However, behind Xiao Hua didn't appear the door that he had just stepped into. Instead, there was a space of Buddhist light. This space of Buddhist light seemed to be boundless. Roar. Xiao Hua's figure had just swept away. Just a few hundred feet in front of him, a lion's roar resounded. A bloody mouth that enveloped the entire space of Buddhist light appeared between heaven and earth. Kacha. With a loud sound, it was as if the entire world had closed. That big mouth closed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. In particular, a powerful suction force emerged from that closed bloody mouth, intending to forcefully suck Xiao Hua into it. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. With a wave of his sleeve, a whirlwind soared into the sky, blocking the suction force. Crack crack. A burst of crisp sounds rang out. Cracks appeared in the space of a few hundred meters to the left. The 2 gusts of wind were so strong that they tore the space apart. After the space was torn apart, a ferocious yellow lion's head appeared. The several hundred feet large head emitted an indescribable ferocious aura. A pair of slightly surprised beastly eyes stared at Xiao Hua. Roar. What are you? An extremely rude and intrepid voice resounded in Xiao Hua's mind. You can actually come to the 8th floor of the Tong Tian Pagoda? How come I have never seen you before? Xiao Hua coldly snorted and replied, This old man? Unfortunately, before Xiao Hua could finish speaking, an extremely obscure movement arose once more from the space around Xiaohua, and Xiaohua didn't have the time to finish speaking before his figure retreated swiftly once more. Ka. Another crisp sound rang out. Another lion head similar to the one in front of Xiaohua appeared near the space where he was standing. Once again, it opened its murderous fangs and bit towards Xiaohua's figure. Since Xiaohua was already vigilant, how could he fall into the trap? As he retreated, he rubbed his hands together. Streaks of lightning were produced from his body and struck the lion's head and mouth. Even the space around him was filled with lightning. Whoa! At the place where the lightning landed, a yellow sandstorm suddenly appeared in the lion's mouth. This sandstorm was very powerful. It rushed into the lightning and dissipated it in a moment. Xiaohua's hasty thunderstorm was actually unable to injure the lion's head. Not only that, after a few breaths of time, ka, the sound of teeth gnawing suddenly rang out. 9 lion heads rushed out from within the Buddhist light, and each of them wanted to swallow Xiaohua into their stomachs. Xiaohua was also very powerful. Every time the lightning flashed, he would escape from the man-eating lion's mouth in a flash. Damn it, this is the 9-headed Lion King. After dodging 9 attacks in succession, Xiaohua suddenly came to an understanding, and he pondered in his heart. This fellow is the guardian of the 8th floor of the pagoda, and he wants to devour all the primeval cosmos beasts that enter the pagoda. Seeing the 9 lion heads that he had just dodged appear out of thin air, 9 pairs of fierce eyes staring at Xiaohua, Xiaohua sneered, "Humph, the 9-headed Lion King is only a so. With such means you dare to guard the 8th floor of the pagoda?" As soon as Xiaohua's voice fell, the eyes of the 9 lion heads revealed a look of ridicule. Then within a few hundred feet of Xiaohua the wind and clouds bulged, and the Buddhist light in the left and right space instantly disappeared. The entire space was distorted, and a lion mouth that could almost fill the entire space appeared around Xiaohua's body. Then the lion mouth closed, trapping Xiaohua's body in the lion's mouth. It was not until this time that Xiaohua woke up. This was not the 9-headed Lion King, but the 10-headed Lion King that he had never heard of. The previous 9 lion mouths were just a trick to lure him out of his hole. They wanted to force him into the mouth of the 10th lion head, and the 10th lion head would be hidden in the Buddhist light space for the final kill. Seeing that the 10th lion head had already imprisoned the entire space, and he had unknowingly fallen into the mouth of the 10th lion, Xiaohua did not panic at all. He slightly raised his hand, holding the wishful steel staff in his hand, and shouted, "Grow, grow, grow." The wishful steel staff followed Xiaohua's mantra and grew with the wind. In a moment, it turned into an iron staff that was hundreds of feet long and several feet thick. Kacha! Seeing the wishful steel staff crash into a slightly gloomy place in the space with Xiaohua's thoughts, he heard a crisp sound, followed by a heart-wrenching roar of a beast. A hill-like sharp tooth fell from mid-air, followed by a rain of blood falling like a rain of blood. Ao. In mid-air, with a burst of howls, the last head of the 10-headed Lion King appeared in mid-air. This head was much smaller than the previous 9 heads, but it was emitting an even more ferocious aura. However, this fierce aura was washed away by the pain of the teeth being knocked out by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff, and it seemed a little embarrassed. The other 9 lion heads floating in mid-air also showed a painful expression. Roar! The embarrassment of the Lion King only lasted for a few breaths. A kind of valiance was born from the lion's face again, but in the space near Xiaohua, a huge whirlwind suddenly appeared. This whirlwind condensed into a solid thunder silk, completely wrapping Xiaohua's body. The thunder silk and the whirlwind formed a spiral passage, and in this whirlwind passage, there was a suction force that pulled Xiaohua in. Xiaohua sneered. He now knew that he was in the mouth of the Lion King. If there was no accident, this passage should lead to the Lion King's abdomen. He really didn't understand. He could knock out the Lion King's teeth with the wishful steel staff. Was the Lion King not afraid that he would fall into its abdomen and smash its internal organs? Just as Xiaohua was thinking, rumble? The thunder and wind fell. The thunder rushed into Xiaohua's defense and disappeared, but the wind was extremely powerful. It blew away the brilliance of Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua pondered a little and decided to go with the flow. His body produced the sound of thunder. Rumble? The same thunder surged out of his body. Not only did it absorb the thunder, but it also blocked the wind. At this time, his figure also fell into the Lion King's abdomen. The end of the passage was also a space, but there was no Buddha's light here. The upper level of the space was where the wind and thunder were rampant, and the lower level of the space was a stinky and sour liquid. Xiaohua's figure had just fallen into the space, and the sound of wind and thunder was loud. Endless thunder and invisible wind blew down from the upper level of the space, crazily attacking Xiaohua. Ah! Ancient beast, nothing more than this. When Xiaohua was in the Copper Pillar country, he had already fallen into the stomach of a monster race. At this time, he fell into the stomach of the 10-headed Lion King, and he did not feel strange. Moreover, he also fell into the Lion King's scheme. He wanted to see if there were any traces of dragon vein Xiaohua and phoenix body Xiaohua in the Lion King's stomach. Since there were no auras of the two clones here, Xiaohua did not feel that he was not the Lion King's opponent. While speaking, Xiaohua waved his hands. Rumble. 10,000 thunderbolts stabbed into the air like antlers. The sound of thunder was even more devastating than the sound of wind and thunder of the Lion King. Xiaohua's thunder rolled back and instantly destroyed the Lion King's wind and thunder. Then, it rushed to the upper level of the space and killed the wind and thunder from before. Oh! A huge and oppressive lion roar came from outside the space. Soon after, the entire space shook violently. The acid in the lower level of the space rushed into the air like a monstrous wave. Zzz. Before the acid landed on Xiaohua's body, an ear-piercing sound came from the space. The thunder and wind that were not completely annihilated before were actually melted by the acid. Seeing that the acid was able to corrode the space and create cracks, Xiaohua finally understood the power of the strange beast. However, he was not nervous at all. He raised his hand and took out the clear water bottle from his Niwen palace. Then he made a Buddhist seal and the innate pure water turned into a thin layer of protection around his body. When the acid fell into the innate pure water, it did not even make a zzz sound and disappeared without a sound. Haha. Xiaohua laughed and said, "What other tricks do you have? You can take them out and try." "You, what are you?" The Lion King was clearly aware of the situation in his stomach. Seeing that Xiaohua's Imperial Thunder technique was able to destroy his wind and thunder power, and that his most powerful acid was unable to do anything to him. Moreover, that innate pure water also contained his elusive aura. He could not help but feel extremely regretful and surprised. "First, tell me what you are." Xiaohua was not in a hurry. He waved the wishful staff in his hand and asked softly as if he was demonstrating his power. "I, your father, have underestimated you." The 10-headed Lion King was clearly an untamed master. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't answer, his temper grew. He threw his fear to the side and coldly said, "How can someone who can defeat that little thing on the 7th floor be a little trash? I, your father, should not have been careless." "Humph." Xiaohua sneered. He knew that if he did not give the Lion King some power and hurt him, he would not be honest. Therefore, Xiaohua simply did not ask any more questions. The magical power in his body surged, and a layer of bronze brilliance appeared on the surface of his body. At the same time, the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed. Along with the wave of Xiaohua's hands, the icicle flame that he had not used for a long time turned into a sea of fire in a moment. It rushed out from the innate pure water and burned towards the wind and thunder in the space above. Chapter 4207. In the hands of Chiyu City's Luan family, Lingyin Zhu flame was only a refining flame. Even under the so-called fire control technique, it was only a fire-controlling technique of Xiaoyu continent. However, in Xiaohua's hands it was different. Xiaohua had already obtained fire, metal, wood and earth, these 4 types of essences. With these 4 essences entering his body, Lingyin Zhu flame also triggered a mutation. This mutated Lingyin Zhu flame was already very different from the refining flame from before. Although it was not as powerful as the 4-colored spiritual fire, it had already surpassed the scope of fire-controlling technique of the Xiuzhen world. The instant Lingyin Zhu flame was born, the space outside the innate true water became scarlet red. When the acid that could even melt thunder touched the Lingyin Zhu flame, a sizzling sound of explosion was produced between the two. Waves of space ripples were revealed amidst the explosion and spread in all directions. Not only that, an even larger area of the sea of fire rushed into the wind and thunder. Pa 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 pa. Just like a bubble bursting, whether it was the thunder or the wind, they were all blown up by the Lingyin Zhu flame. In an instant, the entire space seemed to be about to collapse. Not only was there a violent vibration, countless explosions were produced continuously. An indescribable aura of destruction filled the entire space. You. The 10-headed Lion King was somewhat stuttering. It had just urged the wind and thunder to fall, but it was like cold water poured into a hot oil pan, causing even more explosions. Just as it was about to open its mouth to say a few words, Xiaohua's golden body had already taken shape. Xiaohua waved his 2 fists. Not only did he drive the innate true water, He also stirred up the Lingyingzhu flame. Following his huge fists, the Lingyingzhu flame rushed straight into the air. Hong! A muffled sound resounded. Wind and thunder splashed chaotically above Xiaohua's head. The entire space suddenly became quiet, and then it trembled even more violently. There was no need for Xiaohua to attack a second time. The 10-headed Lion King painfully begged for mercy. You, quickly spare your father. His grandmother, still calling yourself father? Xiaohua finally understood why the heaven-devouring beast called itself father. Because these strange beasts simply did not know the meaning of father. Hong! Xiaohua coldly snorted. He punched the Lion King's head again and transmitted his voice. In front of this old man, you are only worthy of being called little. Yes, this little one knows his wrongs, please spare my life. The bodies of the 10 Lion Kings were curled up into a ball within the space. How could they dare to say a single word? As it begged for mercy, it opened its mouth wide and said, this lowly one doesn't dare to stop me. Please come out and head to the 9th floor. What old man? Xiaohua felt particularly awkward when he heard this. He berated, call me Taoist Master Xiao. Yes, spiritual Master Xiao. The 10 Lion Kings hurriedly answered, but just as they finished speaking, they were stunned. What? You are also Taoist Master Xiao? Why does it seem different from the previous 2 Taoist Xiaos? Xiaohua was overjoyed. He withdrew his avatar and asked, you've seen 2 Xiao Jinren before? How are they? Yes, they are very powerful. After they reached here and defeated me, they stepped into the 9th floor. The 10-headed Lion King replied. As for what happened to them, I don't know. Unless I can defeat you and enter the 9th level, otherwise I have no idea what the 9th level is like. Of course, if they were unable to defeat the 9th level, they would remain on the 9th level. As long as you leave this place and go to the 9th level, you will be able to see them. And seems like what Devouring Heaven said was right. Fellow Taoist Dragon Bloodline and fellow Taoist Phoenix Body have both arrived at Chao Tian Tower. Xiaohua thought to himself, however, I'm afraid that they don't understand the exquisite leaf scripture and fought their way here from the 1st floor of this pagoda. Since this Xiao found the right place, then that's good. That Devouring Heaven did not deceive this Xiao. Seeing that Xiaohua did not speak, the 10-headed Lion King was somewhat nervous. He whispered, Taoist Master Xiao, are you not going to the 9th level to find them? No hurry. Xiaohua said indifferently, this old man has a few questions to ask. If you answer them honestly, this old man will consider leaving. Otherwise, this old man will stay here. Every day when you are happy, you will set fire to it. Every day when you are unhappy, you will use your fist to smash it a few times. What? The 10-headed Lion King became anxious. Why are you always angry at me whether you are happy or not? Who asked you to swallow this old man? Xiaohua said coldly. All right. If you have any questions, just ask. This little one will definitely answer. The 10-headed Lion King was helpless. He could only lower his head and admit defeat. Xiaohua asked a few questions. They were all about Chao Tian Tower, Pagoda and Great Desolate Continent. What the 10-headed Lion King said was similar to what Devouring Heaven said. However, the 10-headed Lion King's strength was clearly stronger than Devouring Heaven. Therefore he knew more than Devouring Heaven. For example, although the Great Desolate World was vast and boundless, the places where great desolate strange beasts could survive were only a few 100 million li away. If one went to other places, the environment would be even worse. Ordinary great desolate strange beasts would not be able to survive. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know if there were even more powerful great desolate strange beasts. The 10-headed Lion King knew that within a few 100 million li, there were countless experts. The most powerful ones might be a few. One of them was the one that Xiaohua and Devouring Heaven met earlier. The other few were tens of millions of li away. What kind of great desolate strange beasts were these few powerful experts? The 10-headed Lion King did not know. One moment they said it was a big eagle. The next moment they said it was a lion. The next moment they said it was an elephant leopard. In short, the 10-headed Lion King had never seen it before. Everything was just hearsay. As for Chao Tian Tower, the 10-headed Lion King was the same as Devouring Heaven. They did not know how it appeared. They only knew that there was some kind of opportunity here. They could obtain weapons that could increase their strength. And strength was the only way to survive in the Great Desolate World. Therefore, any great desolate strange beasts who heard this news would risk their lives to come to Chao Tian Tower to look for weapons. The 10-headed Lion King's strength was not bad. This time, when he saw the 7-colored light soaring into the sky, he immediately flew out of the cave. He killed many strange beasts along the way and arrived in front of the pagoda. The pagoda was divided into 9 floors. Each floor had a strange beast guarding the pagoda. Only by defeating the strange beast could one step into the next floor. Otherwise, one would have to stay on this floor and let the strange beast guarding the pagoda go to the next floor. The 10-headed Lion King defeated 7 strange beasts that came in first and reached the 8th floor. The 8th floor was an incomparably huge stone-cliff beast. The 10-headed Lion King was not its opponent. When he was defeated, the stone-cliff beast stepped into the 9th floor of the pagoda. Of course, the 10-headed Lion King did not know what the stone-cliff beast encountered on the 9th floor, or whether the stone-cliff beast was on the 9th floor. This was because the dragon vein Xiaohua, the phoenix body Xiaohua, and even the great desolate 5 little beasts had stepped on his failure and entered the 9th floor. The 10-headed Lion King could only be the strange beast guarding the 8th floor. Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this from the 10-headed Lion King's stomach. He did not know much from the 10-headed Lion King's mouth. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chaotian Tower was his starting point. The 10-headed Lion King's journey to Chaotian Tower had no meaning to him. After hearing the 10-headed Lion King's words, Xiaohua's heart moved. He asked again, "Do you know about devouring heaven?" Devouring heaven? The 10-headed Lion King was stunned. It seemed to think for a moment before replying, "This lowly one does not know who devouring heaven is." Xiaohua frowned. He also thought for a moment. With a smile on his face, he described devouring heaven's appearance. Sure enough, the 10-headed Lion King laughed and said, "Now that you have said it, I know. It is that gluttonous thing. He is actually called devouring heaven? He can actually eat the sky." Xiaohua nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the 10-headed Lion King laughed again and said, "This guy is rather strange. He used to eat meat. Later on, I don't know what happened, but he suddenly became a vegetarian. That's why the Black Jade Qilin and the others bullied him quite a bit." At this point, Xiaohua already knew that the Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, 5-colored Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Turtle, and Little White Stinky Cat were actually the Black Jade Qilin, Golden Toad, 5-colored Peacock, Black and White Tortoise, and Black Sky White Tiger. However, the great desolate 5 little beasts bullied devouring heaven. Devouring heaven could not beat them, so it called them so unbearable. "All right. This old man has finished asking, this old man is going out." Xiaohua finally said the words that the 10-headed Lion King was bitterly waiting for. The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly and happily transmitted his voice. "Where are you? Don't move, this little one will spit you out." Xiaohua transmitted his voice and withdrew his innate true water and other divine abilities. His figure stood still in midair. A ripple appeared in the space where Xiaohua was at. The wind and thunder above his head and Suanyue below his feet gradually disappeared. Following layers of halos that were like molting skin brushed off, that indifferent Buddhist aura that was like clear water once again revealed itself from behind these halos. And the 9 lion heads from before had now shrunk again. A 10-headed Lion King that was similar to Xiaohua's figure stood in front of Xiaohua submissively. And behind that Lion King, another seemingly ordinary flight of stairs was laid out in midair. Xiaohua glanced at the 10-headed Lion King, pointed at the flight of stairs and said, "This old man can just go up?" "Yes, you can reach the 9th floor of the pagoda by stepping on this flight of stairs." The 10-headed Lion King hurriedly replied, but his voice was filled with envy. Xiaohua nodded. His figure had already arrived in front of the flight of stairs. But at this moment, Xiaohua turned his head to look at the 10-headed Lion King, smiled and transmitted his voice. "This old man is leaving, but what about you? Could it be that you want to be the guardian beast of the pagoda for the rest of your life?" Although the 10-headed Lion King was an ancient beast and had an unruly nature, this did not mean that he did not know the concern in Xiaohua's voice. Of course, the so-called ancient beasts also had an innate admiration for the strong. At this moment, hearing Xiaohua's question, he hurriedly transmitted his voice respectfully, "You don't have to worry. When the weapons of Chaotian Tower are taken away this time, the entire Chaotian Tower will be reopened. This little one who is waiting in the pagoda can also withdraw from Chaotian Tower." "Good." Xiaohua transmitted his voice and landed on the flight of stairs. The Buddhist aura on the flight of stairs rolled up, and Xiaohua's figure immediately disappeared. Chapter 4208. Roar. Behind Xiaohua, the 10 Lion Kings opened their mouths at the same time. As they roared, the Buddhist light in the entire space shook, like a candle in the wind. In just a moment, the figures of the 10 Lion Kings were hidden in the Buddhist light again. Presumably, They were waiting for another prehistoric beast to step into the 8th floor of the pagoda. Xiaohua was inside the Buddhist light, and he could vaguely feel the sullenness and anger of the 10 Lion Kings. After all, the 10 Lion Kings were subdued by him before they could fully display their magical powers. His heart was inevitably unsatisfied, but who told the 10 Lion Kings to be too calculative, wanting to swallow the newcomer into their stomachs as soon as they came up? As the Buddhist light on Xiaohua's body disappeared, a space that was exactly the same as the 8th floor of the pagoda appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. However, in this space, apart from a stone step, there were no prehistoric beasts. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's figure appeared and he immediately frowned. At the same time, his Buddhist sense also swept over like a stream. Ouch. However, before Xiaohua's Buddhist sense could sweep out 100 feet, a very slight numbing feeling came from his feet. Xiaohua was very surprised and swept his Buddhist sense under his feet, but he saw that there was actually a very small mosquito buzzing above his feet. Seeing that it was a mosquito, Xiaohua's heart relaxed. In his vague memory, it seemed that he was bitten by many mosquitoes when he was a child. It was only a moment of relaxation, but Xiaohua's heart immediately tightened. If it was the Xiaoyu continent or the hidden immortal continent, he might be able to ignore mosquitoes, but what was this place? The mysterious prehistoric continent was comparable to the existence of the unknown upper realm. A mosquito absolutely could not be ignored. Moreover, there were no prehistoric beasts in this 9th floor of the pagoda. Maybe this mosquito was the prehistoric beast guarding the pagoda. Sure enough, on Xiaohua's well-tempered body, a soybean-sized lump instantly appeared on his feet. Then the lump gave birth to an unbearable itch, and it spread along Xiaohua's feet to his legs and other parts. Xiaohua almost naturally stretched out his hand, wanting to scratch the itch. Xiaohua's right hand only extended a few inches before he forcefully pulled it back. His magic power surged and a spell landed on his feet along with his right hand. It would have been fine if Xiaohua hadn't used his magic power, but under the urging of his magic power, that soybean-sized lump had actually sunk in. Then, with that lump as the center, Xiaohua's foot began to fester. Moreover, that itchiness became even more intense. Oh my god! Xiaohua was startled. He hurriedly opened his mouth and spat out a stream of samadhi true fire. He wanted to burn off the surface of his body. Aha! At this moment, a weak but arrogant voice sounded, "Little thing, just surrender yourself. Not to mention you, even the Skitshaze beast would not be able to escape from my palm." Xiaohua sneered. Seeing that under the true samadhi fire, the collapsed surface of his body was starting to recover, he relaxed in his heart and transmitted his voice, "You're just a little mosquito, how dare you be so arrogant? What kind of divine ability do you have? It was just a sneak attack when this old man wasn't paying attention." Haha. That mosquito flapped its wings and disappeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. When it reappeared, it was already several hundred feet away. The mosquito also sneered, "What do you know? Don't look at me as just a mosquito. I've lived the longest on this desolate continent. Even the Black Jade Qilin and the others are my juniors." You actually know that you're a junior and a senior." Xiaohua replied, "Seems like compared to those ignorant desolate beasts, you're a bit..." Just as he said this, the itchiness on Xiaohua's feet once again flared up. It even had the tendency to rush up to his knees. Xiaohua was once again startled. He hurriedly pondered in his mind, wanting to find a way to get rid of this strange itchiness. That mosquito laughed proudly, "Don't think of any way. You'd better surrender quickly and let me fly out of this pagoda. Maybe I'll let you live." Before the mosquito's voice fell, Xiaohua opened his eyes and spat out a stream of cold flame, burning it towards the mosquito. Boom. Seeing that the several feet space around the mosquito was shrouded in flames, Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and swept it towards the flames. However, the situation in front of him was beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Without waiting for his Buddhist sense to sweep over, the flame that was several feet in size suddenly converged towards a black spot. Without using any Buddhist sense, Xiaohua's naked eye could clearly see that the frigid flame was actually sucked into the mosquito's stomach. Damn it! Seeing the mosquito's magical ability, Xiaohua immediately thought of the strange insect he encountered before. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Then what made Xiaohua even more shocked was that when his Buddhist sense landed on the mosquito's body, a strange biting force was also born, tearing apart several pieces of Buddhist sense from his Buddhist sense. Even in Xiaohua's Mudpill Palace, he could actually hear the sound of his Buddhist sense being chewed and swallowed by the mosquito. This mosquito is really strange. Xiaohua hurriedly thought of a countermeasure. how did Taoist Long Mai and Taoist Phoenix body break through here? Or perhaps when they came, this mosquito didn't appear yet? While he was thinking, he saw the festering area on his feet was increasingly expanding, and there were layers of tiny bubbles emerging from the festering area. These bubbles swallowed the light protecting his body, and even swallowed the fluctuations of magic power. It seemed that this wasn't something that could be controlled by Taoist magic. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Xiao Hua chanted the name of Buddha, and his hands formed a Buddhist seal. After pondering for a moment, a clear heart incantation slowly came out of his mouth, and the Buddhist light fell on his feet along with the Buddhist seal. He felt a burst of coolness coming from his feet, and the festering area gradually began to heal. However, in just a few breaths, the bubbles became increasingly turbulent, and even swallowed the Buddhist light. Even if Xiao Hua urged his mind power, the collapse still couldn't be stopped. Xiao Hua's mind had already spun a few times, and thought of several unusual secret techniques, but obviously they couldn't deal with this strange mosquito attack. Seeing that the Buddhist light was ineffective, Xiao Hua suddenly patted his head, raised his hand and took out several medicinal pills from the space, crushed them with both hands and sprinkled them on his feet. Similar to the Buddhist light, when the medicinal pills fell on his feet, they only stopped the collapse for a moment, and then the speed of the collapse accelerated again. Wong wong. At this moment, a rumbling sound came in front of Xiao Hua, and he saw that the mosquito that had just absorbed the cold flame and Buddhist sense suddenly swayed, as if Xiao Hua's eyes were playing tricks on him. Dozens, hundreds, thousands of mosquitoes appeared one after another, and in a moment, they turned into a black cloud of mosquitoes, pouncing on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked, and his figure hurriedly flew away, fleeing into the distance. He couldn't even deal with a poisonous mosquito bite. If he was stung by this group of mosquitoes, how would he deal with it? Rumble. At the same time that Xiao Hua's figure fled, the power of thunder also fell out of thin air. However, in the lightning, although many mosquitoes exploded into nothingness at the same time, many more mosquitoes appeared, and even more mosquitoes chased after Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua felt like he had overreached himself. Damn it, how did fellow Taoist dragon bloodline and fellow Taoist phoenix body defeat these disgusting mosquitoes? Xiao Hua was flustered and exasperated. He was clear in his heart that since his two doppelgangers could defeat these mosquitoes, there was no reason for him to lose. However, the problem was that Xiao Hua knew a lot of secret techniques, and he couldn't remember what divine ability dragon bloodline Xiao Hua and phoenix body Xiao Hua used. Innate primordial water? Xiao Hua's mind lit up and he pondered, this mysterious continent lacks water element heaven-earth origin qi, presumably these mosquitoes rarely see innate primordial water, maybe they can kill it. Thinking, Xiao Hua released the innate primordial water again. Swoosh. The innate primordial water protected Xiao Hua's body, blocking the circle of mosquitoes 100 feet away. When Xiao Hua looked down at his feet again, his entire foot began to fester, and the bubbles were spreading up his calf. This is innate primordial water? I haven't seen water for a long time. At this time, the mosquito's voice suddenly sounded, and somewhat faintly fell into Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace. However, Xiao Hua didn't pay too much attention to it, because his attention was attracted by the situation outside the innate primordial water. Outside the innate primordial water, a group of mosquitoes rushed over. The innate primordial water, which could almost corrode everything and even block the 10 Lion Kings, was now food for the mosquitoes. Seeing the mosquitoes swallow the thin layer of innate primordial water, countless mosquitoes appeared out of thin air, and Xiao Hua didn't dare to use the innate primordial water again. He collected the innate primordial water, and his figure escaped again. However, before he left, Xiao Hua released his mind and divine sense again, wanting to collect the mosquitoes into the space. Xiao Hua was disappointed again. Although the mosquitoes were very small, they had their own consciousness, and Xiao Hua's mind couldn't collect them into the space. Jijia. Seeing that Xiao Hua's many methods were useless, the mosquito unconsciously became more arrogant, and its originally very soft voice now became louder. What other good things do you have? Take them out, I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Whoosh. Before the mosquito's voice fell, a golden light flashed in the air, and Xiao Hua actually took out the soaring dragon shears. Although it was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife, Xiao Hua still had to give it a try. The result was not out of Xiao Hua's expectations. Under the golden light, all the mosquitoes were split into two halves, but the strange thing was, the two halves of the mosquitoes rolled in the air, and actually absorbed the magic power of the soaring dragon shears, and turned into two halves again. Xiao Hua completely understood that the mosquitoes were the same as the strange insect, They were all things that devoured magic power and chi of heaven and earth. If he didn't use magic power to make them explode, he was afraid that there was no other way. Seeing that to deal with a mosquito he had to use spiritual fire and other things, Xiaohua was really unwilling in his heart. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua and Phoenix body Xiaohua didn't have spiritual fire. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua only had the heavenly dragon technique, and didn't have any magic tools. Phoenix body Xiaohua only had the demonic arts of the demon clan, and also didn't have any magic tools. Chapter 4209. Ouch. Xiaohua's mind lit up when he thought of this. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and the water butterfly flew out from the space. As soon as the water butterfly flew out, a whirlwind appeared in the space. Water ripples appeared in the whirlwind and swept over the mosquitoes. What is this? The mosquitoes' loud voices instantly weakened. Hundreds of mosquitoes fell into the whirlwind and were swallowed by the water butterfly. Haha, everything has its vanquisher. Xiaohua's gaze swept over it and he couldn't help laughing. Ever since this water-patterned butterfly had settled in his space, it had never come out, nor had it helped him. He didn't expect that this unknown little thing was actually the nemesis of mosquitoes. The mosquitoes began to collapse. Some of them even formed small groups to attack the water butterfly. However, the water butterfly had experienced the separation of yin and yang in the space and had lived in Xiaohua's space for thousands of years. How could it still be the water butterfly of the past? While waving its wings to kill the mosquitoes, it also avoided the attacks of the mosquitoes and attracted all the mosquitoes from Xiaohua's side to its side. Now that he had a way to deal with mosquitoes, Xiaohua calmed down and looked at his feet. At this time, one of his feet had already started to fester. A heart-piercing itch forced him to make up his mind to cut it off. Xiaohua's heart tightened. He would rather believe the words of the mosquito that was known as the longest surviving mosquito on the great desolate continent. Its poison was definitely not that simple. Even if he cut off his entire leg, he might not be able to expel the poison from his body. Damn it, Taoist Longmai. Xiaohua could not help but grumble again. However, this time it was different from before. He seemed to have realized something and hurriedly waved his hand, causing a few drops of dragon cleansing liquid to fall on his feet. Sizzle. With an ear-piercing sound, the moment the dragon cleansing liquid fell on his festering body, tiny dragon-shaped lines immediately appeared. These dragon-shaped lines rushed into the air bubbles and instantly wiped them out. Moreover, no new air bubbles appeared where the air bubbles disappeared. This old man understands now. A bitter smile appeared on Xiaohua's face. Fellow Taoist Longmai's body is condensed from dragon cleansing liquid. Of course he's not afraid of mosquitoes. That fellow Taoist with the phoenix physique also had the bloodline of the demon race's supreme sage, so the mosquito didn't dare to provoke her. I'm afraid that my two clones swaggered up to the top of the pagoda from here, right? On the contrary, my main body was almost defeated by this mosquito. At this time, Xiaohua had another kind of realization in his heart. He was already at the Grand Ascension stage and he knew a lot of secret techniques. In fact, he even had a lot of spirit treasures in his space. However, he didn't have enough experience. Ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivators would have to go through life and death trials and experience all kinds of dangers in the cultivation world. They would also have their own understanding of all kinds of beasts and secret techniques. That way they would be able to find secret techniques and spirit medicines that were suitable for them to help them emerge victorious in some life and death battles. But the 20,000 years that Xiaohua cultivated were all spent in the heavenly prison. How could he see the outside world? Moreover, the primitive continent was completely different from the hidden immortal continent. Although Xiaohua had the water-patterned butterfly that could easily destroy enemies and the dragon-cleansing liquid that could easily dispel the pattern poison, he didn't know about it and had to try for a long time to understand. It seems that the words of Confucian cultivators about reading 10,000 books and traveling 10,000 miles are not empty words. Xiaohua sighed with emotion as he washed his feet with the precious dragon-cleansing liquid. In just a moment, his feet that he wanted to chop off had already recovered. Looking at the mosquito swarm that Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, now that the water-patterned butterfly had wiped them out, leaving only one mosquito that was forced to flee in a sorry state by the water-patterned butterfly. A weak and anxious voice came, quickly take this thing. I'll let you pass, okay? Why should this old man take this thing? Xiaohua smiled. The 10-headed lion king of the 8th floor still wants to come to the 9th floor. If I eat you, won't it be just what it wants? 10-headed lion king? The mosquito was slightly stunned. Why did he also come to the imperial palace? Then the mosquito said disdainfully, With his strength, reaching the 8th floor is already the peak, yet he still wants to go to the 9th floor. Oh, I was wrong. I'll tell you a secret of the Imperial Palace. Can I trouble you to take this thing? Otherwise, even if he swallows me, you can only enter the top of the pagoda. And the primitive continent is short of an old man like me. Xiaohua remembered that the mosquito had also asked him to surrender and nodded slightly. He took the water-patterned butterfly and said, "Tell me if this old man is satisfied, this old man will let you go." That. Seeing Xiaohua being so straightforward, the mosquito was embarrassed and transmitted, "Actually, it's not a secret. I only know that at the beginning this place was a sea. I don't know when it started, but it actually became the Imperial Palace. This pagoda also seemed to be born in a day." "See?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be that what you said before was true? There used to be water in the primitive continent?" "Of course." Hearing Xiaohua's interest, the mosquito was overjoyed and said as if it was showing off, "In the past, this was the sea. The water was endless and the sea beasts in the sea were innumerable. However, I don't know when it started, but everything started to change. The water was less and the mountains were more and they were taller. In the past, I was invincible, but now there are many more beasts that are stronger than me. I don't even have a place to go." Looking at the mosquito's tiny body and thinking about the endless sea that it said, Xiaohua slightly curled his lips and transmitted, "It's just the ordinary transformations of the sea in mulberry fields, it's not a secret." "How about this? I want to know another secret." "Alright, say it." The mosquito replied helplessly, "If I don't know, I don't have to answer." "You definitely know." Xiaohua said very insidiously, "I want to ask, other than using more heaven and earth origin chi than you can bear to make you explode, other than your natural enemy, what other methods can kill you?" Although he couldn't see the situation on the mosquito's face, he couldn't hear the mosquito's voice and didn't see the mosquito's answer. Xiaohua could already guess the embarrassment on the mosquito's face. "This secret, you definitely know?" Xiaohua asked indifferently, "Anyway, I have methods to kill you. Telling this secret to this old man isn't a big deal, right?" The mosquito seemed to have thought it through and replied, "If you swear and don't say anything else, I might consider it." Xiaohua said resolutely, "I won't tell others, but I definitely won't swear. Moreover, you have to answer this question, there's nothing to consider." You. The mosquito looked at Xiaohua, not knowing if he could read the insidiousness on Xiaohua's face. After hesitating for a moment, he transmitted a few words with a faintly discernible voice. It was just a few words, but Xiaohua frowned and even shook his head slightly. Obviously, the other methods to kill the mosquito were too harsh. "Forget it." Then Xiaohua nodded, "Whether what you said is correct or not, this old man will let you go." "Thank you." The mosquito gave a rare thank you, flapped his wings and disappeared. Looking at the flickering Buddhist light in the space, Xiaohua was too lazy to use his Buddhist sense to see where the mosquito was hiding. His figure flashed and landed on the steps. The steps rolled up the Buddhist light, and Xiaohua's figure disappeared from the space of the 9th floor. When Xiaohua appeared again, he was at the top of the pagoda. However, this time, it was somewhat different from what Xiaohua saw under the pagoda. The mirror that was originally horizontally above his head was now horizontally erected in front of Xiaohua. In the mirror, there was another Xiaohua, looking handsome and confident, like a jade tree facing the wind. "Damn it." Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at the mirror. There's only one such peerless figure in the world, if there were two it would be too much. But in the mirror Xiaohua was also saying the same thing and doing the same actions. Alas. Xiaohua sighed, and a kind of vicissitudes of life appeared in his heart. Because if it was before, facing such a strange mirror, Xiaohua might jump again and do some strange actions to see if the figure in the mirror could do the same. Xiaohua might even punch and kick the mirror and compete with himself in the mirror. But now, looking at the figure in front of him that was exactly the same as himself, this kind of thought flashed through his mind, and he was too lazy to do it. That Xiaohua, who still had a child's heart, was getting farther and farther away from himself. I wonder if it's the vicissitudes of life? Or the devil's nature entering the body. But as long as it was a mirror, it was inevitably an illusion. The best way to break this illusion was to take out something unique in this world so that the illusion could not be transformed, or the thing transformed by the illusion would not have any real power. There were many such things in Xiaohua's space, and if Xiaohua casually took out something, the mirror might not be able to transform successfully. Go. Sure enough, as Xiaohua took out the dream mirage butterfly in the mirror, in the hand of the same handsome Xiaohua, only the body of the dream mirage butterfly was revealed. Then Xiaohua used his hand to point at the dream mirage butterfly, and after the hand of the Xiaohua in the mirror moved, his whole body began to jump and even his mouth sang, "Little sister, you sit at the bow." Xiaohua just used the dream mirage butterfly to make a simple illusion and the mirror followed suit. The real Xiaohua looked at the figure of Xiaohua in the mirror, and the corner of his mouth slightly smiled. He took a deep breath, and the bronze brilliance on the surface of his body brightened. Then, the heavenly laws embodiment technique came out, and a 10,000 zhang tall transcendence golden body appeared on the top of the pagoda. And this golden body in the illusion of the dream mirage butterfly did not appear in the mirror. Chapter 42:10. Now that the golden body was formed, Xiaohua clenched his fists and punched the mirror in front of his head. Kacha. A crack appeared on the mirror, and then the crack turned into several thunderbolts that struck Xiaohua's golden body. Boom boom boom. Xiaohua was not afraid of the thunderbolts from the mirror at all. He waved his fists but in a moment the mirror was full of cracks. Finally Xiaohua waved his hand again, and the wishful steel staff appeared in his hand. It was as if the whole world was about to be stirred up. The shocking staff crossed the sky and fell into the center of the crack. Boom. The mirror could no longer withstand the heavy blow and broke uncontrollably under the wishful steel staff. In the broken area, the dancing shadow turned into fragments, just like a distant memory of Xiaohua. The folk song in the countryside came to an abrupt end, like a knife cutting off water. Rumble. At the same time the mirror shattered, the entire world shook, and the pagoda beneath Xiaohua shook violently as well. At the same time the mirror disappeared, another strange world appeared above Xiaohua's head. This world was very similar to the previous mirror, and there was also an inverted pagoda there. The spire of this pagoda and Xiaohua's pagoda were together, and the bottom of the pagoda was also standing on the ground. On the ground there were also mountains, boulders, ancient trees and yellow sand, but there were no Buddha clouds and the ancient monsters around the pagoda, and there was no figure of Xiaohua at the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua raised his head to look at the strange heaven and earth. His brows furrowed slightly at first, but it was only for a moment before joy appeared on his face. This was because he could vaguely sense the auras of Dragon Vein Xiaohua and Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Following the source of the aura, Xiaohua hurriedly swept out with his divine sense, trying to find the location of the two doppelgangers. However, when his divine sense swept through the boundary between the two pagodas, he found that there seemed to be a solid barrier between the two worlds, and Xiaohua's hammer-like divine sense could not pass through. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. His figure soared into the sky and flew towards the barrier between heaven and earth. Whoa! Like a gentle breeze, Xiaohua's body easily passed through the barrier without any hindrance. However, what made Xiaohua feel very strange was that when Xiaohua's figure landed in another layer of heaven and earth, a powerful repulsive force stopped him from falling. Moreover, when Xiaohua's powerful upward momentum reached this space, it also transformed into an upward momentum. Xiaohua's physical body didn't stay in this space for even a moment, and he returned to the previous space. Oh, so these are two inverted spaces. The scenery inside is similar, and the attraction force of everything inside is also directed downwards. When the prehistoric beasts fell into the heaven and earth, the suction force was still on this side but it was on that side. The repulsive force from before was actually the original suction force between heaven and earth. Xiaohua's figure maintained balance in midair. He raised his head to look at the heaven and earth, and even looked at the same sun sprinkling sunlight on different lands. He seemed to be deep in thought. Since this Xiao's vision isn't affected, then the sunlight isn't affected either. If this Xiao can practice light escape, I'm afraid this Xiao won't be affected anymore. Unfortunately, Xiaohua still hadn't reached the stage where he could accommodate himself in the light, and he still couldn't break away from the suction force of this heaven and earth reversal. Therefore he only stopped for a moment before moving again, crossing the barrier between the two worlds, and landing lightly in the other world. Then he activated his magic power and turned his body upside down, allowing his body to slowly descend. This kind of action was absolutely inconceivable in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was easy. When Xiaohua released his divine sense again, he found something strange. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the front, but it just so happened that his divine sense was sweeping to the back. He felt that his divine sense was sweeping to the left, but what he saw was the situation on the right. In short, everything was completely opposite to what Xiaohua felt. This made Xiaohua feel extremely awkward. Could it be that flying is also the same? Xiaohua was a little depressed. When he tried it, it was indeed the case. Damn. Not only is the suction force different, but all the feelings are also the opposite of the original heaven and earth. This is really awkward. Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly swept his divine sense awkwardly towards the place where he found Xiaohua of the dragon vein and Xiaohua of the phoenix body, and that figure also flew down the pagoda. When Xiaohua's figure landed on the third floor of the pagoda, he suddenly found that in the space not far from the pagoda, there were 5 balls of light of different colors flashing. These 5 colored balls of light formed another huge, incomplete halo that enveloped an area of about 1,000 miles. Within this halo, the aura of Xiaohua of the dragon vein and Xiaohua of the phoenix body would occasionally spread out. Hiss. The moment he sensed the aura of the 2 doppelgangers, Xiaohua already knew the situation of the 2 doppelgangers. He sucked in a breath of cold air, looked at the 5 balls of light and was a little surprised. Are these the Chaos 5 little ones? They actually have such strength that even fellow Taoist Long Mai was injured by them. If it wasn't for fellow Taoist Phoenix body protecting fellow Taoist Long Mai, I'm afraid fellow Taoist Long Mai would be in danger. However, he saw that the 5 balls of light were not static in the air, but slowly rotating in a certain trajectory, and even the trajectory of each ball of light was different. But the mystery was that no matter how the 5 balls of light rotated, they could form a huge halo. This huge halo firmly covered Xiaohua's 2 doppelgangers, either rotating from top to bottom or from left to right. Every time it rotated, there was a wisp of 5-colored brilliance flowing from one end of the halo to the other end, and at the same time, a strange fluctuation was born from that brilliance, landing on Xiaohua's 2 doppelgangers. At this time, Xiaohua of the dragon vein had already revealed his dragon body, lying weakly on the ground. His body was suffused with a golden brilliance, trying his best to resist the fluctuation. In this golden brilliance, waves of dragon chi mixed with dragon patterns emerged, as if it was breathing up and down. As for Xiaohua of the phoenix body, he released the heavenly phoenix demon body, and the huge wings of Xiaohua of the dragon vein protected his body. Above Xiaohua of the phoenix body, the light of the moon and stars like the stars, also resisting the strange fluctuation. Spirit awakening 5 essences formation? Xiaohua's eyes narrowed, and he immediately saw through the 5 balls of light inside the halo. He was not in a hurry to break the formation, but his eyes flashed with a cold light as he thought to himself. No, it doesn't seem to be. This formation is somewhat similar to the Xiantian realm. Compared to the Spirit Awakening 5 Essences formation, who knows how many times more brilliant it is. Although the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones did not possess all 5 elements, their bodies are all Great Desolate beasts. Even if they use their Great Desolate bloodline, they are still more powerful than ordinary 5-element spirit beasts. Being trapped in this array formation, even this Xiao would be helpless, much less this Xiao's 2 avatars. Especially my 2 doppelgangers, one of them is from the Dragon Clan, and the other is from the Demon Clan. They are precisely restrained by the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones, so being trapped here is unavoidable. However, since they dare to compete with me, then I want to see what kind of powerful means the Great Desolate 5 Little Ones have. Thinking of this, Xiaohua sneered, and anger rose from the bottom of his heart. His hands slightly rubbed, and he was about to activate his magic power. At this time, among the 5 colored balls of light, a relatively lively dark green ball of light just happened to turn in front of Xiaohua's eyes. This dark green ball of light let out a wung-wung rumbling sound, and then it shrank and expanded from the inside out. Following this rumbling sound, the ball of light rippled, and a great desolate beast that looked like a qilin but also not a qilin appeared from the light. Xiaohua originally did not intend to give this strange beast any chance, but seeing the appearance of this strange beast, a trace of familiarity emerged in his heart. This strange beast was very similar to a qilin, but this strange beast's head and face were like a horse, horns like a deer, neck like a camel, tail like a donkey, and it was somewhat different from a qilin. Xiaohua unconsciously stopped activating his magic power, and he was somewhat surprised in his heart. This great desolate beast should be a black jade qilin. However, why does it not look very similar to the qilin I encountered in the hidden immortal continent? Could it be, this great desolate beast is different from the demon race in the Thousand Demon Sacred Realm? But why does it look somewhat familiar to me? And you can't bear to attack me? The black jade qilin's figure appeared, and a blazing sense also unbridled swept over Xiaohua. Then an even more arrogant voice sounded, "What are you? How come I have never seen you before?" Xiaohua pinched his chin, coldly looked at the black jade qilin's figure, and transmitted his voice, "I am not a thing, I am Taoist Xiao." "What are you a thing?" "Taoist Xiao? What is Taoist Xiao?" The black jade Qilin looked at Xiaohua with some doubt, and immediately said impatiently, I don't care what kind of great desolate beast you are. I came to this Chao Tian Tower first. If you know what's good for you, go look around yourself, maybe you can find some weapons and strange objects. Don't disturb me, the great desolate five elders, and I will spare your life. Seeing the black jade Qilin's face like a ruffian in the marketplace, Xiaohua's previous familiar feeling of loving the house and its crow instantly turned into disgust. Shut up. Xiaohua roared angrily. He actually forgot to send a sound transmission. He looked very angry. Then he came back to his senses and sent a sound transmission. You five shameless things. You actually ganged up on two of my Dao friends. Today I'm here to cause trouble for you. Oh? The black jade Qilin stared blankly at first, then the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. He raised his head and laughed loudly for a moment, then transmitted his voice loudly, Haha, what do you mean by ganging up on one? The five of us are the great desolate five elders. Against one we will attack together, against 10, even against 100 we will attack together. If you are together with these two ugly things, then that's good, I can cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, to prevent future troubles. Chapter 42:11. As he spoke, the dark green ball of light where the ink jade Qilin was located suddenly released a bolt of lightning. The lightning fell into the ring of light and penetrated the other four balls of light. Wang wang. The distance between the five balls of light suddenly pulled apart. At the same time, the ring of light stretched like a rainbow bridge and covered Xiaohua, as if it wanted to trap him inside. How could Xiaohua let the ink jade Qilin succeed? His figure flashed as he teleported towards the sky. However, Xiaohua was so furious that he had forgotten about the strangeness of this place. When his figure reappeared, he was not standing in the sky, but had instead landed on the ground in the distance. Even so, the ring of light brushed through the air and swept past the place where Xiaohua was standing before. It did not trap Xiaohua. Haha. Xiaohua was so angry that he laughed. Looking at the five balls of light attacking him, he transmitted his voice, as expected of the ink jade stupid donkey. You said it very well. Facing 100 of them together, this old man will let you and the other Chaos 5 little ones face 100 of them. You actually dare to call me ink jade stupid donkey. The ink jade Qilin seemed to be very afraid of this title. Hearing Xiaohua's transmission, it was really furious. The ball of light seemed to boil, and the ink jade Qilin's image was instantly absorbed into the ball of light. A huge Qilin figure appeared in the ball of light. This old man will not only call you a stupid donkey. Xiaohua transmitted his voice coldly, this old man will also take your stupid donkey life. As he spoke, Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Puff. Lightning surged out from the top of his head, covering thousands of miles around him. Then, hundreds of rainbows flew out from the lightning and landed around the array set up by the five little beasts of the primitive wasteland. When the rainbows disappeared, the 108th rank scattered nascent souls each sat cross-legged in the air and surrounded the Chaos 5 little ones. Lightning lingered around each scattered nascent soul, forming a thunder armor. This old man will let you know what it means to bully the few with numbers. Xiaohua transmitted his voice fiercely. Then Xiaohua raised his hand and a ray of sword light appeared on his arm. Clang! The sound of the sword was like a dragon. As Xiaohua's arm fell, the ray of sword light struck the ring of light formed by the five little beasts, causing sparks to fly. Xiaohua's voice was like a god's in the air, kill! Looking at the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, each of them was 8 feet tall, a bit taller than ordinary cultivators. Not only were they wearing thunder armor, but they were also holding different spirit tools according to their attributes. These spirit tools were all magic tools that had been separated into yin and yang in Xiaohua's space. Now that they had been refined by these scattered nascent souls, they all had the power of a heavenly spirit treasure. 100 nascent soul cultivators surrounded the 5 small groups of the primordial world. It was the heavenly star formation of Chengdu. After hearing Xiaohua's order, they said at the same time, yes. His voice was like a thunderclap, and the hundreds of spirit artifacts were swung out at the same time, as if they were about to shatter the heavens and earth. In this inverted space, a hurricane of 10,000 feet was set off in an instant. The hurricane blew past the Buddhist pagoda, giving rise to the sound of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Even the 10,000 Buddhas were wailing, and a myriad of strange splendors shrouded the space of 10,000 miles. Xiaohua didn't know how strong the 5 small groups of the primordial world were, but seeing the 5 strange beasts joining forces to surround dragon bloodline Xiaohua and phoenix body Xiaohua, and even needing to rely on a Xiantian formation to injure dragon bloodline Xiaohua also didn't feel that the 5 small groups could have any great divine ability. Therefore, after Xiaohua commanded the 100 or so rank 8 scattered nascent souls, a sneer hung at the corner of his mouth. With his hands behind his back, he indifferently watched. His face revealed an expression of having a card up his sleeve. Xiaohua had always been merciful. He absolutely wouldn't force people or even demonic beasts into a dead end. However, he was indeed angry today. Looking at dragon bloodline Xiaohua's dragon body crawling on the ground, his heart slightly ached. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use his thunderous methods to kill these 5 ruffians who usually bullied the strange beasts of the primordial world. You. Seeing such a formation, the Ink Jade Qilin turned pale with fright. He almost stuttered as he transmitted his voice. You all actually have weapons? This isn't fair. You also know it's not fair? The corner of Xiaohua's mouth rose into a sneer. Why didn't you say it was fair when you bullied my 2 fellow Taoists and the Heaven Devourer and other strange beasts of the primordial world? The Ink Jade Qilin still wanted to defend himself, but that rain-like spirit treasure had already fallen. It seemed like every spirit treasure had the power to kill him. Just the aura of so many spirit treasures alone was enough to suffocate him. Do you think I, your father, am afraid of you? The Ink Jade Qilin was also a ruthless character. At this time, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he simply didn't beg for mercy. With a roar, his figure submerged into the ball of light. That ball of light emitted an even more resplendent brilliance. Although the other primordial world 4 small ones didn't show up, they all sensed that something was wrong. Each of them activated their own ball of light, and that halo flew out like a waterfall. Whether it was the fluctuation or the multicolored light, they all met the wave of spirit treasures that had already formed layers. Boom boom. Within 1,000 miles, the air waves that had previously annihilated heaven and earth, all the brilliance was annihilated in this air wave. All the fluctuations also disappeared in this air wave. How could the formation of the primordial world 5 small ones withstand the attack of dozens of spirit treasures? However, with one touch, the entire formation immediately collapsed. In the roar, 5 strange beasts of the primordial world that were close to 1,000 feet in size revealed themselves from the ball of light. Dark green flames flickered around the black Jade Qilin's body. These flames could no longer protect its body. Parts of the scales that were torn apart by the flames were torn off by the spirit weapon. Streams of beast blood that were filled with fiery threads flowed out from these broken scales. In particular, the pair of horns that were previously somewhat arrogant had now been broken in half. Inexplicable patterns flickered on them, making it look extremely miserable. After the Ink Jade Qilin was a toad that was entirely golden. At this moment, the toad's entire body trembled violently. The bump on its chin that was thousands of feet in size expanded and shrank as it trembled. Moreover, it emitted a layer of blood. The toad's body was covered in patterns that resembled copper coins. At this moment, most of these patterns were broken. Although there were no traces of blood seeping out, one could tell from the golden toad's blood-red eyes and broken tentacles that it was more severely injured than the Ink Jade Qilin. To the left of the golden toad was a 5-colored phoenix. At this moment, the phoenix was extremely miserable, even worse than the ugly chicken. Not to mention that most of its feathers had been scattered by the scattered nascent soul. Even the tail that it was so proud of and had an extremely powerful divine ability was now dim. Although the 5-colored phoenix raised one of its claws slightly as if it was trying to balance its body, the blood dripping from its claws showed that it was severely injured. Beside the 5-colored phoenix was a white tiger with a pair of wings on its back. At this moment, the white tiger's wings were already broken and drooped on the tiger's back. Its white fur that should have been suffused with a holy luster was not only glaring scarlet, but also mottled with scars. Hundreds of scars that were dozens of feet long flowed with a faint brilliance, as if they were trying their best to repair these scars. The 4 little ones of desolation had another huge tortoise shell. This tortoise shell was divided into 2 colors, one white and one black. The tortoise shell emitted a dim brilliance that formed a tiny vortex in midair. Within the vortex, a timid origin sense swept through the surroundings like a snake's tongue. Although Xiaohua could not see anything else, he understood that this should be the black and white black tortoise of the 5 little ones of desolation. Although the brilliance on the black and white black tortoise's tortoise shell was dim, it did not have any obvious scars. It was obvious that its injuries were the lightest. Xiaohua coldly snorted and did not say anything else. In midair, the second wave of spirit tools attacked like a wave. Apart from the black and white black tortoise's tortoise shell, The other 4 little ones of desolation revealed despair in their eyes. Quick, quick, hide under me. At the crucial moment, the black and white black tortoise suddenly transmitted its voice. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, the black jade qilin cautiously shouted, "No. If we hide under you, these weapons will all hit your body. Wouldn't you be beaten to death? Damn it." The black and white black tortoise were furious and transmitted its voice, "Even if I don't block it for you, I won't be able to escape this time. Rather than that, why don't you guys hurry up and see if there's a chance to escape?" "Not going." The black sky white tiger roared and also refused. Looking at the spirit tools that filled the sky with murderous intent and another spirit tool that was accumulating power behind the spirit tools, the black and white black tortoise no longer hesitated and stretched its head out of the tortoise shell. Its 4 legs that were thicker than a mountain peak moved, and an earthy yellow cloud was born, carrying it into the sky to meet the dozens of spirit tools. Oh! Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Clearly he did not expect the black and white black tortoise to have this move. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! The black jade qilin and the others all shouted. Clouds appeared around their bodies and rushed into the sky, wanting to block the black and white black tortoise's head. Sigh. At this moment, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's breath was somewhat weak, but his tone was still firm. "Forget it, fellow Taoist, just teach them a lesson. There's no need to kill them all." What? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at the ground. At this moment, Phoenix Body Xiaohua had already withdrawn his body and returned to his normal size. Dragon Vein Xiaohua also withdrew his dragon body, but he did not get up from the ground. Although these 5 little things are a bit bullying, they are still snatching things. I joined hands with fellow Taoist Phoenix Body to snatch that item, and the 5 of them joined hands to snatch it back. Their actions can't be considered excessive. Dragon Vein Xiaohua explained. In addition, after they surrounded us, it's not like they didn't have the opportunity to be heavy-handed. However, they still had some kindness and threatened us many times but did not attack. Now that we have an eye for an eye, it should be doable. When Xiaohua heard this, he looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua with a smile that was not a smile and asked, "Fellow Taoist, is this your original intention? Or is it a reason that you made up?" This. Dragon Vein Xiaohua hesitated for a moment before replying, "Actually, it's not entirely like that. I only saw the 5 of them supporting each other and very naturally thought of fellow Taoist Phoenix Body saving I earlier, so I couldn't bear it." Chapter 42:12. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed and almost clapped his hands. His 5 doppelgangers originally didn't have any human emotions, and Xiaohua didn't know how this human emotion was born. Now that he saw the dragon vein Xiaohua like the other doppelgangers, gradually gaining more human emotions, he was happier than anything else. His previous anger also gradually dissipated. He nodded and replied, "Since fellow Taoist says so, then we'll do as fellow Taoist says." However, these 5 youngsters bullied fellow Taoist. They can't be forgiven. We have to let them suffer a little. Yes, as long as we don't take their lives. The dragon vein Xiaohua slightly nodded and handed it over to Xiaohua to deal with. Xiaohua's change of mind, but the 5 youngsters didn't know. Seeing the skyrocketing light falling down, the 5 youngsters' eyes were filled with determination, and they respectively used their divine abilities to meet it. Just as the 5 youngsters were about to turn into ashes, all the light suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the air wave that suffocated the 5 youngsters hung above their heads like a huge rock. While the 5 youngsters were stunned, they heard Xiaohua's voice transmission, "You all, do you want to live?" "Yes, yes." The 5-colored phoenix was the first to answer. Her tone was filled with ecstasy. "Humph, you deserve to die the most." Xiaohua coldly snorted and berated, "You're the 5-colored phoenix, seeing that your opponent also has the phoenix bloodline, how can you be so ruthless?" The 5-colored phoenix was somewhat wronged and argued, "We just came to snatch the weapons, not to take their lives. They gave the things to us. Isn't that enough?" Xiaohua knew that these beasts might not have any kinship in their eyes, so after berating a few words, he looked at the others. The golden toad, black and white tortoise, and black sky white tiger all admitted defeat and begged for mercy. On the contrary, the black jade qilin that had always been arrogant looked at Xiaohua and gritted its teeth. "Don't make fun of me. If you have a kind heart, you can let them go. This trip to the Imperial Palace was invited by me. If you want to kill them, just come find me." "Damn it," Xiaohua sneered, "you're not convinced." "Of course I'm not convinced. All of you have weapons in your hands. If you don't, I won't be afraid even if there are 10 of you, no, 5 of you. When Xiaohua heard this, he simply did not say much either. He waved his hand and instructed the scattered nascent soul to put away the spirit artifact. He casually pointed at the 5 scattered nascent souls and said, "You guys go and teach this guy a lesson." Yes. The 5 scattered nascent souls agreed. Thunderbolts erupted from their hands, and the thunderbolts transformed into sharp weapons that attacked the Black Jade Qilin. The Black Jade Qilin had already spoken ruthlessly. At this moment, it was hard to retract the blade of shame. It swayed its broken horns and charged forward. Rumble. In just 5 minutes, the Black Jade Qilin was ravaged black and blue by the 5/8 tribulation scattered nascent souls. Although its 4 hooves were still stepping on flames, it was almost unable to stand steadily in midair. Xiaohua faintly asked, "Are you convinced?" The Black Jade Qilin gritted its teeth and said, "I'm not convinced. If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself." Ah! Xiaohua laughed heartily. He waved his hand to signal the 5 scattered nascent soul cultivators to withdraw and said, "If you want this old man to make a move, that's fine too. However, if you lose, you'll have to be my mount." The Black Jade Qilin said disdainfully, "You have the nerve. I'm already injured like this, so what if you win?" "Don't worry," Xiaohua said with his hands behind his back. "I don't need to make a move at all, nor do I need to use magic. I can naturally subdue you." "I don't believe you," the Black Jade Qilin said angrily. "You can't use weapons either." Of course. Xiaohua smiled like an old fox and answered very decisively, "If I use weapons, I'll be your mount." "Eh." The Black Jade Qilin answered almost without thinking. "Stupid donkey." The Black Sky White Tiger hurriedly shouted, "How can you agree to him like this?" "What about me?" The Black Jade Qilin had a brainless face and said angrily, "I just agreed like this, what about it?" Xiaohua frowned. His gaze swept past the Black Jade Qilin, and then looked at the Chaos 4 little ones, revealing a thoughtful expression. "Come." The Black Jade Qilin shook its head and said, "I'd like to see how you're going to do it." "Whoa." Without waiting for the Black Jade Qilin to finish speaking, Xiaohua's divine sense hit the Black Jade Qilin's head like a hammer. Boom! With a loud sound, the heavily injured Black Jade Qilin was suddenly knocked down from the sky by Xiaohua and fainted on the ground. Damn it! The Black Sky White Tiger was furious. It flapped its wings a few times, but it was in so much pain that it couldn't move. Multicolored light appeared under its feet again, and it wanted to pounce on Xiaohua. "Don't you know the Black Jade Qilin's painstaking efforts?" Xiaohua glanced at the fainted Black Jade Qilin on the ground and transmitted his voice unhurriedly, "If you make a move, won't your lives be left here? Then wouldn't the Black Jade Qilin's plan to use its freedom to exchange for your lives fail?" "What?" The Chaos 4 little ones were naturally not truly brainless. Hearing Xiaohua's words, how could they not know the Black Jade Qilin's painstaking efforts? The 5-colored phoenix said somewhat incredulously, "When did this stupid donkey have such a scheming mind?" "Enough." Xiaohua waved his hand and replied somewhat impatiently, "You 5 little things work together to trap my fellow Taoist and injure him. This old man originally wanted to take your lives. Since the Black Jade Qilin has the heart to save you, and this old man just happens to be lacking a mount, I'll reluctantly take him in and let you all live. Humph, if we're going to die, we'll die together." The Black Sky White Tiger was unwilling and shouted stiffly. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said, "This old man also didn't intend to let the Black Jade Qilin die. You all just heard that he lost to this old man, so he wants to be this old man's mount. You won't let him become a chaos beast that doesn't keep its word, right?" This. The Black Sky White Tiger turned its head to look at the black and white tortoises and didn't know how to answer. After all, this was the Black Jade Qilin's own choice. "Can we wait for the Black Jade Qilin to wake up before leaving?" The Golden Toad probed. Xiaohua nodded, "Of course you can, but you all have to pay a small price." Hearing this, the Golden Toad was overjoyed and hurriedly replied, "What do you want?" "A copper coin on your body." Xiaohua's gaze fell on the Golden Toad and replied with a smile. The Golden Toad didn't understand what Xiaohua was saying, but it still nodded. Xiaohua waved his hand and the copper coin fragment that he previously obtained in the ruins flew out and landed on the Golden Toad's back. Then Xiaohua waved his hand and a copper coin-like vein flew out from the Golden Toad's back along with its flesh and blood, fusing with the copper coin. The Golden Toad let out a blood-curdling scream and its expression became a lot more dispirited. Xiaohua didn't pay attention to the Golden Toad. Several hand seals struck the copper coin, but the copper coin was suffused with a strange brilliance and disappeared. Xiaohua took the copper coin, then waved his hand and took out 4 rejuvenation pills and gave them to the golden toad, saying, "Okay, you've paid the price. You all can wait here for the black jade Qilin to wake up. This old man won't take advantage of you too much. These pills are some compensation." The golden toad didn't know what rejuvenation pills were, but when the rejuvenation pills landed in front of it, the golden toad, who was good at identifying treasures, immediately knew that these were good things. It opened its mouth and very nimbly put one of the pills into its mouth with its tongue. Then a wonderful scene appeared. The golden toad's body was suffused with a golden color, and all the copper coins on the surface of its body were spinning. Different fluctuations came from different copper coins, and at the spot that Xiaohua just took away, a new copper coin vein appeared again. The profound sky white tiger, the black tortoise, and the 5-colored phoenix were all ancient beasts like the golden toad. How could they not know what was happening to the golden toad? All of them looked at it with envy in their eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, the golden light around the golden toad's body slowly dissipated. The golden toad's gaze fell on Xiaohua with a rather complicated expression. However, after a moment, the golden toad opened its mouth and blew on the remaining 3 rejuvenation pills. The 3 pills fell in front of the other 3 strange beasts. The profound sky white tiger and the other 2 beasts were wild with joy. They all opened their mouths to consume the pills, and each of them showed the advancement of their divine abilities. "Can you give me another one?" The golden toad saw the strange fluctuations around the 3 beasts and begged Xiaohua again, "I am willing to give you another piece of flesh." "Why do you want another one?" Xiaohua asked knowingly. "For the ink jade Qilin." The golden toad did not dare to hide and answered honestly. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "No need. It is my mount, so I will naturally give it to him. And I will also give him other treasures." "And I understand." The golden toad nodded and landed beside the ink jade Qilin, quietly waiting for him to wake up. Xiaohua looked at the scattered souls in the air and nodded with satisfaction. He kept these scattered souls in his dantian, and then landed on the other side of the ground where the phoenix body Xiaohua was still guarding the dragon vein Xiaohua. "How are your injuries?" Xiaohua looked at the 2 clones and was extremely satisfied in his heart. He asked with concern. "I'm fine." The phoenix body Xiaohua said with a smile, "These injuries are nothing, I will recover after resting for a few years." "Good, what about you?" Xiaohua looked at the dragon vein Xiaohua. "I am afraid you are not that simple, right?" "Hee hee." The dragon vein Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looked at the injuries on his body and then looked at the ground and answered, "Ai's injuries are not light, but with the dragon cleansing liquid, I will be able to recover within 10 years. It is a pity that Ai's dragon chi fell into the ground for no reason and can no longer be retrieved." Xiaohua's heart moved and he said with a smile, "If the dragon chi fell into the ground, it should be able to form the dragon vein in the future. This dragon vein will definitely be able to bring blessings to a place. It is also your merit." I hope so." The dragon vein Xiaohua did not understand karma, and only answered casually. He then looked at the ink jade Qilin in the distance and lowered his voice and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you know what I and Phoenix Body Taoist obtained this time?" Chapter 42:13. "Oh, what is it?" Xiaohua asked curiously, "Could it be some heavenly treasure?" "Fellow Taoist, guess?" Dragon vein Xiaohua said mysteriously. Xiaohua thought for a moment and didn't get anything, so he shook his head and said, "I can't guess. However, there are a lot of heavenly treasures in this great wasteland continent. Something worthy of fellow Taoist's hand should be some kind of spirit weapon, right?" "Hee hee." Dragon vein Xiaohua smiled and said, "If it's a spirit weapon, I'm afraid it won't be worth the great wasteland 5 little ones fighting with I here. Those powerful characters wouldn't have left in advance." Xiaohua understood that the powerful characters mentioned by Dragon Vein Xiaohua were the powerful auras he sensed at that time. Those auras were much more powerful than the Great Wasteland 5 little ones. However, in this Great Wasteland continent, there were many strange things. Xiaohua only knew that the Great Wasteland beasts liked powerful magic weapons. As for the other things they didn't care about, how could Xiaohua know? He could only shake his head again. "Actually," Dragon Vein Xiaohua said something that almost made Xiaohua fall from the sky. "I also don't know what it is." "I also don't know." Phoenix Body Xiaohua said with a smile, "But based on intuition, this thing must be of great use to fellow Taoist." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Xiaohua's heart warmed as he cupped his hands and said, "You're welcome." Dragon Vein Xiaohua patted his dragon horn. The dragon pattern on the dragon horn bloomed, and a strand of strange purple gas floated out. When this purple gas fell into the air, it immediately reflected a purple light in the surroundings. Within the light, countless jade talismans flashed, and within these jade talismans, there seemed to be endless mysteries surging. Whether Xiaohua looked at the purple gas with his naked eyes or his divine sense swept through the purple gas, it was as if he was facing a mass of profound meaning. Countless inexplicable cryptic thoughts gushed out from his mind. What is this thing? Xiaohua was shocked. Why is this cryptic thing similar to heavenly Dao? Xiaohua's comprehension? Who knows what this is? Dragon Vein, Xiaohua said with a smile. I only feel that this thing is similar to the things that fellow Taoists occasionally pass to us. Other great wasteland beasts looked at it and turned around. Only the great wasteland 5 little ones didn't give up and insisted on pestering us to take it back. Xiaohua faintly nodded. His mind wrapped around the purple gas and was about to store it in his space. However, the strange thing was that the purple gas was like a world of its own in his mind. It was unbelievably heavy and his mind couldn't absorb it at all. Xiaohua thoughtfully looked at Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was also somewhat shocked. Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment before releasing his invisible nascent soul. Xiaohua's formless nascent soul faced this strand of purple gas, and an indescribable joy appeared in its eyes. Its entire body even turned into the shape of a starry sky within the purple light. There was almost no need for Xiaohua to do anything. That strand of purple qi naturally fell into the center of the starry sky. It was precisely the dantian of the nascent soul. Just as the purple qi entered, Xiaohua's formless nascent soul uncontrollably expanded. His spirit body transformed into an endless starry sky, filling up the entire space in an instant. Boom. As if the world was splitting apart, whether it was the inverted space or the normal space, everything was shattered by this explosion. An irresistible force emerged from the shattered space and pushed out Xiaohua, Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Phoenix Body Xiaohua, the awakened Ink Jade Qilin, and the rest of the 5 beasts of the wilderness. Even to the extent that within a range of 10,000 li, there were 10 lion kings, mosquitoes, and other beasts of the wilderness squeezing out of the cracks in space and nervously flying to various parts of the wilderness. On the ground, many monsters also rushed out in groups and flew in all directions. 2 fellow Taoists, go back and rest. Xiaohua looked at the formless nascent soul that had transformed into a starry sky that was growing bigger and bigger. Not only did it cover an area of 1,000 li, but it also had the intention of merging into the starry sky. His face was also somewhat nervous as he instructed. Okay. Dragon Vein Xiaohua was naturally even more nervous. He didn't know whether it was a misfortune or fortune for him to obtain this purple qi. He only nodded and agreed, then followed Phoenix Body Xiaohua into Xiaohua's body to cultivate. The 2 clones had just entered Xiaohua's body when another obscure comprehension from the starry sky fell into Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and comprehend, the distant Ink Jade Qilin flew over again. I sent them away. The Ink Jade Qilin was already somewhat obedient. He held a long crystal in his hand and said, "This was left behind in the imperial court." Xiaohua didn't have time to dawdle with him. He raised his hand and gave him a rejuvenation pill, then waved his big sleeve to cover him and said, "Don't resist. This old man has some urgent matters to deal with right now. Everything can be discussed later." And, seeing that he came over to promise, but Xiaohua was still so cold, the Ink Jade Qilin was rather disappointed. It was as if his warm face was stuck to someone's cold butt. He only nodded slightly and allowed Xiaohua to take him into the space. The Ink Jade Qilin looked at the unfamiliar scenery around him and didn't say anything. He swallowed the rejuvenation pill in one gulp, and dark green flames surged out from his body. Taking the Ink Jade Qilin as a mount was merely a thought in Xiaohua's mind. He himself wasn't too sure why he had such thoughts at that time. Of course, this was also an extremely appropriate reason to let go of the desolate land's 5 youngsters. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't take it too seriously at this time. If it weren't for the fact that the desolate land's 5 youngsters would be harmful to the Fortune Gate's disciples, Xiaohua would have waved his hand and let the Ink Jade Qilin go. He put away the Ink Jade Qilin and sat cross-legged. His eyes were focused on his nose, and his nose was focused on his heart. Those obscure comprehensions were like a meteor shower, crashing into Xiaohua's mind. As time passed, these comprehensions were like a tsunami, crazily crashing into Xiaohua's mind. It was as if Xiaohua had integrated himself into the desolate land. At this time, the heavenly Tao had opened up all its mysteries to him, and Xiaohua was as weak as an ant. In front of these mysteries he was truly insignificant and helpless. Xiaohua's face was pale, and his heart was trembling with fear. How could he not know that he had encountered an extremely great danger? The origin of this purple qi was definitely not something he could come into contact with his current cultivation. What was more, he was a newborn calf that was fearless enough to use his nascent soul to absorb this purple qi. What was a nascent soul? It was a spiritual body between heaven and earth. It was a bridge between a cultivator and heaven and earth. If his physical body absorbed the purple qi, he could rely on the laws of heaven and earth to restrict the purple qi's mysteries. However, when the purple qi entered his nascent soul's spiritual body, especially on the desolate land, the mysteries contained within the purple qi couldn't be restrained by any laws. Of course it would surge out. Of course, if it was an ordinary Grand Ascension stage cultivator's nascent soul, it wouldn't be able to contain this kind of purple qi. When it came into contact with the purple qi, it would immediately explode. Xiaohua's nascent soul was rather special. Its core was the nebula. When the purple qi entered, it could be said to be integrated into the nascent soul's spiritual body, or it could be said to be integrated into the nebula. Therefore, Xiaohua's nascent soul was able to escape this calamity. However, even so, Xiaohua's nascent soul couldn't contain the laws of heaven and earth contained in the purple qi. His body expanded uncontrollably. As his nascent soul expanded, the mysteries in the purple qi naturally had to impact Xiaohua's body through the spiritual body. This kind of impact that Grand Ascension stage golden immortals and even gods dreamed of, and now that it was placed on Xiaohua's body, it became a torrent that was enough to strangle him. Fortunately, Xiaohua had previously coincidentally started to comprehend the Heavenly Tao. Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had also stepped into the Grand Ascension stage. Xiaohua himself had benefited a lot from Heavenly Tao Xiaohua's comprehension. This beginning impact was similar to the comprehension that Heavenly Tao Xiaohua had passed on to him. Xiaohua was already on guard. Seeing the mysteries crazily surging towards him, his mind had already fallen into the space while he was comprehending. Now, Xinhua continent was full of vitality, and all kinds of things in the world were revealed. Xiaohua didn't dare to cause a change in Xinhua continent, and his figure directly fell into the Heavenly Tao starry sky. Unlike before, when Jade Archive Xiaohua stepped into the void with tide-like fluctuations, a seemingly vast and boundless will was born in his mind. Jade Archive Xiaohua frowned, then nodded. His figure flashed, and his mind returned to his physical body. However, at this time, his mind was filled with bright starlight, and a majestic power of the Heavenly Tao protected his mind tightly. Heavenly Tao Xiaohua, who had never left the space, actually stepped into the chaotic continent for the first time. As soon as Heavenly Tao Xiaohua appeared, Xiaohua's physical body immediately disappeared from mid-air. When he reappeared, he was already high up in the sky. However, in the entire sky, the starry sky formed by the formless nascent soul had already stopped expanding and rising rapidly. Now, it was slowly expanding and slowly merging into the starry sky. Inexplicable fluctuations between heaven and earth appeared chaotically, and chaotically fell into the spirit body. As the spirit body absorbed these fluctuations, the mysteries fell into Xiaohua's physical body. Xiaohua's body gradually turned into a star. As his nascent soul rose, the star also grew bigger and bigger. An indescribable aura was emitted from the star and spread towards the starry sky, towards the great desolate continent. At this time seemed to have no meaning. In front of the mysteries of the Heavenly Tao, everything was nothingness. Xiaohua seemed to have stepped onto the path to the heavens. As long as he fell into the starry sky, he would be able to obtain the purple gas, and all of his cultivation would come to an end. However, at this time in the starry sky, a star that was 1,000,000 times brighter than Xiaohua's star appeared in an extremely strange manner. As soon as this star appeared, it immediately caused a change. All of the fluctuations came to an abrupt stop, and all of the mysteries stopped attacking. This was because the brilliance of the star condensed into a ball of light in the starry sky. This ball of light didn't have a specific shape. It looked like a cauldron, like a winding dragon city wall, like a majestic academy, and in the end like a scroll that covered the heavens and earth. Under the brilliance of the star, endless clouds appeared. These clouds were 9 colors and they supported the scroll. Strands of auspicious aura rushed out from the clouds and fell into the formless nascent soul's body. Chapter 42:14. This auspicious chi was so familiar, carrying the gentleness of human nature. The nascent soul spirit body that was about to lose consciousness instantly stopped expanding. At the same time, the star below the nascent soul spirit body also withdrew its auspicious light, revealing Xiaohua's physical body. The physical body opened its eyes, its emotionless gaze swept over the star and scroll above its head, then it spat out two words very cryptically, "What a pity." Then Xiaohua's physical body closed its eyes again, and the aura that looked down on all living things disappeared along with the closing of its eyes. In just a short moment, Xiaohua's physical body opened its eyes again, its silver-white eyes flashing with starlight. After the starlight, two balls of flames burned fiercely, and within the flames human emotions appeared again. Phew! Xiaohua's mind returned to its original position, and he first let out a long breath, then shouted, "Lucky!" When the word lucky came out, Xiaohua's heart moved. It seemed that many years ago he already had this kind of experience. If he had any worries, he would have already reached the end of his cultivation. However, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. His gaze fell on the star and his eyebrows wrinkled. He muttered to himself, "Huh? This seems to be the Literati star? Why would it appear here?" The Literati star stopped in the starry sky, covering the brilliance of all the stars. Xiaohua was puzzled and he lowered his head to look below him. Thousands of auspicious signs were born in the sky, and it was very colorful. Strange, could it be that fellow Confucian cultivator had some kind of breakthrough? Xiaohua couldn't contact Confucian cultivator Xiaohua at this time, so he could only guess like this. Then Xiaohua closed his eyes for a moment, and his face revealed an indescribable loneliness. He sighed again, "Heaven glimpse. This purple qi actually contains the truth of this world, and even heavenly Tao." Xiaohua has to come out of the space to comprehend it. Just by this moment of comprehension. Oh, wrong, just by these 10 years of comprehension I stepped into the unimaginable realm of heaven glimpse. Damn it, if I can comprehend the profound meaning of this purple qi, wouldn't I be able to reflect the heavens or even merge the heavens? Heaven glimpse, is to comprehend the heavenly Tao. And heaven glimpse, this is to peer into the heavenly Tao. I, Xiaohua, have the qualifications to peer into the heavenly Tao as a cultivator. It's really hard to imagine. Then in the future, heaven reflection, heaven fusion. Just how mysterious would that be? However, when that time comes, will this Xiao still be able to remain so calm and sigh with emotion? Feeling his heart becoming harder and harder, Xiaohua sighed slightly. He raised his head to look at the invisible nascent soul and muttered to himself, "It's only been a dozen years, but this Xiao's 8th tribulation nascent soul has taken a huge step forward. It's comparable to ordinary thousands of years of bitter cultivation." The Tao sect realm of this physical body had actually reached the peak of the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It was close to transcending the tribulation. If this Literati star did not appear, this Xiao would have directly flown to the celestial world, right? Transcending the tribulation? How was this Xiao's tribulation? Although this Xiao's physical body is close to transcending tribulation, which is the so-called end of the late Mahayana realm, the beginning of the tribulation. In other words, it was the end of the tribulation transcendence stage and the beginning of the Mahayana stage. Damn it, even my human race's Tao sex cultivation method has so many entanglements. Even this Xiao is dizzy, let alone this Xiao's scarlet nascent soul technique. Now, it should be the 9th tribulation. This tribulation is also the last tribulation in the cultivation world. Although only 1 in 10,000 can successfully transcend the tribulation, if one successfully transcends it, then it will be a real scarlet nascent soul. The nascent soul body will grow flesh and set foot in the celestial world. The celestial world, the celestial world, what is it like? Xiaohua's heart was filled with mixed feelings. The invisible nascent soul under the Literati star slowly withdrew its incomparably huge starry sky spirit body. After a dozen days, it returned to the size of 9 feet and fell into Xiaohua's lower dantian. Now the invisible nascent soul's body was covered in light purple stripes. These stripes were somewhat faint, but there was a purple glow inside, illuminating the entire lower dantian. Under this purple glow, the other 100 or so nascent souls in the lower dantian were surrounded by tens of thousands of whirlpools. All of the nascent souls sat cross-legged, surrounding the invisible nascent soul in the middle, absorbing the faint mysteries of this glow with all their strength. Although these nascent souls did not dare to rashly merge with the purple aura, this faint glow was an opportunity that absolutely could not be encountered in the cultivation world. These nascent souls cultivated with this as the foundation. If they were able to set foot in the celestial world in the future, they would not be comparable to ordinary celestials. Xiaohua withdrew the invisible nascent soul. After waiting for half a day, he saw that the Literati star was still nailed in midair. In the entire starry sky, even the sun star was not as bright as it. Under the sky, endless auspicious signs came one after another, showing no signs of stopping. Xiao Hua's heart suddenly had some realization. He urged his body to land on the auspicious signs. When the seemingly solid restriction touched Xiao Hua, it immediately produced a layer of auspicious clouds, wrapping Xiao Hua up. A kind of serene and festive feeling emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth curled up, and his body landed on the auspicious signs. As Xiao Hua's figure entered, countless strange phenomena appeared within the auspicious signs. Perhaps it was the human race's cultivators standing there proudly, or perhaps it was the human race's warriors standing alone in the wind with golden helmets and silver armors. The historical records that had never been recorded in the ink of the brush, and the memories that had never been left in the hearts of the people, were all revealed here. This is. When he was about to reach the end of the auspicious signs, the figures of the saints recorded in the ancient records appeared one by one. Xiao Hua almost cried out in surprise, Confucius? Mencius? Sunzi? These saints of the human race all stood there with smiles on their faces, as if they were looking at their own nephews. The saints all held sacred brushes in their hands, and the brushes were covered in crystal-clear ink. The saints' literary song. Suddenly, a very unfamiliar word appeared in his mind, and the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua's voice faintly sounded, "That's right. Fellow immortal, this is the legendary saints' literary song of our scholarly cultivators." At this moment Xiao Hua's body landed on the auspicious signs. The entire sky was covered by endless auspicious clouds and multicolored light. The auspicious clouds and multicolored light were filled with saints, and behind these saints were auspicious dragons and phoenixes, abundant grains, picturesque territories and other strange phenomena, and all of these strange phenomena were clustered around the head of one person. The gazes of all living beings also fell on one person. This person was the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, fellow immortal. After passing the saints' literary song, you can set foot on the literary song." "That's right." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the auspicious signs that filled the sky and said somewhat emotionally, "This little one has cultivated the scholarly cultivation for tens of thousands of years. Although I encountered many dangers and obstacles from the scholarly cultivator to the literary saint, I always had a plan in my heart. After reaching the literary saint level, this little one's heart was anxious, because this little one never understood how to set foot on the literary song. After this little one enlightened all living beings, this little one suddenly understood in his heart. The so-called literary song is not something that can be obtained through cultivation. There must be the merit of enlightenment. This merit of enlightenment must be approved by the saints, and only then can the literary song be obtained. This kind of saint's approval cannot be written down in ink, and even more so, it cannot be passed down orally. If it is not a coincidence that truly becomes the power of enlightenment, there will definitely be no opportunity to set foot on the literary song." At this point, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua looked at the ground again and said somewhat emotionally, "I'm ashamed. Speaking of the merit of enlightenment, the most important is Buddha Bodhi, but I don't know why. Until now, the Buddhist phenomenon has not appeared." No need to care about him. Xiao Hua's heart slightly ached. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own fate. Immortal friend, first take this half step and then we'll talk." "Yes." The scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua bowed and said, "I'll have to trouble immortal friend for everything. No need to thank me." Xiao Hua cheerfully nodded his head and took half a step forward. He raised his hand and patted his head. The five-colored true qi gushed out and covered the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua. When the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua entered Xiao Hua's body, boom! The entire world rumbled. The auspicious signs in the sky shook and turned into words. The words condensed into lines of poetry. The lines of poetry condensed into articles. The articles condensed into scrolls. An ancient and mysterious voice came out from the scrolls. The literati star above the sage's head suddenly lit up, and an identical illusory body of the literati star fell down from the literati star and smashed into the scrolls. Countless data fell into the illusory body of the literati star, and the illusory body of the literati star gradually solidified. In just a moment, the literati star that was emitting a resplendent brilliance actually appeared above Xiao Hua's head. Heaven, earth, king, family, teacher. Different accents, different languages, each voice louder than thunder came out from the sages' mouths. Every time they shouted a word, the sages' holy brushes pointed at the void. Drops of star-like ink fell on the literate star. The literate star fell 1 foot above Xiao Hua's head. After the 5 words were said, the literate star fell on top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua activated the 5 Qis unification. The 5-colored true Qi rushed out of his head and turned into a cloud that supported the literate star. At the same time the 5-colored true Qi rushed out, the 9 continents cauldrons were also unwilling to be left behind. They flew out from the middle dantian and immediately surrounded the literate star. It was as if the stars were revolving around the moon. Whoosh! The literate star produced a 9-colored radiance and fell on top of the 9 cauldrons. Rumble! The 9 cauldrons violently vibrated and flew below the literate star. They turned into a huge 9 continents cauldron in the 9-colored clouds. Whoa! The 9 continents cauldrons emitted a glaring halo and supported the literate star to fall on top of Xiaohua's head. After it fell into the middle dantian, the 5 elements true Qi in the middle dantian rushed into the literate star and condensed into a 5-colored seed body. The 5-colored seed body with the face of Xiaohua was precisely the image of an inner sage and an outer monarch. After the seed body gently raised its hand and patted the 9 continents cauldron below it, the cauldron emitted a crisp clang sound and shook Xiaohua's 5 viscera and 6 bowels. In the midst of the shaking, the literate star disappeared without a trace. The 5-colored seed body also disappeared without a trace. Even the auspicious signs that filled the sky and the smiling sages also disappeared without a trace. Only the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua had his eyes tightly closed. The 5 elements true Qi around his body slowly flowed like the literate star, as if he was in seclusion. Chapter 42:15. Xiaohua understood something in his heart. He knew that his 5 Qis unifications were already close to perfection. He raised his head to look. That literary star that had suppressed all the stars to the point of dimming flashed with a brilliant light, turned into a shooting star and rushed into the void, also disappearing. It was like a banquet that had come to an end. The sky was clear and the earth was empty. The terrifying auras above the desolate continent began to sweep towards them. Let's go. Xiaohua chuckled. His figure had already turned into a gust of wind, leaving behind a dreamy silhouette in the night sky. After flying for several days, Xiaohua saw a towering mountain in front of him. He descended and waved his hand, taking out the ink jade qilin from his space. The black jade qilin landed on the mountain rock. The raging fire beneath his feet melted the rock into liquid. Then he raised his eyes and looked around. A cloud appeared beneath his feet and flew into the air. Then he transmitted his voice, "Jinren, please? He." Xiaohua did not mount the ink jade qilin. Instead he waved his hand and said, "No need. This Xiao knows that was just a temporary measure. You want this Xiao to let the other desolate beasts go. This Xiao has already left the imperial palace, you can go by yourself." The ink jade qilin was stunned for a moment, then a trace of pleasant surprise appeared in its eyes. But it only lasted for a moment before it shook its head and said, "No. Since I've already promised, I must do it. Even if I'm your mount for a day, it's my promise." "All right." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then you can be this Xiao's mount for a day." With that said, Xiaohua landed on the ink jade qilin's back and sat cross-legged. "Master, where should we go now?" the ink jade qilin asked. Xiaohua smiled wryly. How could he know where the Fortune Gate's disciples were? Moreover, Xiaohua was currently in seclusion, he couldn't disturb him for no reason. "Go find the heaven-devouring beast." Xiaohua casually sent a voice transmission. "Heaven-devouring beast? Oh, I understand." The ink jade qilin was dazed for a moment, then immediately understood. There was no need to determine the direction. A cloud appeared under its feet and it flew towards a certain direction. After flying for a while, the ink jade qilin thought of something. It opened its mouth and a long crystal flew out. Xiaohua knew that it was obtained in the imperial palace. He waved his hand and caught the crystal. As soon as the crystal landed, a strange voice immediately rang out in Xiaohua's mind. 100 years heaven connecting peak, divine artifact arrives. Oh. Xiaohua was taken aback. His gaze landed on the crystal, but he saw that the crystal was sparkling and translucent. Inside the crystal there was a sparkling light, but that was it, there was nothing else. Xiaohua used his divine perception to scan it again. This crystal was still ordinary and he couldn't see anything strange about it. Xiaohua asked the ink jade qilin via sound transmission, "Tongtian Peak. Where is it?" "I don't know." Black jade qilin answered without hesitation, "None of the mountains on untainted land have names." "That's strange, what does the gatha inside the crystal mean?" Xiaohua frowned and transmitted his voice. The black jade qilin shook its head and wagged its tail. "It's very simple. 100 years later, a divine artifact will appear on the heavenly connecting peak. Nonsense. Xiao Hua laughed and scolded, I naturally know this sentence, but the key is that no one knows where Tongtian Peak is, so how can we find the divine artifact? I don't know about this. The Black Jade Qilin replied, there's still some time before the 100-year deadline. Maybe we can go out and look for it. Take this crystal stone. Xiao Hua threw the crystal in front of the Black Jade Qilin's head and said with a smile, maybe this divine artifact is yours. Taoist, you can go by yourself. The Black Jade Qilin didn't catch it, but shook its head and said, I also obtained this crystal before and it also mentioned Tongtian Peak. Previously, I was too frivolous, thinking that the entire untainted land was our world. But in the last 10 years I calmed down and carefully thought about it. Only then did I realize that I was too shallow. Those powerful beasts didn't bother to lower themselves to our level. We only bullied some weak beasts. Not to mention the entire untainted land, we were nothing even in this area of 1,000,000 miles. We were able to enter the imperial court a few times and obtain some weapons, but those were all things that other beasts looked down on. And this time, for that inexplicable thing, we almost all lost our lives. This so-called Heaven Link Peak is probably an extremely dangerous place. How can we possibly survive if we go there with our strength? When I obtained the crystal before, I even discussed with the Black Sky White Tiger how to find it. Now, I'm determined not to go. Hearing the Black Jade Qilin's words, Xiao Hua really had a feeling of, a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. But thinking about it, the Black Jade Qilin followed the other 4 little beasts of the untainted land all day long and acted domineeringly on the untainted land. Who would teach them? I unintentionally imprisoned him for 10 years, precisely giving him the opportunity to meditate and let him see himself clearly. This harvest is more important than obtaining some weapon. Good. Xiao Hua slightly pondered, clapped his hands and said with a smile, if you have this idea, your future is immeasurable. Alas. The Black Jade Qilin heard and couldn't help but sigh. It shook its head and said, I really don't dare to think about the so-called future. To tell you the truth, I did bully that sky-devouring beast some time ago, but I only wanted to snatch a weapon from him and obtain the cultivation method from the weapon. However, my luck wasn't good, and the others weren't good either. We obtained some weapons but we never obtained the cultivation method from them like in the legends. At this point, the Black Jade Qilin said self-deprecatingly, if you didn't mention sky-devouring beast, I would have long forgotten about him. On the untainted land, there's only the strong preying on the weak. There's no such thing as bullying. Xiao Hua's heart moved as if he thought of something, but he held his chin with his hand and was somewhat hesitant. He didn't speak. It wasn't just a day since he arrived at Sky-Devouring Beast's lair, but unfortunately Sky-Devouring Beast wasn't there. Xiao Hua released his divine perception and scanned several tens of thousands of li, but he didn't find any trace of Sky-Devouring Beast. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, knowing that his fate with Sky-Devouring Beast should be over. He floated down from the Black Jade Qilin's back and patted its head. Although the Black Jade Qilin slightly tilted its body to dodge, Xiao Hua's hand still fell. After patting it a few times, Xiao Hua said, your so-called cultivation method, this old man has it. And it's absolutely suitable for you to cultivate. Really? The Black Jade Qilin was wild with joy and transmitted, can you give it to me, Taoist? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. This old man is a human. My human race has a saying, cultivation methods can't be imparted lightly. Moreover, this old man doesn't understand you, so how can I give such an important thing to you? Then? The Black Jade Qilin was somewhat anxious. Then, how about I follow you and be your mount? This old man is different from you. I won't stay in the untainted land for long. Xiao Hua evaded. And you belong to this land. I can leave with you. The Black Jade Qilin answered without hesitation. You don't understand. Xiao Hua still shook his head. The place I want to go is beyond your imagination. There aren't any untainted land beasts there, and there isn't such a vast and boundless untainted land. Moreover, that place is full of humans like me, so many that you don't dare to believe it. They might not kill you, but they might use you to kill others. Especially, that place doesn't have such good cultivation conditions as the untainted land. Then why don't you impart the cultivation method to me? The Black Jade Qilin didn't understand and asked. This way I can cultivate here. Teaching you the method to kill the heaven-swallowing beast is the same as me killing the heaven-swallowing beast. Xiao Hua could only explain like this. So I can't easily pass this method to you. How can it be the same? Understand that I killed it. If I don't teach you, you naturally can't kill it. But because I taught you, The heaven-swallowing beast was killed by you. This is the karma I'm talking about. I don't understand. If you don't want to teach, then forget it. Xiaohua smiled bitterly and said, if I don't want to teach, I'm afraid I won't even tell you. I just want to let you know that in this untainted land, you may be free and unfettered, but you will never be able to stand at the peak of all living things. If you leave with me, perhaps it will be far more difficult than you think. But when you have the chance to return here, you will discover that the previous peak is merely a mud ball under your feet. However, this difficulty will make you lose your life, will make you regret, and will consign you to eternal damnation. I'll go. The inked jade Qilin's blood boiled after hearing Xiaohua's words, and it shouted without any hesitation. Xiaohua smiled faintly, and an unfathomable expression appeared on his face. He transmitted again, don't be anxious, slowly think about it. This old man probably won't be able to leave for several decades. During this period of time, follow this old man. It won't be too late for you to make a decision after this old man leaves. All right. The inked jade Qilin nodded vigorously and asked, now where are we going? That direction, to the stone giant's nest. Xiaohua seemed to be in high spirits as he raised his hand and pointed in a direction. That's right, abducting a inked jade Qilin back to the hidden immortal land as a mount, sitting on the back of a demonic beast race great sage, his grandmother, who would dare to challenge Daoist Xiao. Xiaohua's direction might be wrong, but under the inked jade Qilin's guidance, Xiaohua easily found the Fortune Gate's disciples. Xiaohua met the Fortune Gate's disciples and asked about the stone giant's location. He rode on the inked jade Qilin and returned to the hidden immortal land. In less than 10 days, Lu Yi came over with Jianghu. Seeing that Xiaohua was safe and sound, the two of them were very happy and came to greet him. Xiaohua helped the two of them up and asked about the Fortune Gate situation before nodding slightly. In the 10 years that Xiaohua disappeared, the Fortune Gate's disciples also taught the desolate continent. The stone giants, water fish people, golden armored people, wood giants and earth giants, as well as the wind beasts, armored beasts, void silver monkeys, and other low-level desolate beasts learned how to read and write under the teachings of the Fortune Gate's disciples. They also learned the basic cultivation method. They no longer needed to look for spirit stones to fill their stomachs. Instead, they could directly absorb the heaven and earth origin energy to survive. They also didn't need to gesticulate but could communicate with words. Some of the desolate beasts could even write records. Chapter 42:16. In the beginning, the Fortune Gate's disciples were taught by laying them flat, but later they felt that this method was too slow, so under Wang Bianfei's suggestion, they decided to teach them by scattering seeds. This was to divide the Fortune Gate disciples into many groups and scatter them all over the desolate mainland like fire seeds. Then they would educate the surrounding desolate land's variant races. When these variant races learned how to read and write, and how to cultivate, the Fortune Gate disciples would lead these variant races to other places to educate them. This method of teaching that a single spark could start a prairie fire spread across the entire desolate mainland like a star storm. It was precisely because of this that Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was able to accumulate enough merit points to teach the All Saints Point Out literature in 10 years. Hearing Lu Yi and Jianghu's words, Xiaohua nodded and praised. The ancients have said, many people gather firewood to make the fire taller. If Master did this alone, I don't know how long it would take. It is really this old man's fortune to have disciples like you. Isn't this all thanks to Master's teachings? Lu Yi laughed. If Master didn't establish the Fortune Gate, how could us disciples be where we are today? Master. Jianghu, who had been wanting to ask, finally found an opportunity to ask, where is disciple's master? Disciple master is fine. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice came from Xiaohua's body. Wait for master to cultivate for a few more years, then I will be completely healed. Yes, disciple understands. Hearing Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice, Jianghu was completely relieved. She looked at the black jade Qilin under Xiaohua and smiled. This is master's new mount, right? Not yet. Xiaohua laughed. This thing is too powerful, it can even injure your master. Master is still considering whether to keep it or not. Hearing that the black jade Qilin could injure Dragon Vein Xiaohua, Jianghu's beautiful face paled, and vigilance rose in her eyes. Xiaohua did not mention this matter, instead he waved his hand and took out the copper coin. This coin, along with the golden toad's blood, flesh and stripes, Xiaohua had kept this coin in his space, but who would have thought that several years ago, when Xiaohua was comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, Phoenix Physique Xiaohua took this coin out of his space. Although Phoenix Physique Xiaohua was not good at refining magic tools, This coin was repaired by the laws of heaven and earth after it left the space. It merged with the golden toad stripes. Xiao Hua passed the copper coin to Lu Yi and said, "Disciple, this is a magic artifact that I obtained in the ruins, right? Its original power was extremely great and it wasn't something you could control. Earlier, in order to kill the demon emperor, it had self-detonated, causing its grade to drop significantly. Now that I've refined it, I should be able to use it. Since you don't have a suitable artifact yet, I'll bestow this to you." When Lu Yi heard that this item could kill the demon emperor, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. He reached out to receive it and bowed, "Disciple, thanks master. May I know the name of this item?" "This." Xiao Hua pondered for a moment before he said, "This thing can cause a myriad of treasures to fall, so let's call it the copper coin of treasure fall." Disciple understands. Lu Yi held the copper coin in his hand, but his tone was filled with joy. Xiao Hua withdrew another jade slip and placed it on his forehead for a short moment before he passed it to Lu Yi and said, "This is the method to refine and control the copper coin of treasure fall. Comprehend it yourself." "Yes." Lu Yi respectfully received the jade slip and carefully hid it. "Master, disciple still doesn't have a suitable artifact." Seeing that her husband had obtained an ancient artifact, Jianghu couldn't stop smiling. However, she still acted coquettishly and said, "The demonic spear that you bestowed to senior brother Yunya is really too powerful. Disciple is very envious." Xiao Hua glared at Jianghu and said, "How can I have a dragon artifact here? Even your master doesn't have one. Wait for a chance in the future." "Alright. You must remember it in the future." Jianghu giggled and said, "You must pay attention to it for disciple." "Oh, that's right, master." Lu Yi naturally thought that Jianghu was being petty. At this moment he interrupted her and took out a few spatial rings from his bosom and handed them to Xiao Hua. "These are the things that disciple obtained from this continent in the past 10 years. Xiao Hua took the spatial ring and saw that there were many things inside. Some were ordinary giant trees, some were rare spirit grasses, some were strange materials and so on and so forth. Xiao Hua casually glanced at the spatial rings and said, "Not bad. The things here can't be found in the hidden immortal continent. No one knows what they will be used for in the future. All of you can do whatever you want to him." "Yi, disciple will do just that." Lu Yi covered his mouth and laughed. As Lu Yi and Jianghu chatted with Xiao Hua, they brought Xiao Hua towards the lava where the stone giant was. The ink jade qilin beneath Xiao Hua asked via sound transmission, "Taoist, these two, are they also humans? Why did you give them that weapon?" "This is my disciple." Xiao Hua explained, "That is a magic artifact used by my human race. I taught it to him so that he can protect himself." Can I be your disciple?" The ink jade qilin asked somewhat pleadingly. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "I don't want to accept any more disciples now. However, even if you are my mount, I will still teach you cultivation methods and bestow you a magic artifact. You don't have to worry about this." "That's good. That's good." The ink jade qilin heaved a sigh of relief, and the envy in its voice faded a little. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua's divine sense swept through many places. Just as Lu Yi said, although there were no Fortune Gate disciples in these places, he saw some low-level strange beasts interacting like humans. There were also some strange beasts absorbing origin energy to cultivate. It was completely different from 10 years ago. It was clear that the arrival of the Fortune Gate had indeed changed the desolate continent. Seeing that Lu Yi's words were true, Xiao Hua was even happier and praised him. Just as Xiao Hua rewarded Lu Yi and Jianghu with some cultivation methods and secret techniques, his brows raised. The green-robed Xiao Hua's voice sounded in his ears, "Fellow Taoist, why are you only back now? I's transmission array has already been completed." "Good." Xiao Hua's heart dropped. He looked around and said to Lu Yi and Jianghu with a smile, "You two bring the ink jade qilin to the stone giant's lair first. Master still has some matters to attend to, so I will be back soon." "Yes, master." Lu Yi and Jianghu bowed to send Xiao Hua off. Xiao Hua gave some instructions to the ink jade qilin before disappearing in a flash. "Fellow Taoist." After Xiao Hua's figure left, Lu Yi and Jianghu looked at each other. Lu Yi smiled and said to the black jade qilin, "Are you willing to let this poor Taoist teach you how to speak words?" Xiao Hua teleported to a mountain peak, which was precisely the place where he had crashed into the mysterious desolate continent. On the side of the mountain ridge there was still a small hole there. However, before Xiao Hua could stabilize himself, caw-caw, a few bird cries came from the inside of the cave. A goshawk-like bird of prey flew out from the cave. This bird of prey looked at Xiao Hua with extreme vigilance. It was not in a hurry to spread its wings and fly high. Instead, it surrounded the cave and sat cross-legged, as if it was preventing Xiao Hua from snatching its territory. If it were not for the terrifying aura on Xiao Hua's body, this bird of prey would have already attacked him from the sky. "You beast!" Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glared at the bird and scolded, "This hole was created by this old man, you still dare to leave? Namo Maitreya Buddha." As soon as Xiao Hua's voice fell, Buddha Bodhi's figure quietly appeared beside Xiao Hua. He put his palms together and said, "This poor monk greets you." Xiao Hua turned his head to look at Buddha Bodhi. There was no change compared to 10 years ago, but Xiao Hua was clear in his heart that the number one teaching merit on the desolate continent should be Buddha Bodhi's. Moreover, Buddha Bodhi must have obtained a lot of merit with the help of Namo Maitreya Buddha's Buddha light. Since the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua could obtain the all-living beings point song, Buddha Bodhi must have obtained even more. It was just that the cultivation of Buddhism was different from that of Confucian cultivators, so the Buddhist vision did not appear on the desolate continent for the time being. However, thinking that the more merit Buddha Bodhi obtained, the closer Namo Maitreya Buddha's Buddha fruit would be to Buddha Bodhi, and the less the pitiful Jianghu would obtain, Xiao Hua's heart ached for no reason. "Greetings, great master." Xiao Hua put away his distracting thoughts and bowed in return. Caw. Seeing two enemies suddenly appear in front of him, that bird of prey no longer dared to hesitate. With a low cry, it spread its wings and flew away. However, after flying 100 feet away, it still turned its head to look at Xiao Hua and Bodhiyu. As long as a bird has its own nest, it must do its best to protect it, lest it be taken away by others. How can ordinary people not have such thoughts? Buddha Bodhi did not know whether he understood Xiao Hua's thoughts or felt the pain in Xiao Hua's heart. Looking at the bird of prey in the distance, he said in a faint tone, "This Namo Maitreya Buddha fruit is the Buddha fruit that Lure cultivated for who knows how many lifetimes. If this poor monk snatched it away for no reason, how could he be willing? Therefore, Sandalwood, you don't have to worry too much. This poor monk has already thought it through. When this Buddha fruit returns to the hidden immortal continent, I will definitely return it to Lure. Then I will go to the blood sea on the inside of the space and transform into a devil." Buddha Bodhi's words had actually been said long ago. Mentioning it again at this time, Xiao Hua also had mixed feelings. He nodded and said, "No need to mention this matter again. Let's talk about it after we return to the hidden immortal continent." Yes, this poor monk knows that green-robed Sandalwood has already built the teleportation formation. However, Soul Cultivator Sandalwood has not been able to obtain the mark marked by the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense. Buddha Bodhi replied, "And according to green-robed Sandalwood, this matter may be very difficult. Passing through the barrier between the two worlds is naturally extremely difficult." Xiao Hua nodded. "This matter has already been discussed with fellow Taoists in the ruins earlier. Previously, I thought that the divine sense mark here was the Great Snow Mountain. I didn't expect it to be this mysterious Great Desolation continent. Although I still don't know why, but..." At this point, Xiao Hua took a deep breath, looked up at the starry sky and said, "As long as there is a trace of hope, we must use all of our strength to do it. Otherwise, when the opportunity comes and we're not ready, it'll be too late for regrets." Chapter 42:17. Yes, this place is not bad, but it is not your home. Buddha Bodhi sighed softly, "The people and things you are familiar with are all on a distant continent." Oh. Buddha Bodhi's words immediately touched Xiao Hua's heart. He raised his head to look around the wilderness and sighed, "What is home? Is homeland? Family? Or is it a childhood memory?" What fellow Taoist said is right. While they were talking, the green-robed Xiao Hua also arrived with a solemn expression. There might be fellow Taoist's spiritual sense mark here, it might be related to fellow Taoist's home. However, there are no humans on this continent. Even if it is fellow Taoist's home, it is a matter of billions of years later. The current desolate continent has nothing to do with you. Yes. The same people, the same place, but the time is different. This place and the people are different. Xiao Hua sighed, "Perhaps this is the place where I am closest to my dream, but with the law of time, I am the furthest away from my dream." Knowing where your dream is, doesn't that mean you have a direction to pursue your dream? Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua also stepped out of the void and said, "Even if we work hard, there will be a day when we can break through the chains of the law of time and capture our dreams." Xiao Hua smiled and saluted, "Many thanks, fellow Taoists. With so many fellow Taoists on the road of life, this road is no longer lonely." You're welcome, you're welcome." The green-robed Xiaohua waved his hand. Everything can wait until we return to the Great Snow Mountain. All right. Xiaohua nodded, then asked Buddha Bodhi, where is fellow Taoist Tempered Bones? The Fortune Gate's disciples encountered some problems while educating. They seemed to have encountered a very powerful desolate beast. Yuanya and the other disciples couldn't handle it, so Tempered Bones Sandalwood rushed over to help. The transmission array has been built. With the Great Snow Mountain spiritual sense mark, we can use it at any time. Can the Fortune Gate's disciples return to Xinhua continent now? Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice. The Fortune Gate's disciples could naturally return to the Xinhua continent at any time, but Xiaohua was worried that the desolate continent's teachings would be abandoned halfway. However, Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Oh right, this Taoist asked the Fortune Gate's disciples to look for a suitable place for the human race to thrive. Is there any news?" Before Buddha Bodhi could speak, the green-robed Xiaohua asked, "Fellow Taoist is looking for a suitable place for the incense cult's disciples?" "That's right." Xiaohua explains, "The disciples of the Fragrant Order came from the ruins. Their techniques are different from those of the hidden immortal continent. They might not be suitable to follow us to the hidden immortal continent." "It's not that it's not necessarily. It's definitely not suitable." The green-robed Xiaohua resolutely and decisively said, "When we arrive at the hidden immortal continent, how can the incense cult's orthodoxy be preserved? If they weren't killed by the Confucian cultivators, then they would die because they couldn't adapt to the environment of the hidden immortal continent. The desolate continent, the Shao? Cloud desolate heaven and earth Shao? The world heavenly world? The best part is that there are no sects fighting with the incense cult here. Unfortunately, the desolate continent is very different from the ruins." Buddha Bodhi shook his head and said, "There are desolate beasts everywhere. How can there be a place for the human race? If the incense cult's 30,000 disciples were placed here, they would become the desolate beasts' food in a few days. We can help them build a defensive formation." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua interjected. "Help for now but not forever." Xiaohua ancestor Xiaohua disagreed. "How can a defensive formation help the incense cult defend against the endless desolate beasts?" "Not necessarily." Soul Cultivator Xiaohua retorted. "If the defensive formation is strong enough, and the incense cult's disciples can cultivate into a few high-level cultivators before the formation collapses, they may be able to establish a foundation on the desolate continent." "Not likely." Buddha Bodhi said, "This monk has been enlightening the desolate continent for more than a decade, so I have some understanding of the desolate continent. If the Fortune Gate's disciples are not strong enough and do not have the advantage of numbers, it will be very difficult for them to take even half a step on the desolate continent." Xiaohua's original intention was to ask Buddha Bodhi, and now that he heard Buddha Bodhi's words, he somewhat understood. However, he still asked, "So, in these years the Fortune Gate's disciples have not found a suitable place for the human race to reproduce?" "Yes." Buddha Bodhi nodded, then said, "As for the Fortune Gate's disciples, they have spread the fire seeds of enlightenment everywhere the human race can reach. With these fire seeds, the prelude to enlightenment has already begun. Since the prelude has already begun, the person who started the prelude is naturally no longer needed." Xiaohua had already asked Xiaohua about the situation of the Fortune Gate's disciples, and from Xiaohua's words, he understood the significance of the Fortune Gate's disciples spreading the fire seeds. Hearing Buddha Bodhi's words, he immediately ordered, "In that case, Grandmaster, please pass down the Fortune Gate's order for all Fortune Gate's disciples to return. Prepare to return to the Xinhua mainland." "Yes, this monk understands." Buddha Bodhi did not dare to delay. After listening to Xiaohua's order, he stepped on a Buddha cloud and left. Xiaohua then turned to the green-robed Xiaohua and said, "Let's go, fellow Taoist, let us see how good the transmission array you built is." "Ah, fellow Taoist, please." The green-robed Xiaohua was as proud as when he was in the ruins. He led Xiaohua to the foot of the mountain, but when he saw the capital star formation at the foot of the mountain, Xiaohua chuckled. He pointed at the formation and asked, "If our grand formation can't protect the lives of the incense-spreading cult's disciples, how can this grand formation protect the transmission array?" "The grand formation is secondary, the main thing is that fellow Taoist is here." The green-robed Xiaohua was very sophisticated, and he flattered Xiaohua, leaving Xiaohua speechless. When they entered the grand formation, they saw a transmission array standing in midair. It was much smaller than the grand formation they built in the ruins. Moreover, there were 9 grooves on the grand formation, which seemed to be used to place spirit stones in ordinary transmission arrays. Seeing this kind of transmission array, Xiaohua was really surprised. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, what we said before. I thought it was a joke. To be transmitted from the great desolate continent to the great snow mountain, we have to pass through realms. This realm is even more solid than the moon god realm and Taibai star realm, that could be the barrier between the higher realm and the lower realm. Fellow Taoist, can this kind of transmission array work?" The green-robed Xiaohua replied with confidence, "The ancients said that the meat in the bun is not in the folds. Fellow Taoist, don't think that I's transmission array is small, it is more powerful than the previous ones." Soon after, the green-robed Xiaohua explained the advantages of this transmission array, and finally pointed to the 9 grooves and said, "When the transmission array is activated, it can reduce the interference of the barrier between the 2 realms and establish communication with the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark. When the location of the transmission array is confirmed, fellow Taoist and fellow Taoist soul cultivator can use the south opposite north technique to stabilize the transmission array." Moreover, soul cultivator Xiaohua continued the green-robed Xiaohua's words and explained, "The barrier between the 2 realms sounds very difficult to break through, and ordinary cultivators can only pass through it when they are ascending. If it is from the higher realm to the lower realm, it should be called a reverse passage. It is even more difficult than passing through. However, fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten, if we can feel the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark, what does that mean? It means that the reverse passage between the 2 realms has been opened, and we only need to control the transmission array well, and can accurately find the location marked by the divine sense mark." "Good." Xiaohua clapped and said, "I understand what you 2 fellow Taoists are saying. Thank you for your hard work, fellow Taoists. Now everything is ready except for the east wind. This east wind is really hard to blow." Green-robed Xiaohua spoiled the mood. "Who knows when the reverse passage will open? We will wait here and cultivate." Scholarly cultivator Xiaohua didn't care and said with a smile, "It's better if we can wait, but if we can't, then we might as well cultivate until the end." Xiaohua's heart was moved and he nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist soul cultivator is right, we all have our own cultivation techniques. If it really can't be done, then we will settle down here." Xiaohua had just finished speaking when Buddha Bodhi entered the array and said with his palms pressed together, "Sandalwood, the order has been passed down, the Fortune Gate disciples will return in a few days. We will wait here." Xiaohua looked around and said with a smile, "As long as we leave a divine sense mark, we can use the south opposite north technique to rush back at any time, so why wait here? Why don't we take advantage of this time to travel around the desolate continent?" "That's right, it should be like this." Green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. "I haven't gone out since I arrived here. Of course we can leave a divine sense mark, but a divine sense mark is also a kind of hidden danger. I have many soul cultivator secret techniques that can be used with divine sense marks." Soul cultivator Xiaohua suggested, "Why don't we let I leave a temporary mark that can be used? When we return, the mark will disappear." Naturally, Xiaohua agreed. After Xiaohua cast his spell, the group arrived at the bottom of the lava where the stone giant resided. Seeing that Xiaohua had returned, the little stone giant who had been saved by Xiaohua became somewhat timid. However, he still bravely stepped forward, bowed and saluted. "This little one thanks Taoist for saving my life, and also thanks Taoist for everything you've done for my tribe." Looking at the stone giant that was much bigger than him, Xiaohua thought of the past and then looked at the present. He felt that everything the Fortune Gate disciples had done in the past 10 years was more valuable than anything they had done before. He smiled and nodded, "Little guy, although you and I don't belong to the same tribe or even not the same race, I feel that everything in the world has a soul and must have love. Today I helped your stone giant tribe with the help of the human race, and I also hope that your stone giant tribe can help other races in the future. Moreover, if there are any humans in the future, I also hope that you can treat them well. This little one will remember Tao Master's words and will certainly take action." The little stone giant's words made Xiaohua happy. Chapter 42:18. A while later, the stone giant patriarch also came over to greet Xiaohua. He chatted with Xiaohua for a while before leaving respectfully. However, from the beginning to the end, the stone giant patriarch did not look at the Buddha shrine they had been worshipping. Xiaohua stood in the lava and scanned the area with his divine sense. He saw many stone giants in the distance. Some were cultivating, some were busy, and some were looking for newly condensed essence stones. The lava no longer looked like it was on the verge of death. Xiaohua's mood became better. However, when his divine sense fell on the Buddha shrine, his heart skipped a beat. This was because even though the Buddha statue was sitting cross-legged in the niche and was complete, the crack from the top down was still very clear. There were even 2 streams of crimson lava flowing out from between the eyes of the Buddha statue, like 2 streams of blood tears. Let's go outside and wait for a while. Xiao Hua's tone was cold as he said this. He then flew out of the lava without looking back. Confucian Xiao Hua and his other avatars were confused. Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist sense swept over the Buddha shrine. He put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name as he followed Xiao Hua to the surface. At this time, there were already some disciples who were relatively close to the mountain. When the disciples saw Xiao Hua and the others standing on the mountain peak, they were very happy in their hearts. They didn't dare to come over and greet them, so they bowed from afar and then went to their own place to sit down cross-legged. Xiao Hua stood on the mountain peak, but he did not release his divine sense. He only looked at the red sunset in the distance and did not speak for a long time, allowing the orange sunset to illuminate his face. Seeing that the curtain of night was approaching, Xiao Hua spoke, "When I'm cultivating or running around, I don't feel anything. But when I'm idle and calm looking at the setting sun, there's always a kind of hesitation in my heart. It's as if something has left, or as if I'm one step closer to the end. Sometimes I don't want night to fall and sometimes I don't want dawn to come." Xiao Hua's words were profound. The green-robed Xiao Hua and the others stared at each other, not knowing how to answer. Buddha Bodhi opened his mouth wanting to say something, but when the words reached his mouth they turned into, "Namo Maitreya Buddha. How are the casualties of my Fortune Gates disciples in the past 10 years? Xiao Hua asked another question out of the blue. Buddha Subhuti was slightly taken aback before he shook his head and said, "This penniless monk does not know. Sandalwood, you can ask Fujiwen. However, this penniless monk believes that there should be not too much." Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua felt a little awkward and hurried to help Huang Xiaolong out. After all, the Fortune Gates disciples went out in a battle group. It's already good enough that they didn't bully other beasts. Just as they were talking, a divine sense swept over from afar. When it landed on Xiao Hua's body, it immediately withdrew. A voice called out in pleasant surprise, "Master, you've returned?" The one who came along with the voice was Wang Yifei. "And Master is back," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "What have you gained in these 10 years? He, of course there is." Wang Bianfei smiled as he took out some universe bangles from his bosom and said, "There are treasures everywhere in the prehistoric continent. I want to take everything I see." Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seemed that even his own disciple was clear about his little problem of being greedy. As soon as they met, he wanted to hand over the things he collected to him. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Master is asking about your cultivation." "Don't worry, Master." Wang Bianfei was still smiling mischievously like the little boy he used to be. He answered, "Others may not know about this disciple's talent, but how could Master not know? Even if this disciple doesn't sleep, I can still cultivate." Xiao Hua glared at Wang Bianfei and scolded, "A person must be humble. Don't you know that there is an ancient saying, pride makes people regress? Disciple is only speaking the truth." Wang Bianfei rolled his eyes and said with grievance, "But if Master also gives this disciple a spiritual treasure, this disciple's cultivation will definitely be more powerful." Xiao Hua knew that Wang Bianfei was envious of Yuanya's bone spear, so he waved his hand and said, "Everyone has their own opportunities. Your 2 senior brothers will naturally meet each other when their fate arrives. When your fate arrives, you will also get it." Other than senior brother Yuanya, which other senior brother has such good fortune? What kind of spiritual treasure did he get from Master? Wang Bianfei stomped his feet in exasperation. Xiao Hua laughed, "It's Louis. It's just a copper coin of treasure fall, it's nothing. Why don't you ask him for it?" Wang Bianfei had always had a similar temper with Lu Yi. Hearing that Lu Yi got a treasure, other than envy, he didn't have any other thoughts. He still begged, "Master, you are too biased. This disciple still doesn't have a suitable spiritual treasure. There are so many good things in your Kunlun immortal realm, can't you give this disciple one?" As he spoke, Wang Bianfei handed the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand to Xiao Hua and said, "This disciple will exchange these things, okay?" "Tiske." Xiao Hua waved his hand, "Keep these things for yourself. Don't you know what a spiritual treasure is? How can it be so easy to get it?" At this point, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "How about this, if you find a dual cultivation partner, I can consider giving you a spiritual treasure." "Master, are you sure?" Wang Bianfei jumped up again, "There is no human race on this primeval desolate continent, where do you want me to find one?" Are there few female cultivators on Xinhua continent? Xiaohua asked curiously, don't you like any of them? I don't feel anything, I just don't like them. Wang Bianfei shrugged as if he was very familiar with them. Xiaohua understood at a glance. Lu Yi and Jiang Hong probably played matchmaker for Wang Bianfei, and Wang Bianfei definitely didn't like any of them. Don't tell me you want to ascend to the immortal world and find another fairy? Xiaohua casually scolded. Oh right, master, if you didn't mention the immortal world, this disciple forgot one thing. Wang Bianfei suddenly woke up and hurriedly lowered his head to search the heaven and earth bracelet in his hand for a moment, and took out a 3-inch long phoenix hairpin. As soon as this phoenix hairpin was taken out, it immediately emitted an aura that Xiaohua had never seen before. However, this aura gave Xiaohua a vague sense of familiarity. Xiaohua looked at it again and saw that the phoenix hairpin was sparkling and translucent. It was neither gold nor wood, and was made of a material that Xiaohua had never seen before. Moreover, the phoenix hairpin was covered with spots that resembled stars. Each of the spots emitted an indescribable fluctuation. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and asked curiously, "What is this? Where did you get it from?" "This was picked up by this disciple from a huge tree in a valley 3 years ago. This disciple doesn't know what it is, but this disciple." Wang Bianfei's face was slightly red and he whispered, after this disciple got it, he occasionally met an extremely beautiful female cultivator in his dreams. She seemed to be trapped somewhere and wanted to say something to this disciple, but this disciple couldn't understand a single word. Oh! Xiaohua was greatly surprised. He raised his hand and the phoenix hairpin fell into his hand and he said, "You wouldn't be like Fujiwen meeting an immortal palace female official imprisoned in this phoenix hairpin, right?" However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, the phoenix hairpin seemed to be invisible, and his divine sense couldn't detect it at all. Xiaohua thought for a moment and raised his hand. A thick lightning thread stretched out from his finger, and the lightning thread wrapped around an extremely thin crystal wire. However, when the lightning thread fell into the phoenix hairpin only trembled slightly, and didn't even release any brilliance. Strange. Subsequently, Xiaohua tried soul cultivation, Confucian cultivation and other methods, but the phoenix hairpin still didn't move. Forget it. Xiaohua helplessly returned the phoenix hairpin to Wang Bianfei and said, "You'd better keep this thing for yourself. Wait, when this master ascends to the immortal world, immortal world, wait." Speaking until here, Xiaohua cried out involuntarily, "Yes, this is an item from the immortal world. The markings on this phoenix hairpin are the immortal world's runes. These markings are very similar to some of the immortal world's cultivation methods that master obtained." Damn it, could it be, this phoenix hairpin really is a fairy from the immortal world? It can't be, right? Wang Bianfei also looked at the phoenix hairpin in Xiaohua's hand in disbelief. This disciple casually picked it up. Yes. After Xiaohua recovered from his shock, he stuffed the phoenix hairpin into Wang Bianfei's hand. Fujiwen's female official wife was also picked up inside the mountain rocks. "Your luck has come, you actually picked up a fairy from the immortal world. You'd better keep this phoenix hairpin for yourself. Wait until the day you ascend to the immortal world, maybe you'll be able to open the restriction and you'll finally be able to marry her." Wang Bianfei looked at the phoenix hairpin in his hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry awkwardly. Xiaohua might not know, but he was very clear in his heart. Several of his martial brothers often joked about Fujiwen's matter, saying that his and was picked up. He didn't expect that he would also be involved in this kind of matter. Enough. Xiaohua rolled his eyes at him, pointed in a direction and said, "Don't laugh, silly. Louis is back, you go and pick him up." "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei hurriedly put the phoenix hairpin into his bosom. Just as he was about to fly, he stopped and said in a low voice, "Master, you can't tell this to the other martial brothers." "I know." Xiaohua nodded. "Master will keep it a secret for you." "Thank you, master." Wang Bianfei happily left, but just as he flew 100 feet, the green-robed Xiaohua said with a smile, "And if you don't tell your martial brothers, you can tell your martial sister or martial sister." When these words fell into Wang Bianfei's ears, Wang Bianfei almost fell from the sky. Go. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Don't listen to your martial uncle's nonsense, he's just joking with you." After Wang Bianfei flew away, Xiaohua thought of something. He gave the green-robed Xiaohua the secret sound transmission technique that Devouring Heaven gave him, and said with a smile, "The cultivation world is vast and boundless, there are also many cultivators in it. However, there's a language barrier between them, it's quite troublesome. This secret technique should be very useful, fellow Taoist. Take a look and see how you can modify it so that ordinary cultivators can use it. At the very least, you can let Wang Bianfei cultivate. That female immortal should be using the language of the immortal world. We can't understand. If Wang Bianfei understands, maybe he can discover something. It's useful for us to leave the great wasteland continent. Chapter 42:19. Oh, is there such a magical technique in this world? Quickly, let me take a look. The green-robed Xiaohua was overjoyed. He hurriedly received the jade eyes and sat down cross-legged to study them. Buddha Subhuti asked from the side, Tanyu, what about Dragon Vein Tanyu and Phoenix Physique Tanyu? How are they? Why haven't they come out? Xiaohua answered indifferently, they were injured in the imperial palace and are still in seclusion. Maybe they will come out in a few years. Namo Maitreya. Buddha Subhuti chanted, then sat down cross-legged without saying anything else. Half an hour later, the black jade Qilin's silhouette appeared on the distant horizon. The dark green flames around him looked very strange in the dark night. The black jade Qilin's soul force swept over the surroundings, and when he saw so many humans he was shocked. He was even more respectful when he saw Xiaohua. Xiaohua was stunned when he heard the black jade Qilin's words. Master, if you don't accept this lowly one as your disciple, this lowly one is willing to be the demonic beast guarding Master's cultivation dwelling. Xiaohua looked at Lu Yi behind the black jade Qilin and asked, do you know what guarding a cultivation dwelling is? The black jade Qilin didn't seem to understand Xiaohua's words. It pondered for a moment before stammering, I don't know. Obviously, the black jade Qilin's first sentence was taught by Lu Yi. The black jade Qilin could recite it very well, and its flattering tone was similar to a black bear's. Xiaohua only wanted to kidnap a demonic beast to be his mount, and Lu Yi wanted to trick the black jade Qilin into guarding the fortune gate. Like teacher, like disciple. Ah. Xiaohua chuckled, waving his hand, we'll talk about this later, you wait at the side. Yes. The black jade Qilin pondered for a moment, then stood not far from Xiaohua. Several hours later, the moon gradually set, revealing the first glimmer of dawn in the distance. Xiaohua's divine sense swept out and saw a group of Fortune Gate's disciples flying back, but there was no sign of Yuanya. Xiaohua's brows furrowed as he ordered, Lu Yi, Jianghong, Wang Bianfei, go greet Yuanya, they seem to have run into trouble. Yes, disciple understands. Lu Yi didn't dare to be negligent. He took Jianghong and Wang Bianfei and prepared to fly away. However, Xiaohua's heart stirred. He looked at the ink jade Qilin and sent a sound transmission. If you have nothing to do, you can also go with them. You are extremely familiar with the desolate continent. All right. The ink jade Qilin was standing in midair, feeling bored. Hearing Xiaohua's words, it hurriedly flew to Lu Yi's side and followed the three of them to step on the clouds and leave. In the following days, Fu Jiwen and the other Fortune Gate disciples returned to the Fortune Gate. The group of Fortune Gate disciples organized themselves and handed over the spoils they had plundered on the desolate mainland to Fu Jiwen and the others. Fu Jiwen then distributed the medicinal pellets, secret techniques, and other treasures that Xiaohua had given him according to each disciple's harvest. After a few more days of work, Xiaohua finally took out the Kunlun mirror and sent all the Fortune Gate disciples into his space. I'm afraid there's trouble again. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua had not returned for a long time, and Lu Yi and the others had not returned, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He asked Fu Jiwen, have all the Fortune Gate disciples returned? Other than the fallen disciples and the disciples who followed junior brother Yuanya, the rest have returned to Xinhua mainland. Fu Jiwen knew that Xiaohua was soft-hearted, so he obediently avoided mentioning the number of fallen disciples and answered. N? Xiaohua nodded and asked again, do you know where Yuanya and the others went? Disciple knows. Fu Jiwen replied, our respective locations were arranged by Martial Uncle Bodhi and Martial Uncle Wenxiu. We all know each other's location. Then you lead the way. Xiaohua stood up and urged, Master just happens to want to gain experience on the desolate mainland. Why don't you take a look at what kind of powerful opponents your martial uncle Bone-Honing encountered? Fu Jiwen was Xiaohua's eyes and ears on the hidden immortal mainland. Now that he heard Xiaohua's words, he naturally understood Xiaohua's meaning. He pointed in the direction Lu Yi and the others went and respectfully said, Master, let's go there. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua looked at the green-robed Xiaohua and the others who also stood up and said with a smile, how about following I to explore the desolate mainland? Good. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Buddha Bodhi responded. One went to the mysterious dark clouds, while the other went to the Niwen Palace. On the other hand, the green-robed Xiaohua did not rush to enter the space. Instead, he went to Xiaohua's lower dantian. However, just as his figure entered his dantian, a purple light shone and a wave of profound energy rushed into his body. The green-robed Xiaohua was so scared that his face turned pale. He hurriedly escaped from his lower dantian and cried out in alarm, "Fellow Taoist, what did you do to our invisible nascent soul?" "Hee, fellow Taoist, don't worry." Xiaohua replied with a smile. The invisible nascent soul had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a wisp of purple qi. This purple qi was not recorded in the Tao Gate's ancient records. It should be an item from the upper realm. The invisible nascent soul just came into contact with this item and has already stepped into the late stage of the Mahayana realm. It can enter the tribulation at any time. Oh, it should be said that it is not too far away from the ninth tribulation. You are still not familiar with this purple qi, so you naturally can't control the invisible nascent soul. The green-robed Xiaohua pondered for a moment and asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, do you think our luck is too good? This kind of divine item is rare even in the upper realm, but we actually obtained it so easily. Don't tell me you don't know that this item is related to the heavenly Tao. Even if our luck is good, it is also a blessing in disguise." Xiaohua said with a smile, "If not for the heavenly prison's tribulation, how could you and I come here? For us cultivators from the lower realm, everything on this desolate mainland, including the stones under our feet, is precious." "That's true," the green-robed Xiaohua said. Xiaohua's mind entered the space. "I will first modify this sound transmission technique and see if I can comprehend the profound meaning released by the invisible nascent soul. Then I will try to control the invisible nascent soul." After arranging several clones, Xiaohua's mind came out of the space. He looked at Fujiwen, who was flying in front of him, and said, "Just fly like this." "Yes." Fujiwen replied, "It should be in this direction." "All right." Xiaohua waved his big sleeve and covered Fujiwen with the heaven and earth sleeve technique. Then, his figure swayed, leaving behind a string of afterimages. Xiaohua teleported into the distance. Unfortunately, after a few times, Xiaohua had no choice but to let Fujiwen out and let him point out the direction again. That Fujiwen indeed had this ability. No matter how complicated Xiaohua's teleportation was, he could still find the direction without any sign of getting lost. In fact, Xiaohua couldn't be blamed. The entire desolate mainland was filled with incomparably huge mountain ranges. On top of the mountain ranges were craggy rocks and occasionally huge trees. There wasn't much greenery, most of them were needle-shaped leaves that were greenish-yellow in color. Any cultivator who flew thousands of li and took a closer look would find that the scenery was not much different from before. Other than the blazing sun in the sky that allowed them to identify the direction, other aspects were really hard to identify. "Master." After flying for several days, Fujiwen said in a low voice, "This desolate mainland is a little strange. Disciple feels that wherever it is called a lower realm, the 5 elements of heaven and earth are abundant and balanced, and the yin and yang energies are clearly separated. Why is the water element energy here so scarce? How did this desolate mainland form?" Xiaohua had naturally thought about it. He smiled and said, "Master also thought about this that day. But this place is different from the hidden immortal mainland. It is a higher realm and there are many mysteries that we don't know. Anyway, we won't stay here for long, and the Fortune Gate won't establish a sect again. Why should we care so much?" "Yes, disciple understands." Fujiwen was already used to Xiaohua's laziness. While nodding his head, he thought of something and hesitated slightly before saying, "Master, disciple doesn't know if junior brother Lu has reported to Master." "What is it?" "When Master met him earlier, he told Master a lot of things. I don't know which one you're talking about." Xiaohua urged his body and didn't pay much attention to it and casually replied. Fujiwen sighed and said, "AI, it seems like Louis didn't mention it to Master. After this guy got married, he started to have many thoughts." Isn't that normal?" Xiaohua secretly laughed and replied with sorrow in his heart, "There is a saying in the ancient times, after getting married, one forgets his mother. Although Jianghang's character is very good, she is after all a dragon and also a woman. Her heart is definitely small. Lu Yi must have discussed some things with you and the other senior brothers and also reported to Master. Now the first person he wants to find is Jianghong. Some things involve the interests of the family. Jianghong will think a lot and he may not report to Master. Don't worry when you marry and I'm afraid it will be the same." Speaking of this, Xiaohua's heart naturally thought of Fairy Hongxia, who was far away in the Xiaoyu continent. Wasn't it because of Fairy Hongxia's small heart that things got to this point? After not seeing each other for hundreds of years, what was the difference between her and Xue Xue? Some things can be left unsaid, but some things can't be reported. Fu Jiwen had never seen Xiaohua's dual cultivation partner. Seeing that Xiaohua's words were full of experience, he knew that Master felt something and smiled slightly. Moreover, women are different from women. N is a female official of the Immortal Palace, so she should be very clear about this. Xiaohua knew that the woman Fu Jiwen was talking about should be XN. He didn't explain and asked, "And what does Lu Yi want to report? Is it the dispute between the Yu family and the Lu family?" That kind of small matter happens every day in the Xinhua continent. What kind of trouble could the elders of those two families cause with them keeping watch in their families? Fu Jiwen's face turned serious as he replied, "This kind of small matter is not worth mentioning." "Then what is it?" Xiaohua frowned slightly. Previously, Lu Yi mentioned to Disciple that when he just came out from the Xinhua continent, he had a feeling that he was being spied on. Fu Jiwen replied, "It's just that this feeling of being spied on was really vague and even disappeared in a flash." Lu Yi wasn't sure, so he didn't dare to report it to Master. Chapter 42:20. Fu Jiwen peeked at Xiaohua's reaction and continued, "However, Disciple feels that we should be careful since we are far away from home. Although Master's magic power is boundless, even a wise man can make mistakes. If Disciple finds anything, it's better to tell Master as soon as possible." Therefore, Disciple asked him to report to Master, but he felt that if he could find it, Master would definitely find it too. Moreover, there are many strong people in the Great Desolate Continent. It's normal for some strong people to spy on us. What? When Xiaohua heard this, his figure suddenly stopped. The feeling of teleportation was like a stormy wave crashing into Fu Jiwen's Naiwen Palace. Fu Jiwen suddenly felt dizzy. Of course, with Fu Jiwen's cultivation, this dizziness only lasted for a moment. When the secret technique circulated, Fu Jiwen immediately returned to normal. When did this happen? Later, did Lu Yi find anything else? Xiaohua naturally knew about Lu Yi's talent. This kind of strange talent was innate, not acquired through cultivation. What Lu Yi could detect he really might not be able to detect. Moreover, after he arrived in the Great Desolate Continent, he did not find any consciousness secretly spying on them. If there was a great enemy nearby, Lu Yi found such a strange situation and did not report it, it was really a crime worthy of death. Fu Jiwen saw Xiaohua's face change greatly and hurriedly comforted, "Master, don't worry. This is something that happened when we just started to educate the strange beast. It has been more than 10 years now, isn't there nothing wrong?" Presumably, Lu Yi did not find anything unusual and did not report it to Master. Xiaohua nodded and did not speak much. His face was a little gloomy. Fu Jiwen said again, "When Disciple and Lu Yi went in different directions, I asked him again." He was a little hesitant. He should not have that kind of feeling again, right? Otherwise he would definitely report it. "I hope so." Xiaohua had some indescribable feelings in his heart. It was like a child that he had painstakingly raised, who had always listened to him, suddenly grew up one day and had his own ideas. He did not particularly listen to his words and began to have his own secrets. The 10 spirit clones began to gradually become independent. Now, these children like Disciples began to have their own forces. However, Xiaohua immediately smiled again. Even though the Fu Jiwen in front of him didn't look any different from the Fu Jiwen he met in the past, he was still thousands of years old after all. Wasn't Lu Yi the same? How could he possibly ask her to be the same as before? Can't you let her have her own thoughts? He was changing and so were his disciples. As long as they were loyal to the Fortune Gate and were filial to him, what else could he ask for? Humph. Xiaohua snorted coldly from his nose and scolded, "Lu Yi's wife is from the Dragon Clan. I won't say anything, but your wife is a female official of the Immortal Palace. When you marry her in the future, paying respects to her in the morning and evening is indispensable. Otherwise, I won't give any betrothal gifts." "It can't be, Master." Fu Jiwen's face was full of bitterness. Momo was controlled by the princess in the imperial court. Can't she be free at home? Heaven, earth, monarch, family, teacher. Xiaohua curled his lips and said word by word, "Teacher has taken up quite a few. If you want to marry me, you have to be obedient." "All right." Fu Jiwen naturally didn't understand the true meaning of Xiaohua's words, but seeing that Xiaohua's mood had improved, he could only agree with a bitter face. After a few more days passed, Xiaohua's divine consciousness swept across the mountain peaks in the distance. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Disciple, go back to Xinhua continent. Master will help your uncle Master." "Yes, master." Fu Jiwen had long been used to being carried around, so he casually agreed. Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror, and in a flash of light Fu Jiwen was sucked into the space. 10,000 li away, there was a plain rarely seen in the desolate continent. The land stretched as far as the eye could see, and at this moment, it was covered in thick vines. These vines were bronze in color, and there were faint cloud patterns on them, as if they were natural patterns. They emitted faint fluctuations, and when these fluctuations fell into the air, they actually flickered with sparks. The vines were scattered with broken stones and wood, and it looked very messy. Among the broken stones there were many bones and flesh. Some of these bones were very big while others were very small. Occasionally, there were a dozen or so human skeletons hidden among these bones. These human skeletons were without a doubt Fortune Gate's disciples. In the sky above the vines and bones, within a radius of several hundred li, there were loud battle cries. Thousands of lizard-like beasts surrounded and attacked several hundred Fortune Gate's disciples. At this time, the Fortune Gate's disciples were in a battle formation, each of them holding a magic artifact and spirit artifact. They circulated their magic power and fought against the lizard-like beasts. Outside the group of Fortune Gate's disciples, there were several dozen lizard-like beasts surrounding a cultivator, and they were also madly attacking. These cultivators were none other than Lu Yi, Jianghong, Yuanya, and Wang Bianfei. At this time, Jianghong had already revealed her true form. Dragon patterns flickered all over her body, and her huge dragon claws could tear a mountain apart. However, when such a powerful attack landed on the lizard-like beast, sparks flew everywhere. The lizard-like beast fell 100 zhang in the air, but it immediately flew back up as if nothing had happened and blocked Jianghong's attack. This was also the strange part. The several dozen lizard-like beasts only surrounded Jianghong and did not take the initiative to attack, as if they were afraid of her. The other Fortune Gate's disciples were not so lucky. Yuanya was surrounded by the most lizard-like beasts, and his physique was the largest. Yuanya had already activated his avatar, and a bronze luster surrounded his body. He held the devil hammer with both hands, and every time he swung it, the void cracked. When the lizard-like beasts saw the devil hammer coming at them, they dodged to the side, not wanting to meet the devil hammer head-on. However, when the devil hammer missed, the surrounding lizard-like beasts either spat out wind and fire as they pounced on Yuanya, or swung their tails at him. It looked like they were evenly matched. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were no match for Yuanya, as they could not win by brute force. Although Lu Yi had just obtained the copper coin of Treasure Fall, it could not be used in this battle. Like Wang Bianfei, he had no choice but to use his previous treasures. Although those treasures were sharp, when they landed on the lizard-like skin of these lizard-like beasts, they could only produce sparks, unable to cause any real damage. However, Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were relieved that they had the black jade Qilin by their side. This Qilin was well versed in the desolate continent's way of fighting. While fighting against the lizard-like beasts, it did not forget to help Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei, greatly reducing the pressure on them. The battle between the group of Fortune Gate disciples and the lizards had already caused a change in the heaven and earth's origin energy. Gusts of wind rose within 1,000 li radius, and countless pillars of origin energy fell into the battle. Countless pillars of origin energy condensed and exploded in mid-air, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling light. However, all of this paled in comparison to the battle taking place several thousand li away. On the ground several thousand li away, Tempering Bones Xiaohua had revealed his 10,000 zhang tall avatar. Although it was only 10,000 zhang tall, standing on the ground, his momentum pierced through heaven and earth, more impressive than the desolate continent's giant mountain peaks. Around Tempering Bones Xiaohua, there were several lizard-like beasts that were several thousand zhang in size, standing on demonic clouds as they attacked ferociously. These lizard-like beasts' bodies were covered in lightning and fire patterns. Between their attacks, not only were there surging lightning and blazing flames, but there were also endless thunderclaps. Especially these lizard-like beasts, and when they opened their mouths, their roars sounded like dragon roars. The space within several thousand li was under the control of these lizard-like beasts. Countless lightning bolts and blazing flames tore the void apart. Chaotic energy fluctuations rushed out from the void, rushing towards Tempering Bones Xiaohua like a tempest. Tempering Bones Xiaohua did not use any magic tools, he merely clenched his fists. As his fists danced in the air, the space within 100 zhang exploded, and everything within the space turned into nothingness. Perhaps the energy fluctuations could pass through the void, but when they landed on Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body, they could only extinguish a small amount of light. However, there were too many energy fluctuations. At this time, Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body was already mottled with light. Many parts of his body were torn apart by the lizard-like beasts, revealing his green body. Seeing that Tempering Bones Xiaohua's fist had missed, a huge lizard-like beast pounced over and bit his arm. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's wrist hooked and hit the lizard's chin in a split second. The lizard's body was flipped over, and the lizard's tail swept across Tempering Bones Xiaohua's waist with a paw. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's body was unstable and he staggered slightly. Beside him was a hill that was several hundred zhang tall. This hill in the eyes of ordinary people was just a pellet in Tempering Bones Xiaohua's eyes. With a sweep of his left foot, he broke the hill with a boom, and the entire hill flew up. Tempering Bones Xiaohua's left foot did not stop, and it bounced smoothly like flowing water. Whoa! With a piercing wind, the hill flew and hit the lizard that attacked Tempering Bones Xiaohua just now. In the end, that lizard was no match for Tempering Bones Xiaohua. The hill hit the lizard's abdomen with a boom. Although the several hundred zhang tall hill turned into powder under the lightning of the lizard's abdomen, Tempering Bones Xiaohua's strength still pierced deeply into the lizard's abdomen. The dark golden abdomen split open with a bloody scar that was several hundred zhang long, and the lizard let out a mournful wail like a dragon's roar. Seeing that several huge lizards were about to attack at the same time, a cold voice sounded between heaven and earth. A huge, suffocating aura came from afar. Then light and shadow distorted, and Xiaohua's figure appeared in the sky along with a stream of light. Master, be careful. Xiaohua's figure had yet to completely reveal itself when Jianghu immediately sent a sound transmission to the group of lizards. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, several lizards opened their mouths and roared, actually shaking Jianghu's sound transmission and scattering it. At this moment, the vines on the ground suddenly moved. Shua! The vines were 100 times fiercer than the lizards. They flew up from the ground and headed toward the space where Xiaohua was. Chapter 42:21. Not only that, as the rattan vines shook, the ground shook as well. In places where Xiaohua's gaze could not reach, more rattan vines emerged from the ground. The originally flat plains were now covered in deep ravines, and the rattan vines in these ravines soared to the sky, leaving behind several hundred zhang deep pits. The rattan vines covered an area of 10,000 li, each of them resembling a ferocious horned dragon, emitting a strange energy fluctuation that completely sealed off the space. Not only was the heaven and earth origin energy unable to enter, even sunlight was unable to pass through. These tens of thousands of rattan vines exuded killing intent, and at the end of this killing intent was Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. As soon as he saw Lu Yi and the others being besieged by the lizards, he had already understood. Yuanya might not be so scheming, but people like Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei would immediately think of countermeasures when they saw the slightest disturbance. With so many lizards besieging them, as long as they saw that the situation was not good, they would definitely escape first and send a message to him. Since they could not send a message, then they must have been trapped before they could send a message. Since that was the case, other than the lizards, the only thing that could trap them was the rattan vines on the ground. Since Xiaohua dared to show himself, he had already paid attention to the rattan vines and had come up with a countermeasure. While Xiaohua was sneering, he had already released his divine sense. Wang Bianfei and the others could already hear Xiaohua's voice in their ears. Don't resist, Master will send you back to Shenhua mainland first. Therefore, before the rattan vines could reach them, the group of Fortune Gate disciples surrounded by lizards had already disappeared. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, there were actually some lizards that were able to attack his mind when his mind passed by. Just as the Fortune Gate disciples disappeared, the rattan vines had already reached them. Some lizards were unable to dodge in time and were caught by the rattan vines. The lizards' bodies glowed brightly as they resisted the rattan vines' attacks, but the rattan vines twisted in a strange way, firmly entangling the lizards. As the rattan vines streaked across the sky, a powerful force was generated. Although the lizards' bodies were unharmed on the surface, the insides of their bodies were unable to withstand the rattan vines' force. Their bodies were forcefully twisted, and large chunks of flesh and blood flowed out from the lizards' bodies. Amidst a series of dragon roars, the lizards were ground to death by the rattan vines. The black jade Qilin didn't care about the lizard's siege, but when it saw how powerful the rattan was, the lizards that were besieging it scattered. Flames immediately surged around its body, and it opened its mouth, spitting a scarlet flame at the rattan that was pouncing at it. At the same time, its two front legs danced and several sharp rays of light flashed, slashing at the rattan that was sharper than flying swords. Whoa! When the flames landed on the rattan vines, the cloud patterns on the rattan vines flickered, and strands of lightning appeared, extinguishing the flames in an instant. Moreover, the lightning did not slow down, and continued to attack the black jade cheilant's attack. Clang clang clang. When the lightning struck the black jade cheilant's attack, it actually emitted a metallic clanging sound. The black jade cheilant's attack only lasted for a few breaths before it was extinguished. However, as the lightning was extinguished, the rattan vine's force had already sealed the space around the black jade cheilant. Seeing that it was no match for the rattan vines, the black jade cheilant's body surged again, forming a ring that expanded outward. A void passage was quickly formed within this ring of light. Boom! Just as joy appeared in the black jade cheilant's eyes and it was about to jump into the void passage, a rattan suddenly stretched out from the void. When the rattan pierced into the void passage, the entire rattan coiled around the passage. Under the huge force, the void passage shook violently with a rumble and suddenly collapsed. The collapse of the passage caused the black jade cheilant to be blown away, and the ring of light was also scattered. Whoa! At this moment, another rattan strangely appeared and hit the black jade cheilant's back. Layers of lightning and flames appeared on the black jade cheilant's back to block the rattan, but the rattan coiled around the black jade cheilant and was about to trap the black jade cheilant. The black jade cheilant turned pale with fright. It naturally knew that if it fell into this trap, it would not be any better than the lizards. Almost without hesitation, the black jade cheilant transmitted its voice. "Spiritual Master, save me." Xiaohua originally wanted to take the black jade cheilant, Lu Yi, and the others into Xinhua continent, but when he saw the black jade cheilant using its divine ability to resist, he could not take it in. Therefore his consciousness stopped near the black jade cheilant. After seeing the black jade cheilant speak and transmit its voice to not resist, his consciousness swept towards the black jade cheilant and took it into Xinhua continent as well. Just as Xiaohua took the black jade cheilant, the rattan came across the sky. This rattan was really strange. Not only did it sweep across the sky and kill another lizard around the black jade cheilant, but it also flashed with lightning-like brilliance and cut off Xiaohua's consciousness. Xiaohua was shocked and rubbed his hands. Boom! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts were like raging tides. They appeared in the void within 1,000 miles and roared as they drowned the rattan. However, where the lightning surged, the rattan within 1,000 miles was hit until it trembled violently. The cloud patterns on it quickly dimmed as if it was in pain from being hit. The rattan shrank and hid in the void. Of course, it only hid in the void and was not destroyed. Even after the lightning within 1,000 miles was annihilated, the rattan once again rushed out. Roar! Not far from Xiaohua, the situation of the bone-honing Xiaohua was not good. He was originally fighting with the giant lizard on the ground. The rattan had already wrapped around his bare feet. The bone-honing Xiaohua dodged the rattan while fighting with the giant lizard. What surprised him was that the giant lizard was not afraid of the rattan. The rattan also avoided the lizard. Therefore, when Xiaohua just took the black jade cheilan, the rattan had already wrapped around Xiaohua from all directions. This rattan was very difficult to fight. Not only was the surface tough, even harder to break than the lizard, the rattan's strength was also swift and violent. When it waved, it sealed the entire space. What gave the bone-honing Xiaohua the most headache was that the rattan was extremely soft and flexible, like a python. Although the bone-honing Xiaohua tried his best to dodge, the rattan still wrapped around his waist, hands, and arms. Big head and no brain. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was entangled by the rattan, Xiaohua smiled bitterly and scolded, "Can't you take back your avatar? With such a big body, other than showing off, what else can it do? Isn't it just being entangled by others?" Although Xiaohua was angry at the bone-honing Xiaohua's slowness, when he saw that the bone-honing Xiaohua could not break the rattan with a wave of his arm, he naturally could not ignore it. He raised his hand and a golden light flashed. The soaring dragon scissors appeared out of thin air, turning into a golden dragon and chopping at the rattan, entangling the bone-honing Xiaohua. Ka-ka. The soaring dragon scissors was extremely fast and nimble. It dodged the rattan that filled the sky and landed on the rattan around Xiaohua's body. The sound of metal rang in an instant, and several feet-deep cracks immediately appeared on the dozens of rattan. Of course, it was only these few feet of cracks. The soaring dragon scissors could not completely cut the rattan. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this rattan was a foreign object from the desolate continent and was not easy to cut. However, he still did not expect that this rattan was so tough that even his sharpest magic treasure, the soaring dragon shears, could not cut it. However, with the help of the soaring dragon scissors, the bone-honing Xiaohua waved his hands rapidly. As if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he broke the rattan, entangling him. The avatar hurriedly shrank. Just as the bone-honing Xiaohua's figure moved, the lizard's huge tail fell from the rattan shadow. The bone-honing Xiaohua was caught off guard and hit the left side of his ribs. Boom! With a loud sound, the bone-honing Xiaohua's left side produced thunder and fire, extinguishing the golden light protecting Xiaohua's body. The huge force even threw him into the trap of the rattan. At this time, Xiaohua was also surrounded by dozens of rattan. For the time being, he could not find an effective way to stop the rattan. He could only urge the soaring dragon scissors to dance in the air and block the attacking rattan. Then he relied on the Imperial Thunder technique to cut the rattan. Seeing that the bone-honing Xiaohua was once again thrown into the rattan, Xiaohua was shocked and cursed, "Damn it!" His mind hurriedly urged, wanting to put the bone-honing Xiaohua into the space. Unfortunately, the rattan was really fierce. It sealed the entire space. When Xiaohua's mind was released, it was immediately blocked by the rattan. Not only could it not touch the bone-honing Xiaohua, it was also swallowed by the cloud patterns of the rattan. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and waved. The Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, the Kunlun mirror produced a 5-colored beam of light. The beam of light fell into the air and gave birth to a fist-sized vortex. The vortex rapidly expanded and tore the void apart. The beam of light fell into the void and disappeared. Looking at the space around the bone-honing Xiaohua, there were wave-like ripples. A void passage was about to appear. Boom! Within the vortex, several rattan appeared and frantically stabbed into the void passage. However, the 5-colored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror blocked the rattan. The void passage steadily took shape in the void, swoosh. Just as a similar vortex appeared above the bone-honing Xiaohua's head, the sound of flowing water suddenly came from the top of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua was slightly stunned and hastily raised his head. He saw a pitch-black crack appear in the void. The sound from the crack was like the sound of flowing spring water. At the same time, a vast and terrifying aura that made Xiaohua's body tremble suddenly appeared along with the sound of flowing spring water. Xiaohua almost didn't hesitate and slapped his head. Whoa! 5-colored true energy mixed with the power of starlight gushed out. A huge executioner's hand condensed from 50 true energies grabbed at the aura. But in the void crack, a dozen rattan flashed with golden light and emitted a terrifying aura. It was like a huge hand grabbing down. It collided with Xiaohua's executioner's hand. Boom! Chi waves surged into the sky. Xiaohua's executioner's hand was grabbed by the huge rattan hand and turned into 5-colored true energy that drifted in the air within 1,000 li. This huge wave of Qi not only swayed the light protecting Xiaohua's body, but also sent the dozens of rattan flying. Chapter 42-22. Suffering the backlash of the rattan's power, the true Qi in Xiaohua's dantian churned violently. The flying sword that was about to condense and attack also stopped in the middle of the true Qi. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. Lightning flashed around his body as he prepared to retreat. At this time, the dozen or so rattan once again imprisoned the space within 100 li. The lightning that Xiaohua had just activated was instantly annihilated. Even the domain power activated by magic power was defeated. The rattan was even more unexpected to Xiaohua. It ignored the space and fell towards the Kunlun mirror. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Seeing the Kunlun mirror's 5-colored light beam being crushed by the golden rattan and the void passage that rescued bone-honing Xiaohua was also annihilated in the void, Xiaohua suddenly woke up and cursed angrily. It turns out that all this trap was just to seize this Zhao's Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let the rattan succeed. His divine sense hurriedly urged the Kunlun mirror to retrieve it. However, the space was already imprisoned by the rattan. This imprisonment was so tight that it was comparable to a seal. Xiaohua's domain power couldn't be used. How could his divine sense contact the Kunlun mirror? Seeing the Kunlun mirror's brilliance disappear, it slightly flipped and was about to fall into the rattan's hands. Umph! At this critical moment, Xiaohua coldly snorted. His hands suddenly formed seals and the clear water bottle appeared in his hands. Swish! With the sound of flowing water, the clear water was like a sword. A water light like a shadow streaked across the sky and chopped at the dozen or so golden rattan. Whoosh! A subtle sound was almost inaudible in the air exploding. However, following this almost negligible sound, the dozen or so golden rattan were actually cut off. Lightning and fire poured out from the cut rattan. Swish, 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 swish. The dozen or so golden rattan seemed to be in pain and rapidly trembled. This trembling shook the world. At the same time, the rattan within 10,000 li also began to tremble. The sealed space showed signs of collapsing. Withdraw. Seeing a flaw in the rattan, Xiaohua was overjoyed. With a sweep of his mind, the Kunlun mirror in the air immediately disappeared. At the same time, the soaring dragon shears rushed out and once again chopped the rattan around Xiaohua's legs. Oh! The bone-honing Xiaohua roared angrily and broke the vines around his legs. Then he spat out a four-colored light beam from his mouth and sent another lizard flying. His body shrank again. Seeing that his guess was right, Xiaohua sneered. His hands formed a seal again, and the Buddhist seal was mixed with the sword-controlling technique. Swish swish. Hundreds of small swords rushed out from the clear water bottle. These small swords flew out silently and pierced into the pitch-black crack above Xiaohua's head. Boom, boom, boom. Strange noises were produced in the void, as if the void was exploding and collapsing. The space near the pitch-black crack began to ripple rapidly, and a strange phenomenon of wind and thunder appeared. Immediately after, the dozen golden vines retreated into the void crack. The pitch-black crack also disappeared. As the earth trembled, the vines within 5,000 kilometers also slowly retreated into the ground. The lizards seemed to be puzzled when the vines retreated. The lizards besieging the bone-honing Xiaohua pounced on him again. Even the hundreds of lizards that were hiding at the side when the vines were flying also attacked Xiaohua. Xiaohua defeated the vines with the help of the innate true water. How could he dare to stay here for long? At the same time, he used the soaring dragon shears to force back several lizards and put away the bone-honing Xiaohua. His body surged with lightning and he had already forced his way out of the lizard's encirclement. When he got out of the lizard's encirclement, Xiaohua immediately teleported and disappeared without caring about the direction. However, although Xiaohua's figure was fast in the sky, a huge eye faintly appeared. It faintly swept across the place where Xiaohua disappeared, and then strangely disappeared again. Xiaohua flew for several hours. From time to time, there were powerful wills and auras on the entire continent, blocking Xiaohua's flight path. Xiaohua didn't dare to get too close to these auras. He avoided them and turned around. When a mysterious ice plateau appeared in the distance, Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw that there weren't any powerful characters nearby. Only then did he slowly fly down. After landing, Xiaohua first took out the ink jade qilin and asked, "This old man wants to ask you, what is that vine? Why is it so powerful?" The ink jade qilin smiled bitterly and said, "Master, this vine is a kind of ancient variant called the profound heaven thunder vine. It was born from the essence of thunder and usually swallows lightning. According to this little one's knowledge, this profound heaven thunder vine has never taken the initiative to attack unless other ancient variant beasts provoke it. To tell you the truth, today is the first time this little one has seen the profound heaven thunder vine show its power." "Then what about the lizards?" Xiaohua thought for a moment and said with a frown, "A lizard is a lizard." The ink jade qilin replied, "They can't be considered powerful, but because they often appear in groups, we generally don't like to provoke them. Back then, this little one and the golden toad even worked together to kill 4 lizards." Xiaohua nodded. "Do you think this profound heaven thunder vine is driven by other ancient variant beasts?" "Impossible." The ink jade qilin immediately shook its head. "This little one has never heard of any ancient variant beast that can drive the profound heaven thunder vine. How many variants like the profound heaven thunder vine can there be on the continent?" Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, asking thoughtfully, "This?" The ink jade qilin hesitated and replied, "Master, this little one usually lives in an area of several million li. No matter how far it is, I've only heard about it from other ancient variant beasts. I've never been there. I'm afraid no one knows how big the continent is. Who knows how many powerful variants there are on the continent?" He. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "In that case, are you willing to follow this old man to the depths of the continent to take a look?" The ink jade qilin's eyes lit up and said happily, "If Master has such thoughts, this little one will definitely follow Master. This little one has always wanted to go to other places to take a look, but unfortunately, this little one's strength is really not enough, so I don't dare to go far from here. You go to the Kunlun paradise and wait for a while. After this old man has arranged everything, we'll go and take a look together." Xiaohua said and took out the Kunlun mirror. The eyeball looked around and saw that there was nothing unusual, so he put the ink jade qilin into it. After putting away the ink jade qilin, Xiaohua immediately took Lui out. Lu Yi saw Xiaohua's face was not good and hurriedly bowed. Disciple greets master. Xiaohua stared at Lu Yi and did not speak, making Lu Yi's hair stand. Master, you. Lu Yi really did not understand and asked tentatively, is there something you want to ask this disciple? Xiaohua nodded. Master wants to ask you, is there anything you are hiding from me? Hiding? Lu Yi was stunned. Obviously he didn't know what Xiaohua was talking about. He thought for a while and said with a smile, this disciple really has nothing to hide from master. If master wants to know something, can you give me some hints? Seeing that Lu Yi's expression did not seem to be fake, Xiaohua asked, think about it again, did you see anything strange after arriving here? See. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Lu Yi thought of the ambush just now. How could someone as smart as Lu Yi not know that he had made a big mistake? He sucked in a breath of cold air and fell to his knees in front of Xiaohua with a plop, and said, Master, this disciple was wrong. AI. Xiaohua did not help Lu Yi up and sighed, do you know where you were wrong? This disciple took things for granted. Lu Yi's face was filled with guilt as he answered, when this disciple left the space that day, this disciple had a vague feeling that something was spying on my Fortune Gate's disciples. However, this feeling was fleeting, and when this disciple checked again it was gone, so this disciple did not pay much attention to it. After that, although there were some scattered feelings, this disciple was not sure. Later, this disciple discussed with Jianghu, and Jianghu felt that master's magic power is incomparable. Whatever this disciple knows, master must also know. Moreover, at that time, master was busy assigning tasks to disciples, so this disciple. Confucian cultivators have a saying, what you know is what you know, what you don't know is what you know. Xiaohua said earnestly, there are many things that cannot be taken for granted. You can't rely on your own subjective assumptions and believe whatever you think is the truth. Didn't master tell you clearly when I accepted you into the Fortune Gate? Everyone has their own cultivation path, and everyone has their own unique talent. This is something that others do not have. You may be able to sense this kind of warning, but master may not be able to. If you had said it earlier, perhaps those Fortune Gate's disciples who died in the lizard's mouth would not have to stay in their hometown. Lu Yi's eyes were brimming with tears as he kowtowed. This disciple understands, this is all this disciple's fault. AI, it may not be all your fault. Xiaohua helped Lu Yi up. Master was too careless, not understanding the situation on the desolate mainland, and rashly sending Fortune Gate's disciples to the desolate mainland to teach. Master. Lu Yi hurriedly said. Master is not wrong. This disciple likes to help the desolate mainland's variant beasts, and this disciple knows that all Fortune Gate's disciples also like to do this. Although we have encountered many difficulties along the way, and lost some disciples, these disciples did not have any complaints. They felt that everything they had sacrificed was worth it. That's right. Xiaohua raised his head, looking at the floating clouds in the sky. Your thoughts are very correct. Giving spiritual herbs to others, leaving a lingering fragrance in your hands as long as you can help others, your heart will be at peace. This time, the virtue of teaching on the desolate mainland is not only for your Confucian martial uncle, but also for my Fortune Gate's disciples. This will definitely play a very important role in your future cultivation. The heavens are kind and will not let virtuous people like you suffer losses. Chapter 42-23. Disciple understands master's painstaking efforts, so we gladly agreed. Lu Yi bit his lower lip and nodded. And let's not talk about this. Xiaohua asked, let's talk about your warning signs. Yes, master understands. Lu Yi answered, other than when disciple first arrived at Xinhua mainland I sensed something, but I have never encountered it again. At this point Lu Yi hurriedly added, oh, about 10 days ago I came with the Black Jade Qilin to look for Yuanya and Master Quenching Bones. I seem to have this feeling again, but this feeling is too faint, I dare not be sure. In other words, Xiaohua pinched his chin, frowning as he said, this prying consciousness is not targeting you. It's targeting other people, which is why you are not sure. And it's definitely not targeting disciple, otherwise disciple would have sensed it. But it's definitely targeting Fortune Gate disciples, otherwise disciple would not have sensed it. Lu Yi nodded affirmatively. Disciple even feels that it's targeting Martial Uncle Yuanya. Because Martial Uncle Yuanya was always close to disciple. Martial Uncle Yuanya? Xiaohua asked curiously, if it's targeting him when your Martial Uncle Tempered Bones went to rescue Martial Uncle Yuanya, wouldn't that prying consciousness have many opportunities? But the first time disciple sensed it, Martial Uncle Tempered Bones was not by disciple's side. Louis shook his head and said, perhaps, that consciousness's target is Master. In the beginning, Master was by disciple's side, and disciple sensed that consciousness spying on Master. And this time the consciousness spied on us in order to set up a trap for Master to fall into. But why is that consciousness spying on Master? What's its goal? That consciousness's goal is the Kunlun mirror. Xiaohua answered, Master revealed the Kunlun mirror on the desolate mainland so that consciousness might be interested in the Kunlun mirror, right? Hearing this, Lu Yi's face paled. He did not know about the secret of space and thought that Xinhua mainland was inside the Kunlun paradise. He hurriedly said, then Master must be careful. Our Fortune Gate disciples are all inside the Kunlun mirror. Master naturally knows this, you can rest assured. Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it's because that consciousness is spying on Master, wanting to obtain the Kunlun mirror, and you as a Fortune Gate disciple. At this point Xiaohua suddenly froze. It was very simple. Lu Yi wasn't in the Kunlun mirror at all. Even if that consciousness wanted to seize the Kunlun mirror, it had nothing to do with Lu Yi. Lu Yi shouldn't have sensed that consciousness is prying. Could it be that consciousness wants to exterminate all Fortune Gate disciples? Xiaohua was baffled. But if that's the case, this Xiao should be terrified. Could it be that this Xiao's karma law formula didn't take the threat of this consciousness seriously? That's not right either. That Rattan is obviously a trap. To be able to control the Rattan, what kind of almighty being is that? How could this Xiao possibly be a match for him? Xiaohua scratched his head when he saw that the situation was getting more and more confusing. He looked at Lu Yi, who was also confused, and said with a smile, forget it, we don't know anyone except the Black Jade Qilin in this great desolate continent. It's useless to think about it any further. Why don't we deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo? Yes, Master is right. Lu Yi nodded, then suggested, why don't this disciple follow Master? Forget it. Xiaohua laughed. Master didn't notice it before, but now that Master knows, do you think Master won't notice it? You'd better return to Xinhua continent. Disciple will follow Master's arrangement. Lu Yi didn't dare to say anything else and let Xiaohua put him into his space. His granny, something strange. Xiaohua grumbled as he looked around. He wanted to use his karma law formula to investigate, but thinking that there was a powerful enemy beside him, how could Xiaohua dare to use his karma law formula casually? Fellow Taoist. At this time, Green Robe Xiaohua's voice sounded, your disciple is looking for you. My disciple? Oh. Xiaohua answered casually, then came to a realization and said, fellow Taoist Green Robe, come out and talk. Oh? What's the matter? Green Robe Xiaohua flew out from Xiaohua's dantian and asked curiously. Did fellow Taoist just return to Xinhua continent? Xiaohua asked with a faint smile. Green Robe Xiaohua was surprised and answered, yes? I just went back to check on the Fortune Gate's disciples. How did you enter the space? Xiaohua asked. How did I enter? Green Robe Xiaohua was puzzled. Just like that? Green Robe Xiaohua's figure flickered and disappeared, but reappeared a moment later. When can fellow Taoist enter and exit the space freely? Xiaohua asked. Green Robe Xiaohua scratched his head and thought for a moment, then answered with uncertainty, it seems, before the heavenly demon's ambush? Or after? I can't remember clearly, I don't know when I can enter and exit the space freely. And? Xiaohua nodded. Green Robe Xiaohua had stayed in the space for the longest time, so it was normal that he could enter and exit the space the earliest. Since Green Robe Xiaohua was like that, then Phoenix Body Xiaohua, Bone Tempering Xiaohua, and other clones would be able to enter and exit the space freely sooner or later. How far can you enter the space? Xiaohua thought of something and asked. The earliest is from my dantian. Green Robe Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately answered, right now, I can enter within 100 zhang from fellow Taoist. Good. Xiaohua smiled and said, it seems that after a long time, fellow Taoist will be able to enter the space at any time from thousands of li away. It should be possible. Green Robe Xiaohua nodded and answered. He didn't feel that there was anything wrong with this because he had always been in the space since he had intelligence. In his impression, the space was his home, so wasn't it normal for him to be able to enter and exit the space? Which disciple is looking for I? Xiaohua didn't point it out and asked with a smile. Wang Bianfei? Green Robe Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, this little guy has been looking a bit strange these days, he's been acting mysteriously. He. Xiaohua understood and asked, Did you teach him that secret sound transmission technique? Green Robe Xiaohua nodded. That thing is quite difficult to comprehend. I had some gains and wanted to find someone to try it out. Wang Bianfei is quite suitable, so I told him a bit. Why do you think he's suitable? Xiaohua asked curiously. Green Robe Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, when I entered the space, Wang Bianfei was right in front of I, so I naturally felt that he was suitable? It's fate. Xiaohua was helpless and could only use these 2 words to sum it up. Xiaohua pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space and asked, Wang Bianfei, did you get any information from the Phoenix Hairpin? Master. Wang Bianfei replied somewhat anxiously, that female cultivator isn't inside the Phoenix Hairpin, she's trapped somewhere in the great desolate continent. The Phoenix Hairpin contains information about that place. Give me the Phoenix Hairpin. Xiaohua said with a stretch of his hand. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei obediently gave the Phoenix Hairpin to Xiaohua. Xiaohua probed for a moment, but still couldn't get anything from it, so he returned the Phoenix Hairpin to Wang Bianfei and asked, where is that place? Do you know how to get there? Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei replied, that place is millions of li northeast of Tongtian Peak. There's an extremely powerful forbidden technique. Tongtian Peak? Xiaohua was shocked. If Wang Bianfei said the path to that place, Xiaohua would suspect that there was something wrong with the Phoenix Hairpin. After all, that female cultivator couldn't have known where the Phoenix Hairpin would end up, she couldn't have said the specific path in advance. If other places were mentioned, Xiaohua might not believe it, but when it came to the names of places in the great desolate continent, this Tongtian Peak was the first to bear the brunt. After all, he had a crystal stone, and it also had Tongtian Peak written on it. It seems that Tongtian Peak is very famous. Xiaohua sighed, moreover it's also fated with us, we have no choice but to go to Tongtian Peak. Wang Bianfei was somewhat puzzled, he didn't know what Xiaohua meant, but he still bit his lips, bowed and said, disciple doesn't dare to have extravagant hopes of forming a relationship with the so-called female immortal. However, since disciple obtained this Phoenix Hairpin and also received a sound transmission from that female, disciple can't ignore it, I ask for master's help. Hee. Xiaohua laughed and said, Wang Bianfei, don't worry, Fujiwen's karma is shouldered by master alone, so your karma is also shouldered by master. Actually, while accomplishing your karma, master also obtained quite a bit. Master also has some expectations, don't know what kind of surprise this Tongtian Peak can bring to master. Yes, master. Wang Bianfei responded and stood at the side. Xiaohua raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror, taking out the ink jade qilin from the space and said with a smile, let's go, you follow me to the depths of the great desolate continent, and also see where Tongtian Peak is. What? Master wants to go to Tongtian Peak? The ink jade qilin's expression changed greatly. Tongtian Peak is going, but it might not be within 100 years. Xiaohua said with a smile, moreover, I also don't dare to have extravagant hopes of that so-called divine artifact, you can rest assured. That's good. The ink jade qilin nodded, this little one grew up in the great desolate continent and has never heard of Tongtian Peak's name. It must be a dangerous place, it's best if we don't go and join in the fun. Master. Wang Bianfei said from the side, disciple's Phoenix Hairpin seems to be able to guide the way, but disciple doesn't know how to activate it. Don't think about it. Xiaohua waved his hand, if that thing doesn't have the divine ability of the immortal world, it's extremely difficult to activate. You and the Phoenix Hairpin are fated, otherwise, you won't even be able to see the primordial spirit projection inside. Yes. Hearing this, Wang Bianfei carefully hid the Phoenix Hairpin close to his body. Xiaohua said again, moreover, the Phoenix Hairpin has been wandering in the great desolate continent for who knows how many years, we don't need to be too anxious. First, we should focus on gaining experience and seeing the great desolate continent. If nothing unexpected happens, we will definitely be able to find Tongtian Peak on the way. I will listen to master's arrangement. Wang Bianfei naturally didn't have any objections. Immediately, Xiaohua put the green-robed Xiaohua and Wang Bianfei into the space, and himself sat on the back of the ink jade qilin, heading towards the depths of the great desolate continent. Chapter 42-24. The untainted land seemed to be boundless. It was far larger than what Xiaohua could see from the time turbulence. In the past few decades, Xiaohua had traveled to many places with the black jade qilin. He had seen many secret places in the untainted land and searched for many exotic flowers and herbs. Not to mention that Xiaohua couldn't identify these exotic flowers and herbs, He didn't even dare to casually touch the secret places in the untainted land, because when encountering such a place, there would be an extremely dangerous aura coming from the secret land. Without waiting for Xiaohua to react, the Ink Jade Qilin first retreated. Born in the wilderness, the Ink Jade Qilin had an innate instinct to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. The Ink Jade Qilin knew where it could go and where it couldn't. Encountering this kind of situation, Xiaohua generally didn't insist. He first let the Ink Jade Qilin stay in place and he himself probed deeper. However, the results were mostly the same. The Ink Jade Qilin couldn't go deep into these secret lands, and Xiaohua also couldn't go deep. Often, under the pressure of that dangerous aura, Xiaohua had to give up. Although Xiaohua was clear that this kind of dangerous aura was the danger of the secret land itself, and there might not be any powerful opponents inside, his current strength was only around the 9th level of essence energy. Before the wilderness secret land, he couldn't even be considered an ant. Of course, merely probing wasn't useless. Xiaohua sharpened his mind and broadened his horizons. This was something that the Dawn Rain continent didn't have in the 3 continents. However, the decades of experience made Xiaohua more and more puzzled. Because he encountered many dangers, but most of them were from the secret land itself. They were naturally formed by heaven and earth, and he hadn't seen too many beasts in the wilderness. Even if there were beasts, they weren't much stronger than Xiaohua's strength. Strange existences like the mysterious Sky Thunder Vine were few and far between. This was too different from what Xiaohua thought, and it was also too different from what the Ink Jade Qilin knew. Even the Ink Jade Qilin was somewhat regretful. It should have come out earlier to take a look, maybe it already had some opportunity. While Xiaohua was puzzled, he also kept paying attention to the water element energy of heaven and earth. It wasn't out of his expectations. Wherever Xiaohua went, the water element energy of heaven and earth was scarce. Except for a few mysterious ice, there were almost no water droplets, let alone rivers and lakes. Of course, these places were not suitable for the human race to live in. Perhaps, this great desolate continent is a fragment? The green-robed Xiaohua's thoughts were the most active. He was the first to speak to Xiaohua. At this time, Xiaohua had just left a secret area. The back of his Taoist robe still had a hole in it. He had been injured by a dangerous situation in the secret area. Xiaohua took a medicinal pill and urged his magic power to repair his body. When some lightning surged on his back, he said, "I'm afraid that's the case. Otherwise, why was there only water element among the 5 elements in the world? Also, there are very few prehistoric beasts on this continent?" No. The green-robed Xiaohua said, "There are many low-level primordial mutant beasts and they can be found everywhere. However, there are too few mutant beasts with extraordinary strength. The fact that there aren't too many powerful beasts means that the primeval continent isn't complete." Xiaohua frowned and said, "This also explains the time turbulence that we saw before we entered the primeval continent. It's not necessarily true that there aren't any powerful exotic beasts. Perhaps they're hiding behind these dangerous secret plains? It's just that we haven't seen them yet." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua had already come out of seclusion a few years ago. At this time he said, "Besides, the primeval continent is really too big. We haven't been to many places in the past few decades. If we only use what we saw in these places to generalize about the entire primeval continent, then we're blinded by a single leaf." "Hee, scholarly fellow immortal has a lot of idioms." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua said with a smile, "No wonder the human race can prosper in the 3 continents, but my dragon race can't. It's because my dragon race has never attached importance to education. TSK fellow Taoists, take a look. The power of education is crazier than any other power. We've been traveling the primeval continent for several decades and have also witnessed the education of the primeval continent for several decades. Since these low-level primeval mutant beasts have already been enlightened, I presume that it won't be long before experts that even we have to look up to appear, right? Fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, there's no need to envy the human race." The scholarly cultivator Xiaohua said with a smile, "The dragon race is born to be strong. This is something that the human race can't compare to. This kind of education is useful for low-level primeval mutant beasts, but it's useless for high-level ones. You might as well ask fellow Taoist Phoenix Body whether or not he needs education." "That's right." Phoenix Body Xiaohua also said, "Every race has its own reason for reproduction. If they're all the same, this primeval continent is unavoidably too boring." "Then what about I?" Bone-honing Xiaohua's bell-like voice sounded from within his body. "I extremely like the aura of this primeval continent, but why can't I's strength improve?" Xiaohua naturally knew that bone-honing Xiaohua was besieged by those lizards and then defeated by the profound sky thunder vine. He had always been brooding in his heart. He answered with a smile, although those primeval mutant beasts have innate divine abilities, their potential is limited, and their achievements are even more limited. Fellow Taoists' current divine abilities are limited, but they're all from your own cultivation. Each step is very solid and your future achievements are limitless. This is something that other primeval mutant beasts can't even envy. Ah, very good, very good. Bone-honing Xiaohua didn't think much, and after hearing Xiaohua's consolation, he was very happy. However, when Phoenix Body Xiaohua heard this, the corners of his mouth secretly revealed an indescribable smile. Although this kind of consolation couldn't be considered as self-deception, it wasn't a universal truth. Phoenix Body Xiaohua didn't think that an ordinary hen could cultivate to his level. Several decades, after all, it's still a short time. It's difficult for us to see the entire primeval continent clearly. Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the distant dawn. The previously blurry starry sky was increasingly expanding, as if there was a blurry mirror covering that place. He reminded in a low voice, however, there's not much time left for us to wait. Although this Xiao doesn't know what that warning sign is, but this warning sign is far stronger than before. At this point Xiaohua asked again, fellow Taoist Soul Cultivator is there? Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish speaking, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua said somewhat unhappily, fellow Taoist, you've already asked this over 10,000 times, right? If there's any unusual movement, presumably you'll know, so why do you have to ask? Alas. Xiaohua sighed, this Xiao is also somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this indescribable warning sign, we could freely cultivate in this primeval continent. It wouldn't matter if we returned to the hidden immortal continent or not, Master? At this moment, the ink jade Qilin beneath Xiaohua sent a voice transmission. There seems to be some unusual movement tens of thousands of miles ahead. This little one can't see clearly, but that aura is piercingly cold. This little one doesn't dare to move forward. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Previously, when they encountered dangerous places in the primeval continent, the ink jade Qilin would also warn him, but it wasn't so serious. Generally, it would only speak when it was right in front of him. It had never warned him in advance from tens of thousands of miles away like this. However, when Xiaohua released his divine sense and saw everything in the distance, his brows raised again and he said curiously, what's going on? Could it be that there are primeval beasts fighting here? Then Xiaohua put the ink jade Qilin into the space, and his figure turned into the wind and flew towards the distance. This was a place that was tens of thousands of miles in size, and this place was completely different from the primeval continent that Xiaohua had seen. Not only was the ground in this place 1,000 feet deep, but there were also numerous large and small cracks that cut the ground into countless small pieces at the depths of the pit. These cracks were similarly extremely deep, and one couldn't see the bottom at a glance, and they were filled with a kind of vicious aura. When Xiaohua flew to this place, a fierce wind was blowing, and the entire heaven and earth was covered by earthen yellow sand. When the fierce wind blew past the cracks on the ground, it emitted a shrill howl that wasn't inferior to the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. Moreover, this shrill howl had already formed a kind of sound attack, and various kinds of fluctuations drifted in the air. Xiaohua fell into it, and only by urging the brilliance around his body could he barely resist it. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and when the fierce wind passed through the cracks on the ground, it formed a kind of very subtle wind blade. This wind blade cut Xiaohua's divine sense to the extreme, and it scared Xiaohua to hastily withdraw his divine sense. His figure didn't dare to stay here for too long, and he flew towards another direction. Xiaohua's figure had just landed, when the hurricane expanded again, forcing Xiaohua to fly another 1,000 miles, and stand on a mountain peak. Only then was he able to avoid it. Xiaohua stood on top of a mountain rock, and lowered his head to look at the huge mountain rock. The rock that was commonly seen in the primeval continent was covered with deep lines, as if they were engraved. It must have been caused by the hurricane for many years. Looking at the chaotic flying sand and rocks in the distance again, it was like a huge restriction that sealed off this place for tens of thousands of miles. Xiaohua's heart unconsciously moved and he thought to himself, this Xiao has been to so many places, but I have never seen such a strange phenomenon in the primeval continent. This strange phenomenon is completely different from the dangerous place from before. Rather than saying it was natural, it's better to say it was man-made. Could it be that this is the immortal world's forbidden technique that Wang Bianfei mentioned? Of course, the hurricane at this moment was too powerful, so Xiaohua didn't dare to let Wang Bianfei out of the space. Thus, he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak, slowly released his divine sense, and carefully sensed the havoc of the hurricane. Sure enough, in just a few breaths, the corner of Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. The hurricane here had already weakened, and the wind blades inside were no longer enough to cut through Xiaohua's divine sense. Moreover, within the wind blades, Xiaohua had already sensed a faint magic power fluctuation. Of course, this magic power fluctuation was different from what Xiaohua usually saw, and it was also different from the ruin's restrictions. It wasn't something that Xiaohua could comprehend and break with his current cultivation. However, this fluctuation gave Xiaohua a very faint and familiar feeling. Xiaohua was already sure that this was the Dao Sect's forbidden technique without a doubt. Thus, Xiaohua's spirit shook, and he hurriedly released his domain, enveloping the surrounding 10 miles. When the wind blades fell into this domain, their speed immediately slowed down, and the fluctuations within the wind blades also emitted a faint brilliance, beginning to resist Xiaohua's domain. This was not outside of Xiaohua's expectations. Under the wind blades, Xiaohua's domain quickly began to collapse, but Xiaohua was not alarmed and instead was happy. While urging his magic power to maintain his domain, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the forbidden technique. Chapter 42-25. Although Xiaohua couldn't figure out whether this forbidden technique was the immortal world's forbidden technique or the so-called primitive world's forbidden technique, it was rare for him to see it. It was also a subtle opportunity for him to comprehend the forbidden technique and come into contact with the immortal world's cultivation methods. This comprehension lasted for over a few months. Xiaohua's figure was originally seated cross-legged on the mountain, but once the forbidden technique and violent gales restrained slightly, he simply urged his figure to descend to the edge of the gales, and he allowed the forbidden technique to tear apart his domain piece by piece. In the end, when the gales weakened to a certain extent, Xiaohua simply withdrew his domain and allowed the forbidden technique to descend directly onto his body. And he was more like a falling flower in the wind, slowly drifting down with the storm. Good? When Xiaohua's feet landed on the collapsed ground, the hurricane and the entire forbidden technique completely disappeared. Even the whistling between the cracks in the ground was faintly inaudible. Xiaohua opened his eyes and praised. Confucian cultivators have a saying, pay attention to everything and learn. It's really like this. This Xiao didn't think that the forbidden technique of the immortal world could actually allow this Xiao to comprehend so much. As he spoke, Xiaohua's divine sense swept around, roughly looking around, then pulled Wang Bianfei out of the space. Greetings, master. Wang Bianfei first respectfully saluted, then swept the surroundings with his divine sense. He immediately understood Xiaohua's meaning and said with some surprise, Master, is this where the fairy is imprisoned? However, after a moment, he was bewildered and asked curiously, what about the forbidden technique of the immortal world? He. Xiaohua said with a smile, this place is already somewhat different from the sound transmission in the Phoenix hairpin. The forbidden technique of the immortal world may have already been destroyed. Previously when I came here the forbidden technique was still very powerful, even I didn't dare to approach it. But now, the forbidden technique has actually weakened and disappeared. I'm afraid, the fairy has already escaped? When Wang Bianfei heard this, he couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. He looked around and said, that's the best. This is just my guess. The real situation may not necessarily be the case. Xiaohua said, maybe the fairy is still waiting for you somewhere. Disciple, take out the Phoenix hairpin and take a look. If there is any reaction, wouldn't it save you and me a lot of trouble? Yes, master. Wang Yifei hurriedly took out the Phoenix hairpin. Sure enough, without waiting for Wang Bianfei to activate any magic power, the Phoenix hairpin immediately emitted a fluctuation that was extremely similar to the one in the hurricane from before. Then the entire Phoenix hairpin emitted a four-colored light. Within the light, the Phoenix hairpin gracefully took shape and flew towards the center of the sunken earth. Let's go. Xiaohua rolled up his big sleeves and followed behind Feng Chai with Wang Bianfei. The Phoenix hairpin flew for half an hour, and directly rushed into a huge crack, flying towards the ground. However, after flying for half the time of a meal, the Phoenix hairpin pierced through the mountain rocks and directly hit the ground. Oh! Xiaohua's eyes lit up when he saw the Phoenix hairpin pierce through the mountain rocks that even the hurricane couldn't destroy. He knew that this Phoenix hairpin was definitely not an ordinary item. After he used the Earth Escape technique and followed the Phoenix hairpin underground for another 2 hours, his eyes lit up even more. A bottomless abyss appeared in front of him. Hiss hiss. The Phoenix hairpin entered the abyss, circled in the air for a moment, and then flew towards a large rock. While flying, the phoenix hairpin also produced a strange sound, as if it was crying in disappointment. Boom! The phoenix hairpin fell into the large rock, and the large rock immediately emitted a resplendent light. Hundreds of patterns flew out from the light, and those patterns flew into the air and turned into a vague figure. This figure was obviously a woman, but her appearance was unclear. A pleasant voice transmitted over, "Fellow Taoist is considerate. Xuanzi thanks you. I'll leave this here as a memento. When the time comes, Mingzhan will sweep the bed." With just a few words, the figure turned into a firefly and fell into the phoenix hairpin that stopped in the air. Looking at the large rock just now, it had now turned into a jade box. The jade box was half closed, and Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. Hee. Xiaohua rolled up his Taoist robe and sent Wang Bianfei to the front of the jade box. He said with a smile, "Quickly go, this is what Fairy Xuanzi left for you." Wang Bianfei responded and waved his hand, wanting to pick up the jade box. However, with his magic power, the jade box was as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It was not something Wang Bianfei could pick up. "Master." Wang Bianfei was somewhat discouraged. Just as he was about to ask Xiaohua to help, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He saw Wang Bianfei fly in front of the mountain rock, first holding the phoenix hairpin in his hand, then placing both hands on the jade box. The phoenix hairpin emitted a multicolored light, and the jade box and the phoenix hairpin resonated with each other. Wang Bianfei's hand lightened and he effortlessly picked up the jade box. "Disciple, quickly see if there's anything good inside." Xiaohua flew over with a smile and reminded. "Yes, master." Wang Bianfei held the jade box with one hand and opened it with the other. Inside the jade box there was an antique-looking scroll, and next to the scroll there was a colored pen. The color of the colored pen was gorgeous, and the end of the pen was inlaid with a thumb-sized jade. "Damn it, I really want to use it as a souvenir." Seeing that there was no cultivation technique or immortal artifact inside the jade box, Xiaohua could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, looking at Wang Bianfei's sparkling eyes, he seemed to be extremely satisfied. Just as Xiaohua was about to say something, he suddenly heard a loud boom in his ears and the entire earth shook. Woo-woo. Whistling sounds came from the abyss, and waves of chaotic fluctuations mixed with wind blades began to rush towards Xiaohua and Wang Bei. "Not good." Xiaohua was shocked and shouted, "The restrictive spell here is about to activate again. Disciple, you should return to Xinhua continent." Without waiting for Wang Bianfei to agree, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He pretended to wave it in mid-air, and his mind had already swept Wang Bianfei and sent him into space. "Go!" Xiaohua roared and urged his magic power. His entire body twisted, and in a few breaths he teleported out of the abyss. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had only teleported a few thousand feet when the restrictive spell of the entire collapsed land began to activate. Xiaohua's teleportation was already ineffective. Xiaohua had no choice but to use the earth escape and wind escape techniques to escape towards the ground. More than an hour later, a hurricane gushed out from the cracks like a fountain. Xiaohua also soared into the sky, straight into the sky. However, Xiaohua had only rushed out a few thousand feet when there was another loud bang and the earth shook again. It was exactly the same as the previous tremor. At the same time, a huge impact force pushed over from a direction. Xiaohua's body was unable to dodge in time, and he was swept several thousand feet away in an instant. Xiaohua originally wanted to escape from the restrictive spell of the collapsed land. Seeing that help was sent over, how could he not know how to use it? Under the urging of his magic power, lightning surged around his body, and he quickly rushed out along with the impact force. Seeing that the space behind him was once again enveloped by the restrictive spell of the immortal world, and his domain was torn apart by the wind blades, Xiaohua let out a long breath. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the source of the impact force. Wang Bianfei previously said that the immortal was imprisoned in the northeast direction of Tongtian Peak, and the impact force this time was coming from the southwest direction. If Wang Bianfei's location was correct, then that place should be where Tongtian Peak was located. Could it be? Xiaohua pondered, the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak has appeared? Thinking of Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua naturally thought of the crystal from Chaotian Ke. There was a sentence inside, in 100 years at the peak of Tongtian Peak, the divine weapon will appear. Xiaohua had a lot of magic weapons in his space, and he himself did not lack magic weapons. Therefore Xiaohua did not take this sentence seriously. He even threw the crystal to the ink jade Qilin and let it go to Tongtian Peak. And during these days of searching for Tongtian Peak, Xiaohua had some doubts. The first question that came to mind was who had left this crystal behind. Actually, if it was related to Chao Tianke, Xiaohua could easily think that it must be the crystal left behind by the person or beast who built Chao Tianke. Xiaohua's heart was as clear as a mirror about the scale of Chao Tianke and what kind of power it had. That restrictive spell seemed to be more powerful than the one that trapped the immortal world's immortal in front of him. With Xiaohua's strength, even if he cultivated for 10,000 years, he would not be able to set it up. What was the purpose of such a person or beast leaving behind a divine weapon in Tongtian Peak? Xiaohua could not help but think about it. Moreover, Xiaohua had also asked Swallowing Heaven and Ink Jade Qilin. Weapons would appear in Chao Tianke every once in a while, and along with the weapons, this kind of crystal would appear. Inside the crystal there was also this sentence, but the timing was somewhat different. In other words, the arrangement in Chao Tian Pavilion was for the divine weapon of Tongtian Peak. It was to let the prehistoric beasts who could enter Chao Tianke go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon. Those who could enter Chao Tianke were naturally the elites of prehistoric continent, and all of them had outstanding strength. That person or beast gathered these prehistoric beasts at Tongtian Peak, just to snatch the divine weapon? Divine weapon, ah. Xiaohua admitted that if he had a divine weapon, he would absolutely not take it out to let others snatch it. Unless he had other thoughts. However, the Black Jade Qilin made it clear that no other prehistoric beasts had ever appeared near Chaotian Tower. None of the prehistoric beasts that had entered Chaotian Tower had ever seen a human or prehistoric beast controlling Chaotian Tower. Of course, Ink Jade Qilin's strength was especially high. If there was a prehistoric beast controlling Chaotianke, Ink Jade Qilin might not be able to detect it. Of course, besides these doubts, Xiaohua previously thought that there were many prehistoric beasts on Chaotianke that were far more powerful than him. These prehistoric beasts would go to Tongtian Peak to snatch the divine weapon, and with his strength, it would be very difficult to succeed. Therefore, Xiaohua did not care about the so-called divine weapon. After dozens of years of experience, Xiaohua suddenly discovered that this eldritch continent was not a complete eldritch continent. Not only was the heaven and earth Yuan Qi incomplete, even the eldritch beasts were not complete. He did not even see a single eldritch master, and he did not even feel their auras. Facing such a situation, Xiaohua felt that he might have a chance. Chapter 42-26. Thinking of this, Xiaohua released the Ink Jade Qilin and smiled as he pointed towards the southwest direction. This place is millions of miles away from Tongtian Peak. If you want to go, you still have a chance. The Ink Jade Qilin looked at the terrifying restrictive spell in front of him and was shocked. He shook his head and transmitted his voice. Master, don't joke with me. Didn't I already say that I can't go? This isn't Tongtian Peak. Xiaohua looked at the Ink Jade Qilin meaningfully and replied, this is where you sensed the terrifying aura earlier. Tongtian Peak is 1,000,000 miles away. I just want to ask you, since we're here, do you want to go and take a look? Hee. The Ink Jade Qilin's eyes also shone with a crafty light. Almost without thinking, he replied, if Master wants to go, I'll accompany Master to take a look. Let's just say that we're only going to take a look. Seeing the Ink Jade Qilin like this, how could Xiaohua not know that it had the same thoughts as him? Okay. Xiaohua sat on the Ink Jade Qilin's back and smiled. Let's go take a look and see what kind of divine weapon is at the peak of Tongtian Peak. The Ink Jade Qilin raised its head and roared. Auspicious clouds appeared under its feet and carried Xiaohua around the collapsed area's restrictive spell and flew towards Tongtian Peak. Boom. After flying for half a day before the Ink Jade Qilin could bypass the forbidden hurricane technique, another wave of impact came from the direction of the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua's body was surrounded by lightning, covering himself and the Ink Jade Qilin. The force of the impact was very strange. It actually tore the lightning to pieces, and even blew the flames on the Ink Jade Qilin's body until they swayed. Another few days passed. Looking at the place where the scorching sun hung high in the sky, among the golden sand, a pitch-black pillar was erected between heaven and earth. It was so eye-catching and also so frightening. Xiaohua understood that this was the heaven-connecting peak. Hiss. Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense in order to not attract the attention of other ancient beasts. However, when he saw the pitch-black pillar inserted into the ground and the other end inserted into the sky, he still sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, this Tongtian Peak can't really be connected to heaven and earth, right? Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly release his divine sense. He wanted to see the true spirit of Tongtian Peak. However, Xiaohua's essence will had only spread out for 1,000 miles and hadn't even touched the heaven-piercing peak's hair. From the side, another ferocious essence will swept over. The moment it touched Xiaohua's essence will, it immediately launched an attack. That essence will was like the beak of a large bird, instantly tearing apart Xiaohua's essence will. Damn it! Xiaohua was caught somewhat unprepared and cursed under his breath. His origin force immediately condensed into a hammer and smashed towards the direction of the other origin force. Boom! The two elemental intents collided in midair and a huge shockwave was generated, tearing the clouds in midair into pieces. Xiaohua's figure shook slightly as a fierce expression flashed within his eyes. He circulated his magic energy, causing lightning to surge around his body as he tore through the sky and pounced towards the distance. Caw! At the same time, at the place where Xiaohua was flying towards, the cry of an eagle suddenly rang out. Immediately after, a large expanse of dark clouds covered the horizon, and an eagle-shaped exotic beast several thousand meters in size flew towards Xiaohua at a speed even faster than a meteor. While the eagle beast was flying, its two sharp claws grabbed forward and two phantoms flew out. They crossed 1,000 miles in an instant and appeared in front of Xiaohua. The two phantoms condensed together and covered the space within a few miles. The power contained within the phantoms was astonishing. Even a demonic tool would be crushed by them. Feeling the space being imprisoned, Xiaohua's figure stopped, and then patted his head. Boom! 5-colored true qi flew out, and condensed into the shape of a big hand in midair. Whoa! Although the hand was slow, the wind was biting cold, and it crushed the shackles of the bird's claw. At the same time the space within a few miles collapsed, the hand crossed the distance and grabbed the bird's claw. Bang! Not only did Xiaohua's hand crush the two bird's claw phantoms, it even condensed the heaven and earth origin qi within a few miles into a faint crystal ball. It's impolite not to reciprocate, Xiaohua shouted loudly. He didn't care whether the eagle beast could understand him or not. He waved his hand and smashed it towards the exotic beast that was flying towards him. When the eagle beast saw its claw image being crushed by Xiaohua, it was shocked and enraged at the same time. It spread its wings and the sound of wind and thunder came from them. Then lightning surged towards Xiaohua like a tide. Strange. Xiaohua was bewildered when he saw the lightning that tore the space apart. Why are the lightning beasts so common on the primitive continent? What's special is that almost every primitive beast has some lightning magical ability. The origin energy crystal ball condensed in Xiaohua's large hand was naturally much more powerful than the fireball talisman. The instant that the eagle-shaped beast's lightning annihilated the origin energy crystal ball, the origin energy crystal ball exploded. Rumble? The air trembled and the ground also shook. The surging lightning was scattered by the origin energy crystal ball, and could no longer pose a threat to Xiaohua. At this time the eagle beast had already seen Xiaohua's appearance. It raised its head and roared. It really despised this ant-like thing. As the eagle-shaped beast flapped its wings fiercely, thunderbolts appeared once again like stormy waves. Moreover, the eagle-shaped beast raised its claws again, and the space around Xiaohua was immediately filled with strange light and shadows. Countless huge eagle claws appeared in the light and shadows, completely sealing the space around Xiaohua. Furthermore, the eagle-shaped beast opened its mouth, and a scarlet-green beam of light mixed with destructive fluctuations shot towards Xiaohua's chest in a flash, disregarding the distance of several thousand kilometers. The red and green light beam was so big that instead of saying it was aimed at Xiaohua's chest, it was better to say that it wanted to grind Xiaohua's body into minced meat. Seeing how ferocious the eagle-like beast was, Xiaohua was enraged. He raised both of his hands and rubbed his 10 fingers together. Countless fluctuations flew out, and a dark green brilliance also surged between his eyebrows. Waves of ghostly green seal script sounds were emitted. Rumble? Above the head of the eagle-shaped strange beast in the distance, the 9 heavens' divine thunder poured down like a heavenly river that had broken its dike. And under the eagle beast's body, a dark green sphere of lightning several zhang in size had already formed, and was pressing towards the eagle beast's abdomen. Moreover, at this time Xiaohua also opened his mouth. Pooh! After that, a thumb-sized 5-colored true qi shot out. At the core of this 5-colored true qi, strands of literary star power emitted mottled splendor, and directly pierced into the light beam shot out by the eagle beast. Literary star power, gods and ghosts can be easily destroyed. When the 5-colored true qi came in contact with the eagle beast's light beam, it drilled into the light beam, and after the literary star power crashed into the light beam, the five-colored true qi smashed the light beam with irresistible force. When the light beam had just collapsed by 40%, Xiaohua's 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses in thunder had already arrived in front of the strange beast. That strange beast was shocked. At the same time, it continuously shot out light beams from its mouth to fight, and hurriedly flapped its wings, urging the waves of lightning to attack the 9 heavens divine thunder and 3 corpses in thunder. Rumble? The sky within 1,000 li was full of lightning and smoke. The exploding fire snakes and various colors of brilliance had stolen the brilliance of the scorching sun. Jijia. In the midst of the flames, the eagle beast's cry was quite miserable, and then a pitch-black figure rushed out in a sorry state. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, and he couldn't help but sneer, because the feathers on the strange beast's thousands of zhang-long wings were all standing up, and the brilliance on them was completely restrained. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the feathers, and the entire sky was filled with the smell of barbecued meat. This was still nothing. The eagle beast's beak was now bent and burst, and the originally proud feathers on its head had now disappeared, revealing a red sarcoma several zhang in size. That eagle beast flapped its wings a few times, and its figure quickly retreated 100 li. Its sword-like eyes swept over Xiaohua, and in addition to fear, there was even more shame and anger. Jia. The eagle beast opened its beak again and let out a low cry. This low cry had a hint of indiscriminate destruction, and following the low cry, the eagle beast's mouth dripped with blood. Immediately, a strange gale rolled up around the eagle beast's body, and this gale caused the strange beast's figure to be abnormally distorted, as if a large hand had thrown this eagle beast into a turbid lake. Just as the gale blew, a cool breeze brushed against Xiaohua's face, and this originally warm flow actually carried a faint smell of blood. Wind escape. Xiaohua's originally slightly narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and those eyes were filled with a kind of fiery passion. Sure enough, a powerful aura emerged from the void where the wind blew. Looking at the distorted eagle-shaped beast in the distance, it had already turned into an illusory shadow. The strange beast that was tens of thousands of feet in size arrived with the wind. Come on. Xiaohua cheered, and his right hand slapped the top of his head. Rumble? A pillar of lightning flew out from the top of his head, and the Confucian cultivator's 5 chi righteous thunder flickered, and an awe-inspiring aura enveloped the void within 1,000 li immediately after. Xiaohua rubbed his hands together, and the 9 heavens divine thunder roared out again, covering the land within 1,000 li, and the surging tide of thunder was even more devastating than a flood. Jia. The eagle beast's long cry was like a soul sword, incomparably sharp as it pierced through space, and turned into a faint blood color that fell between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Sure enough, there's still a backup. How could Xiaohua be afraid of a soul technique attack? The corner of his mouth slightly raised, and a layer of dark green color surged between his eyebrows again, and one after another, green seal characters exploded, and countless 3 corpses in thunder with unfathomable power came from the 9 underworlds. Not only did it scatter the blood color of the soul sword, it also sealed the eagle beast's left side. Boom. At this time, the strange beast's figure had already appeared, and its huge figure enveloped the entire space. That originally disheveled eagle head was now dripping with blood, and its dark eyes were bloodshot. Wind and thunder roared under the strange beast's wings, and the entire space fluctuated sporadically, and countless hurricanes completely controlled this space. Chapter 42-27. The eagle beast's blood-red eyes swept over Xiaohua, and its entire body trembled slightly. As it trembled, numerous enormous wind and lightning phantoms suddenly appeared and madly pounced toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was calm as water. He indifferently looked at the eagle beast's domain and softly shouted, "Break!" Rumble. In an instant, the 3 thunderbolts simultaneously displayed their might. The 5 chi righteous lightning was like a boulder that suppressed the entire space. Lightning bolts fell with incomparable might, instantly causing the entire space to collapse. The dozen wind and lightning phantoms also began to tremble. The might of the 9 heavens divine lightning was the greatest. It swept from bottom to top, and similarly, it completely destroyed the beast's space in a few breaths of time. After the seemingly awe-inspiring wind and lightning phantoms were annihilated by the 9 heavens divine lightning, there was no longer any movement. As for the 3 corpses in lightning, it rumbled as it fell into the shattered space. It even entered the eagle beast's body, causing its entire body to tumble within the space. Seeing this, the eagle beast turned pale with fright. How could it not understand that Xiaohua's lightning drawing technique was merely a test, a form of tolerance? It actually didn't know when to advance or retreat, and instead staked everything on a single throw to kill Xiaohua. While the eagle beast was filled with regret, its figure swiftly flashed. A strange wind suddenly rose and an afterimage appeared. The eagle beast flew towards its right. At this moment, a trace of a mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Xiaohua's mouth. After that, he lightly waved his left hand, and a faint demonic aura surged out from his left hand. Within the demonic aura were numerous silver-black thunderbolts that flickered with an indescribable bloody aura that blocked the eagle beast's right. Wasn't this the devil race's dark nether devil lightning? Caw. Seeing that it was yet another mutated devil lightning, and that the devil lightning had condensed into threads of lightning, an indescribable shock and fear rose from the bottom of the eagle's heart. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to call for help. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As soon as the dark nether devil lightning appeared, an extremely mysterious fluctuation appeared in the entire space. When this fluctuation entered the eagle beast's body, it immediately annihilated all of its lightning. At the same time, the 5 Qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, 3 corpses Yin lightning, and dark nether devil lightning simultaneously surged into the space within 1,000 li. As the lightning wreaked havoc in the surroundings, the eagle beast's huge body violently trembled within the lightning. Quick! Seeing that the beast was about to be killed, Xiaohua urged. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua turned into a streak of light and entered the eagle beast's head as he raised his left hand. Several strands of his soul turned into crystal. Jia. The eagle-shaped beast was stunned at first. Then its eyes flashed with determination, and its body suddenly trembled. Rumble. A series of muffled thunderous sounds came from the beast's body, and its body, which was tens of thousands of feet in size, began to rapidly explode. Do you want to die? At this point, whether you want to die or not, it's not up to you to decide. As he spoke, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua waved his hands and unleashed a strange soul technique. The crystal strands that had penetrated the beast's head were raised up like fishing hooks, and at the end of the hook was a faint soul of the strange beast. Crack crack. Seeing that the soul of the strange beast was about to come out of its body, the eagle beast's head exploded again, and the strange beast's soul shattered along with the eagle's head. Damn it! Soul Cultivator Xiaohua roars in anger. Both of his hands hastily clenched together. Swish! Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's soul, which was only 30% intact, was condensed into a soul bead. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua then opens his mouth, causing the soul bead to draw an arc in the air and fall into his mouth. Good? Xiaohua clapped his hands and smiled. He had been looking for the wind escape technique for a long time, but had never found it. He didn't expect that before he even reached Tongtian Peak, an ancient strange beast would deliver it to his door. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua flew to Xiaohua's side and cupped his hands. This beast's counterattack at death's door tore its own soul to pieces. I'm afraid this wind escape technique is not complete, and looking at the strength of this ancient strange beast, the memories in its soul may not be complete, so fellow Taoists shouldn't have too much hope. Xiaohua smiled. I know, I only need to know some tricks of the wind escape technique, and let the stagnant cultivation begin. I understand. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua nodded and winked slightly at Xiaohua, then said, By the way, I still have some things to ask Lu Yi. Can you call him out of the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua didn't say anything else, grabbed Lu Yi out of the Kunlun mirror, and threw him to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. At this time, the lightning in the entire space was still wreaking havoc, shattering the body of the eagle strange beast inch by inch. When Lu Yi came out, he was quite surprised, but in just a moment his face changed greatly, and he opened his mouth to say something. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua smiled slightly and asked, Lu Yi, I have something to ask you, you have to answer truthfully. Lu Yi was stunned and hurriedly bowed. Martial uncle, please speak, disciple will definitely answer truthfully. Good, come with I. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua brought Lu Yi a few hundred zhang away, and said something to Lu Yi. Xiaohua's expression didn't change, and he looked at the flickering lightning, then flicked his sleeve, and under the urging of his magic power, the lightning within 1,000 li was instantly extinguished. Looking at the eagle strange beast's body, which was thousands of zhang in size, it was now less than 10,000 zhang in size. The evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, put away the eagle strange beast's remains, and then released his divine sense, sweeping through the space within tens of thousands of li. Some of the nearby strange beasts who were paying attention to this place saw this and scattered. Let's go. Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense, and waved his hand to call out to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and the three of them flew towards the heaven-connecting peak. After the three of them left, faint spatial patterns appeared in the clear sky, and these patterns condensed into a huge eye, looking at the lightning that still looked like wisps of fire snakes descending from the sky, and then at the backs of Xiaohua and the others. Xiaohua and the others didn't fly fast, and could even be said to be slow, as if they were considering whether to continue forward. After the time it took to eat a meal, the three of them arrived in front of a mountain. Xiaohua landed first, took out the Kunlun mirror, put away the Soul Cultivator Xiaohua and Lu Yi, and sat cross-legged there. Xiaohua's mind entered the space and turned into Jade Archive Xiaohua's appearance. He didn't directly appear in front of Lu Yi. Instead, he stood in midair and raised his head. He looked straight at the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. After the time it took to eat a meal, his figure flashed, and he turned into his original appearance and landed in front of Lu Yi. Martial uncle. Lu Yi couldn't distinguish between Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua, and thought it was the green-robed Xiaohua coming over, so he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Please tell Disciple's master that Disciple felt someone spying on us as soon as Disciple came out of the Kunlun Wonderland. And I know. Xiaohua nodded. Your master asked I to ask you this spying. Do you think it's directed at you? Or directed at your master? Lu Yi almost didn't hesitate and said, it must be directed at Disciple. Otherwise, Disciple definitely wouldn't have sensed it. Then. Xiaohua asked again, once you entered Shenhua continent you couldn't sense it, right? Yes. Lu Yi answered affirmatively. Is there anything else you want to tell your master? Xiaohua asked. Lu Yi thought for a moment and shook his head slightly. Seems like there's nothing else. However, martial uncle, please tell master that this kind of hostile spying seems to be like the power of heaven and earth. Disciple had a feeling of collapse just now. Collapse? What do you mean? Xiaohua was a little puzzled and asked. Lu Yi explained, Disciple has never encountered this kind of feeling before. It's like a kind of inevitable ending, a kind of powerlessness that Disciple can't resist. You have a 7th grade essence force, right? Xiaohua's gaze swept across Lu Yi, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. Yes, martial uncle. Disciple's essence force is at the upper 7th grade. Lu Yi nodded. I broke through during the bloody battle in the ruins. A grandmaster at the upper 7th grade essence force actually didn't have the power to resist? Xiaohua was truly shocked. Lu Yi smiled bitterly. This is Disciple's feeling. It may not be true. Martial uncle, please report to master and let master decide. All right. Xiaohua nodded. Go and cultivate. After Lu Yi left, ripples appeared on Xiaohua's body, and he disappeared in midair. Then, his entire body turned into a brilliant star and landed in the starry sky. Although Xiaohua couldn't control the entire space at this moment, if he wanted, he could know most of the things that happened in the space. He was like a ruler overlooking the entire space, and when he saw all living things flourishing and thriving, a sense of pride spontaneously arose from the bottom of his heart. There were millions of cultivators in the world and millions of magic treasures in the world, but how many cultivators like Xiaohua were there? And how many mystical existences like the space could there be? When the heavens gave Xiaohua a great responsibility, it would first make his mind suffer, his muscles and bones toil, his body starve, his body empty, and his actions disrupted. Therefore his heart was moved and his nature was improved. Only in this way could Xiaohua obtain great magical powers and become an unprecedented great sage. The Jade Archive Xiaohua hovered in the starry sky for a moment, and his figure quietly left the space again. However, he didn't leave his physical body, and instead stood inside, passing on everything he knew to his clones. The clones were all silent and no one knew what to say. Among the clones, the most powerful one was the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. Relying on the power of enlightenment, he had already entered the realm of refined void harmonization. However, even so, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was only at the lower level of the 9th grade of origin energy. Of course, in terms of battle strength, Wen Xing, who was at the upper 9th grade essence force, might not be a match for the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. However, the key was that even Lu Yi, who was at the upper 7th grade essence force, felt that he couldn't face the warning sign, so how could the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua resist? After a moment, the green-robed Xiaohua opened his mouth. His tone was somewhat heavy as he asked, Fellow Taoist, Lu Yi has a warning sign, what about you? Chapter 42-28. No. I haven't had any warning signs yet. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Just now, this humble Taoist rashly released the 3 corpsine lightning, 5 Qi righteous lightning, 9 heavens divine lightning, and netherworld demonic lightning precisely because this humble Taoist wanted to attract the attention of that unknown existence. This humble Taoist wanted to use this opportunity to see if this humble Taoist would become vigilant. Moreover, in order not to disturb that existence, I didn't dare to release my divine sense, Buddhist awareness and so on. I didn't even use my illusion breaker eye. When fellow Taoist just arrived at the great wasteland continent, didn't you have a big warning sign? Soul Cultivator Xiaohua reminded, are these two the same thing? Yes. Xiaohua slightly took a breath and somewhat woke up. Fellow Taoist means that our real warning sign isn't in the sky, but here? The distorted starry sky outside the sky, is just a kind of appearance? Did I make a mistake? From what Louis said, that seems to be the case. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua sighed. Our cultivation bases are still too shallow. We've already fallen into the trap and we still don't know it. Damn it, it's not that we're weak. It's that the enemy is too strong. Bone-honing Xiaohua shouted, fellow Taoists, haven't you thought about it? What kind of enemy have we encountered since we left the heavenly prison? Devil Emperor, heavenly demon, great wasteland beast, and now there's an enemy that we can't even detect. This is an enemy that absolutely can't be encountered on the hidden immortal continent. Isn't that so? A profound sky thunder vine can entangle fellow Taoist bone-honing. If this great wasteland continent wasn't incomplete, I'm afraid it would really be difficult for us to move an inch. Phoenix Body Xiaohua laughed. His tone was not without ridicule, but bone-honing Xiaohua was still unlikely to understand, so he could only nod his head vigorously at the side. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said, fellow Taoist, don't forget, Namomethria, Jianghu's previous life also appeared here. Why did he reincarnate and cultivate again? Why did he reincarnate from here to the Dawn Rain continent? That must be he fell here. What about his enemy? How can we be a match for an opponent who could kill Jianghu in his previous life? Hearing this, Xiaohua was a little sad. Thinking of Buddha Bodhi who hadn't spoken yet, he raised his head and asked, Master, what do you think? Namo Maitreya. Subhuti chanted a Buddhist mantra. This humble monk does not know to what extent Namo Maitreya has reached in this place. However, this is the upper realm. For Lu to be able to come here in his past life, he must have been at least at the Golden Body 7th transformation. The supernatural powers of the Golden Body 7th transformation are far beyond what I can imagine now. His opponent? Only such a mighty being from the upper realm can make Lu Yi feel like he's unstoppable. Bone-honing Xiaohua said hurriedly. The problem has arisen again. Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua said, who is Nanwu Maitreya's opponent? The Buddha Lord's opponent is naturally the devil. Xiaohua also took the opportunity to speak. Little brat Mo Ling, do you feel anything? Dragon Vein Xiaohua said disdainfully. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, to be honest, big brothers, I really don't feel anything. If I did, I would have told you long ago. Soul Cultivator Xiaohua nodded and said, little brat Mo Ling devoured the devil spirit of the devil formation, and his strength increased greatly. As long as it's the aura of the devil race, he can definitely sense it. Therefore this opponent. I'm afraid it's not the devil race. Moreover, if it's the devil race, I really can't think of any devil race that can beat Nanwu Maitreya into samsara. A devil race that can beat Nanwu Maitreya into samsara? How can little brat Mo Ling detect it? Dragon Vein Xiaohua was even more disdainful. Does fellow Taoist have any other thoughts? Xiaohua asked Dragon Vein Xiaohua curiously. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, could it be that fellow Taoist doesn't feel it? There's no dragon race in this primordial continent? But the stone giants are divided into two factions. One faction worships Nanwu Maitreya's Buddha statue, and the other faction worships the dragon god statue. Although I don't know who the dragon god statue is, it's obvious that Nanwu Maitreya's opponent is the dragon god. Oh, when Jianghu was attacked by the lizards on the primordial continent, didn't those lizards also not dare to attack Jianghu? That's right. Scholarly Cultivator Xiaohua added, when the Fortune Gates disciples were educating the variant beasts, they also discovered this situation. It's fine if there are no opposing races, but whenever there are opposing races, they either worship Nanwu Maitreya's Buddha statue or a dragon statue. Xiaohua was surprised. He had a different guess in his heart, which was why he didn't connect these two statues together. Moreover, he wasn't directly involved in educating the variant beasts, so he didn't know as much as Dragon Vein Xiaohua. But that's all in the past. The green-robed Xiaohua said proudly, now, wherever the Fortune Gates disciples go, they leave behind Taoist Zhao's statue. Maybe they won't change it now, but it won't be long before they all change to Taoist Xiao. Nonsense. Xiao Hua helplessly shook his head and reprimanded, the power of faith doesn't need to be on the surface. Since the variant beasts on the primordial continent worship Nanwu Mithriya and the dragon god, we will take their place to educate them. The merit of educating and the power of faith will belong to us. Making those superficial statues is really superfluous. Moreover, if this Zhao's guess is right, the statues left behind by the Fortune Gate's disciples will soon be changed to Nanwu Mithriya and the dragon god. It can't be right? The green-robed Xiaohua was surprised. He blinked several times but didn't know what to say. In the end, he shrugged his shoulders and mocked himself, human nature is fickle. What does this have to do with human nature? Dragon Vein Xiaohua mocked. Now let's talk about who our opponent is. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then raised his head and smiled wryly. If it really is that senior dragon god, what qualifications do we have to be his opponent? Whatever that senior wants to do, we'll just have to wait and see. However, I have another guess. If there is such a possibility, then perhaps we still have a way to survive. With that, Xiaohua sent a private message to Soul Cultivator Xiaohua. Xiaohua's expression was one of confusion. Eventually, Xiaohua said helplessly, this humble Taoist always believed that we would be able to extricate ourselves from this matter and wait for the right opportunity to arrive. Once we're done, we'll just brush our sleeves and leave. We'll be chivalrous heroes who hide our accomplishments and fame. Unfortunately, even if it's the heaven-connecting peak, since we're already here, we can't not participate. Only by fighting with all our might can we win a slim chance of survival. Variant Bisa. Scholarly Cultivator Xiaohua sighed, all of them are experts. We're asking a tiger for its skin. Asking a tiger for its skin is the tiger's skin, it has nothing to do with us. Green-robed Xiaohua laughed, when it comes to us, it'll be too late. Fellow Taoists. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, it's time to fight again for our survival. I hope that all of you will work together to get through this crisis. Good. All the doppelgangers agreed, only Buddha Bodhi's Buddhist name didn't come out. Xiaohua raised his head, looked at the location of his Naiwan palace, frowned, and then came out of his body. Xiaohua opened his eyes, his gaze slightly raised, looked around, took out the Kunlun mirror, released the ink jade qilin and said, follow me to the heaven-connecting peak. Yes, master, please. The ink jade qilin respectfully bowed and invited Xiaohua to sit. Xiaohua shook his head and said, no need, today's variant beasts of the primitive continent, besides you, the primitive 5 little ones will also be interested in coming, let's fly together. Many thanks, master. The ink jade qilin was very grateful, agreed and flew beside Xiaohua. The road to the heaven-connecting peak wasn't very smooth. In addition to the eagle-like variant beast they met earlier, Xiaohua also met ox-headed stone man, 2-winged fish, fiery brocade meng, and other strange variant beasts. These variant beasts of the primitive continent were relatively strong, even that fiery brocade meng was 30% stronger than the profound sky thunder vine. Facing these strange variant beasts, although the ink jade qilin was somewhat afraid, it still braced itself to fight. Although the ink jade qilin's methods couldn't compare to these variant beasts of the primitive continent, behind it was Xiaohua. Xiaohua's strength wasn't much stronger than the ink jade qilin's, but he had a lot of methods. Every time he was unpredictable, he could use the ink jade qilin's magic to defeat the enemy. As the ink jade qilin's admiration for Xiaohua became more and more intense, the enemy became more and more fearful. After all, variant beasts of the primitive continent who could come to the heaven-connecting peak to compete for the mystical treasures weren't fools. As they moved forward, they also paid attention to their surroundings. Almost all of the variant beasts of the primitive continent listed Xiaohua and the ink jade qilin as irresistible opponents. Not to mention Xiaohua's plan, the ink jade qilin increasingly had a plan in its heart. Previously, when it was talking to Xiaohua, it had described the primitive continent as an extremely dangerous place where experts gathered. However, when it was actually experiencing the world, it discovered that what it had encountered was far different from what it knew, and at this time the opponents it encountered were similar to what it had experienced. There were no particularly powerful opponents at all. Therefore, the ink jade qilin had a trace of hope for that divine tool. Xiaohua already knew that there was something fishy about it, but he still couldn't see anything. He just followed his thoughts to deal with the provocative opponents. In this way, in a few days' time, they once again arrived in front of the heaven-connecting peak. Facing the heaven-connecting peak, Xiaohua couldn't help but open his mouth in astonishment. What kind of miracle was this? The bottom of the mountain was several thousand li in size, and the top was several hundred li in size. Its entire body was dark purple, and within this dark purple there were strange textures. The textures were like swimming fish, wantonly overflowing within an area of several tens of zhang. Moreover, every time it overflowed, there would be some indescribable fluctuations emitted. These fluctuations didn't rush out from the surface of the mountain, but rather brewed within the entire mountain, like the tranquility before the eruption of magma. Chapter 42-29. In addition to those strange textures, what shocked Xiaohua the most was the body of the Tongtian Peak. The entire Tongtian Peak pierced through the heavens and the earth. It really pierced through the earth and the sky. The highest point had already disappeared into the clouds and could not be seen with the naked eye. Even when Xiaohua released his divine sense, he still could not see the end of the Tongtian Peak. This Tongtian Peak could really connect the heavens. It really lived up to its name. It can't be. Xiaohua cried out in shock. This Tongtian Peak, is it really a Tongtian Peak? I'm afraid so. The Ink Jade Qilin also lowered its arrogant head in front of the unparalleled aura of the peak and replied with fear and trepidation. This little one has never seen or heard of such a magnificent peak. No, Xiaohua explained. What this old man means is this really a peak formed by the heavens and the earth? No matter how this old man looks at it, I feel that this is the work of a great magical power? But the Ink Jade Qilin looked up at the peak that directly pierced the sky and said with some disbelief, who has such a great magical power? Who has the ability to move mountains and create seas and build such a huge peak? What is the purpose of this senior building this peak? Who knows? Xiaohua replied meaningfully. His gaze was once again directed towards the horizon. At this time, the horizon was different from before. Dense clouds had already covered the sky, and the scorching sun that had always protected the primitive wasteland continent was now hidden behind the clouds. A kind of colorful color sprinkled across the sky of the primitive wasteland continent, a rare auspicious sign. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from the sky and fell on the Tongtian Peak. At this time in Xiaohua's eyes, the Tongtian Peak was not so much a mountain that was several hundred li in size, but rather, a magic tool similar to the wishful staff. Xiaohua was almost certain that if his wishful staff of the 5 elements was truly refined, it would definitely be this powerful. What kind of power was that? It was comparable to all the peaks of the primitive wasteland continent. The aura that wanted to compete with the sky suppressed all the primitive beasts that came to the Tongtian Peak. Although the heavens connecting peak did not have the energy waves of a magical artifact, the indescribable vastness of it was 100 times more powerful than any energy wave. The majestic image of it was directly imprinted in the minds of all the primitive beasts. Whoa! At this moment, there was another flash of brilliance on the heavens link peak. This brilliance descended from the sky and instantly fell to the ground from hundreds of thousands of feet above. At the same time, an aura that resembled a dragon's roar came from the heavens link peak. Following this inexplicable roar that directly entered one's soul, an incomparable force came from the peak and spread across the entire primitive continent. It was like a declaration that would envelop the entire primitive wastelands. Roar. Just as the momentum of the heaven-connecting peak passed, a figure that was tens of thousands of feet tall appeared in the void. This figure looked like a black ape. On its huge head, 2 eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Its long arms that were tens of thousands of feet long drooped down slightly and directly reached its knees. Every single strand of hair on the beast's body was standing straight up, with bolts of lightning coiling around each strand. The moment the black ape appeared in the void, it immediately let out a long roar. A ferocious aura gushed out in all directions like a mountain torrent. Immediately after, the black ape looked at the primitive beasts in front of the heavens link peak with disdain. It lifted its feet that were several times larger than ordinary mountains and stepped towards the heavens link peak as if there were stairs in the air. Woo-woo. The momentum of the heavens link peak not only attracted the black ape, it also forced the primitive beasts that were hiding in the surroundings to reveal themselves. However, the momentum of the heavens link peak only forced the hundreds of primitive beasts to reveal themselves, while the black ape ignited the wildfire in the hearts of the primitive beasts. Seeing the black ape stepping on the void and approaching the heavens link peak, the majority of the primitive beasts couldn't suppress the restlessness in their hearts. One after another, they used their methods and flew towards the heavens link peak. Seeing the primitive beasts fly up one after another, Xiaohua didn't panic at all. He put his hands behind his back and looked on coldly. He didn't make any movements at all. Master. The black jade Qilin was clearly forced into a corner and reminded in a low voice, "We should also go, otherwise..." "Otherwise what?" Xiaohua asked indifferently. "Otherwise, wouldn't the divine weapon be snatched by them? If the divine weapon was so easy to be snatched by them, would it still be called a divine weapon?" Xiaohua asked back. The black jade Qilin was somewhat speechless. However, although he didn't know how to refute, his eyes were still filled with joy. Xiaohua sighed. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a joyful sound transmission from the left. "Stinky donkey, why are you here?" Xiaohua turned his head and saw the golden toad, black sky white tiger, and the other primitive four little beasts coming together. When they saw the black jade Qilin, they all smiled and flew over. "If you can come, why can't I?" Seeing the primitive four little beasts, the black jade Qilin immediately became angry and shouted as he flew over. However, the primitive four little beasts were still respectful and didn't dare to slight Xiaohua. They all saluted and transmitted their greetings to Xiaohua. "All of you get up." Xiaohua smiled and said to these primitive beasts that weren't bad in quality but had been spoiled by the primitive continent, "Master, are you still not going to make a move?" The golden toad seemed to have heard the black jade Qilin's transmission and hurriedly asked. The black sky white tiger also instigated, "If Master doesn't make a move now, won't you fall behind the other beasts?" "I'm not in a hurry." Xiaohua smiled and said, "I'm not interested in some divine weapon but somewhere else." "What kind of weapon does Master want? Could it be that there are weapons more powerful than divine weapons here?" The five-colored phoenix asked puzzledly. Xiaohua thought for a moment and looked at the black jade Qilin. "If you want to go, you can go with them. You primitive five little beasts have always advanced and retreated together. Now, I don't want to restrict you." Although the black jade Qilin didn't understand the ways of the world, he already felt that Xiaohua was giving him a choice, just like in the imperial court. "Let's go." The black tortoise and the black tortoise had always been quiet. At this moment, they also raised their heads and looked at the black ape beast that had already rushed out 1,000 feet. They hurriedly said, "If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't even be able to touch its fur." "Master." The black jade Qilin still wanted to say something, but Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "You can go by yourself." "Yes, Master." The black jade Qilin smiled and said, "If this little one obtains a divine weapon, I'll definitely give it to Master." He. Xiaohua only smiled and didn't say anything else. Then, the black jade Qilin nodded at Xiaohua and followed the primitive four little beasts up the Tongtian peak. Seeing that the primitive five little beasts had left, Xiaohua released his divine sense. However, Xiaohua's divine sense could only extend for 100 or so li. He couldn't see the entire Tongtian peak in detail. Xiaohua simply urged his body to slowly circle around the Tongtian peak. His gaze fell on the Tongtian peak and carefully looked at it. After flying for more than 1,000 li, he only saw 30% of the Tongtian peak. However, Xiaohua was aghast in his heart. Not only was there an indescribable restriction on the Tongtian peak that Xiaohua couldn't see clearly with his naked eyes and divine sense, but there was also a strange aura emitted from the Tongtian peak. This aura seemed to be suppressing all things, but also seemed to be devouring all things. In short, there was a kind of solitary feeling which made Xiaohua feel quite disgusted. Kachacha. Before Xiaohua could see the entire heaven-connecting peak clearly, he saw another bolt of lightning fall from the sky. This bolt of lightning was different from the one Xiaohua had seen before. Not only was it 9-colored, it even turned into a huge ring that fell from the top of the heaven-connecting peak. Whoosh! Almost in an instant, the ring-shaped thunderbolt fell halfway up the mountain. A destructive aura swept down from the thunderbolt. Xiaohua was 100 li away from the Tongtian peak, but that aura also submerged Xiaohua. As the thunderbolt fell, countless textures appeared on the surface of the Tongtian peak. Those textures seemed to have eaten spiritual pills. Not only did they emit a dazzling brilliance, but they also collided with each other and emitted powerful fluctuations outside the Tongtian peak. Not good. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged his body to fly out of the Tongtian peak. At the same time, he looked towards the middle of the mountain. At this time, Xiaohua had just walked more than half of the Tongtian peak. As far as his eyes could see, the black jade Qilin, the golden toad, and the other four little ones were climbing the Tongtian peak. However, seeing that the 5 little ones were flying very slowly, it seemed that there were some other restrictions on the Tongtian peak. Around the 5 little ones, there were also more than 10 strange beasts flashing with multicolored light, which decorated the Tongtian peak. At this time, the huge ring-shaped thunderbolt had already fallen above the heads of the 5 little ones. Xiao Hua, who was so far away, felt the power of the thunderbolt, but the 5 little ones didn't have any reaction. Xiao Hua was shocked. He looked at the other strange beasts around the 5 little ones and found that they also turned a deaf ear to the thunderbolt and were only desperately climbing. What the hell is going on? Xiao Hua was a little puzzled. However, at this time he couldn't warn the black jade Qilin. Just as Xiao Hua was worried, the 5 little ones suddenly stopped. Then the 5 little ones' bodies suddenly emitted a brilliance. This brilliance was the same as what Xiao Hua saw in the Imperial Palace. It rapidly expanded, and then the brilliance of the 5 little ones connected together, forming a 5-colored halo. This halo was very eye-catching among the strange beasts in the surroundings that were somewhat panicking. At this time, the ring-shaped thunderbolt had already fallen. Rumble? The ring-shaped thunderbolt slid down the Tongtian peak. It didn't stop at all when it passed by the 5 little ones and other strange beasts. There were only some rumbling sounds that sounded like waves. After the thunderbolt passed, the 5 little ones' halo disappeared, and the brilliance around them dimmed a lot. However, it seemed that the 5 little ones weren't injured by the thunderbolt. The 5 little ones escaped a calamity, but the strange beasts around them were in a bad situation. The power of this thunderbolt was extremely great. Out of hundreds of strange beasts, 30% of them had already been killed by this layer of thunderbolt. Xiao Hua saw clearly from afar that over 100 strange beasts fell along with the thunderbolt. They didn't even let out a mournful cry, let alone a corpse. Chapter 42:30. That bolt of lightning struck the ground fiercely. With a loud bang, Xiao Hua's familiar impact rose from the ground and spread out in all directions. That impact passed through the place where Xiao Hua was standing, and it blew away the light protecting Xiao Hua's body until it became somewhat dim. Woo-woo. As soon as the impact passed, dozens of primeval beasts soared into the sky from the surroundings of Heaven Connecting Peak. Each of them used their divine abilities and flew towards the peak of the mountain. These primeval beasts flew in different trajectories, and even their flying methods were different. Some directly flew up, some flew in a spiral, and some even teleported, appearing and disappearing in the sky for a while. Some primeval beasts spread their wings, some stepped on clouds, and some were like the black ape from before, stepping into the sky step by step. Of course, there were also a few sword cultivators that seemed to be humans. Their figures turned into bright lights and shot straight into the sky, wanting to overtake the black ape that stepped into the restriction first. Xiao Hua still didn't move. His gaze swept past the primeval beasts that had just moved, and he thought to himself, the several hundred primeval beasts from before were similar in strength to the black jade Qilin, but these primeval beasts now are similar in strength to me. If it's just these primeval beasts, then I have a great chance of obtaining the so-called divine artifact. Unfortunately, Heaven Connecting Peak has just appeared, and no one knows what other primeval beasts are coming. Moreover, divine sense can't be used around Heaven Connecting Peak. Perhaps there are primeval beasts that are stronger than me hiding nearby. Swoosh. Right at this moment, something that looked like a bamboo shoot suddenly emerged from the ground a few hundred kilometers away from Xiao Hua. After that, the bamboo shoot started to grow taller and taller towards Heaven Link Peak, and it only took a short moment for it to grow to a height of over 3 kilometers. Then, more bamboo shoots emerged from the surroundings of this bamboo shoot and followed it into the sky. Xiao Hua was secretly shocked when he saw the faint lightning markings on the surface of the bamboo shoot and the faint sparkling between the markings. He understood in his heart that this was the thunder amplification bamboo of the primitive continent. Like the dark sky thunder rattan, it was a monster that was born from lightning. If one didn't have the means to restrain it, then it was even more powerful than ordinary primeval beasts. What he didn't expect was that this wood-born monster was also interested in the divine artifact. Moreover, what happened next made Xiao Hua's eyes pop out. In just a few breaths of time, he saw that near the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dozens of spiritual trees of various colors suddenly popped out. These spiritual trees were either in the shape of vines, trees, or plants and so on. However, their spirit of wanting to compete with the heavens really scared Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at the vines that were as sturdy as a monster and as fierce as a human, and then looked at the Tongtian peak that pierced straight into the clouds. He almost cried out involuntarily, "Motherfucker!" However, the development of the situation once again made Xiao Hua blush with shame. After the time it took to finish a meal, rumble? Lightning once again descended from the peak. Just like before, these lightning bolts once again annihilated dozens of beasts. These plants have really gained sentience. Xiao Hua was absent-minded, but at the same time, he had some understanding. Their element is wood, and their natural nemesis is metal. When the lightning strikes the plants, it can't really harm them. These plants have an advantage over the ancient beasts on the heaven's connecting peak. While Xiaohua was pondering, those vines were growing extremely quickly. The earliest bamboo was already close to the last flying beast. Clang. When the prehistoric beast closest to the bamboo looked down, its eyes were already filled with ferocity. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. It was even sharper than a flying sword when it struck the bamboo. Although the bamboo was not afraid of lightning, when the beam of light landed on the bamboo, it was truly unstoppable. The bamboo that was thousands of feet long was destroyed in a few breaths of time. In fact, the light didn't even slow down. It turned into a thumb-sized crystal thread and pierced towards the center of the bamboo. Boom! The bamboo naturally had its own defensive means. Seeing that the crystal thread was about to pierce through, clusters of lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo that wasn't destroyed. The lightning entered the bamboo and let out a low rumble, drowning the crystal thread. Not only that, but the lightning also shot out from the bamboo and pounced towards the ancient beasts in the air. Even the other bamboos in the surroundings went crazy. Every single one of them grew crazily and stabbed towards the ancient beasts' bodies. The ancient beasts seemed to have already planned this. They weren't afraid of the bamboo's attack at all. They suddenly flew horizontally and flew towards the other side of the heaven's connecting peak. At this moment, the difference between the ancient beasts and the ancient beasts could be distinguished. Although the bamboos stretched out and chased after the ancient beasts, after thousands of feet, the bamboos seemed to have reached their limit. After twisting for a moment, they had no choice but to give up the chase and once again stab towards the heaven's connecting peak. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't delay any longer. His figure flew towards the heaven's connecting peak like lightning. However, after flying for only a few dozen miles, Xiaohua felt a boulder-like pressure above his head, preventing him from flying high. Moreover, as he urged his magic power, the boulder became heavier and heavier. Xiaohua naturally understood that this was the heaven's connecting peak's restriction. It restricted the ancient beasts outside the range of the heaven's connecting peak from approaching the peak. Therefore, he changed his direction and flew towards the heaven's connecting peak. Once again he flew towards the sky. At this time the boulder-like weight disappeared again. However, Xiaohua's smooth journey stopped at 100 miles, which was also where Xiaohua saw the ancient beast's body slow down. At this time the air seemed to be filled with sludge. Not only did it entangle Xiaohua's body, it also gradually imprisoned his magic power, divine sense and Buddhist consciousness. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge his magic power with all his might to barely maintain the momentum of flying. Boom! Another thunderous sound came from the top of the heaven's connecting peak. The ring of lightning once again descended. Just as Xiaohua saw before within the heaven's connecting peak's restriction, Xiaohua couldn't hear the sound of the ring of lightning. Only when the lightning fell on the top of his head did Xiaohua become aware of it. However, Xiaohua naturally didn't fear this kind of lightning power. Lightning surged around his body, wanting to cleverly disperse the power of the lightning power. Unfortunately, the lightning of the heaven's connecting peak was really strange. When it fell into Xiaohua's lightning, it instantly swallowed the lightning. Xiaohua had no choice but to urge the golden light protecting his body to contend with this lightning. Just one layer of lightning consumed a lot of Xiaohua's magic power. Xiaohua couldn't help but continuously descend. Looking at the heaven's connecting peak, he pondered in his heart. After all, the heaven's connecting peak was extremely high. From the bottom to the top, who knew how many rings of lightning one would encounter? If one didn't have any special methods, one would inevitably end up with one's magic power exhausted. At that time, not to mention obtaining a divine tool, even one's own life would be difficult to protect. Xiaohua looked at the broken body falling down again. His gaze fell on the rattan, bamboo and other bodies. Soon after he faintly smiled. Not only did his body not fly up, it instead fell down like a falling stone. Wong wong. At the same time Xiaohua was flying down, 100 li to his left, another strange desolate beast appeared from the void. This strange desolate beast's body was at least 1,000 zhang long. Its entire body was covered in hairs. The tips of these hairs emitted a blue brilliance. It looked both sharp and poisonous. Its wings, which were several hundred zhang long, were almost transparent. There were some lightning marks on them. When the wings flapped, some thunderous sounds came from these marks. The strange desolate beast's eyes were extremely large, almost covering the entire head. Moreover, these eyes didn't have any pupils. Instead, they were protruding and pitch black. Moreover, these eyes were divided by tens of thousands of fine lines. At first glance, It looked like there were tens of thousands of small eyes in the lightning with a strange expression. When Xiaohua's gaze fell on the two antennae on the strange desolate beast's head that were even longer than its body, he couldn't help but involuntarily cry out, "Damn, what a big bee!" Of course, on the strange desolate beast's tail, there was a crimson-red needle hidden in the yellow stripes that looked like a whirlpool. Wasn't this the stinger of a bee's tail? And wasn't the strange desolate beast's entire outline a bee that had expanded who knows how many times? That bee-like strange desolate beast heard Xiaohua's astonishment. Its huge eyes swept over Xiaohua, and a cool feeling that seemed to have been penetrated was born from Xiaohua's body. See? Xiaohua was startled. Seriously, don't treat a bee as a strange desolate beast. This guy's strength isn't any worse than this Zhao's. Seeing Xiaohua's figure fly to the ground, that bee-like strange desolate beast's gaze swept over, then it no longer paid attention to him and flew to the top of Tongtian Peak. Aha! Xiaohua's figure landed. He wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. Instead, he carefully examined the part of Tongtian Peak that was inserted into the ground. He saw that Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary mountain ridges. Even the ground within several hundred li of Tongtian Peak was different from ordinary. That reddish-purple color was like a long robe. Not only did it cover Tongtian Peak, it even covered the ground. Only what made Xiaohua puzzled was that although this Tongtian Peak was tightly connected to the ground without any gaps at all, no matter if it was the mountain peak or the ground, there wasn't any fluctuation of magic power. Even the fine lines that were commonly seen in the upper realm didn't exist. Xiaohua pinched his chin, looked at the ground, and secretly pondered. That expression didn't look like a human cultivator who came to Tongtian Peak to seize a divine artifact. Even if the desolate continent is more desolate, even if it's the upper realm, it's impossible for it to have a natural mountain that directly connects heaven and earth. This is definitely the work of some existence. Damn, this kind of existence with strength. What exactly is it planning? A group of 9th level elemental energy? Oh, even if it's 10th or 11th level elemental energy, they actually want to seize a divine artifact. Isn't this just making fun of us? Chapter 4231. Xiaohua thought for a moment, then looked at the situation around him. He knew that he had already fallen into the trap. However, the onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. He was afraid that he would not be able to easily find the truth of the whole thing. Immediately, Xiaohua no longer thought about it. With a wave of his hand, he took out a few rattans from the space. These rattans were the sky-soaring rattans he obtained in the ink-black forest. They had been left in the space without much use. Now that he saw the appearance of the mysterious sky-thunder rattans and thunder-amplifying bamboo, he immediately thought of the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring rattans were an ordinary species, they had been separated by yin and yang in the Xiaoyu continent. Even if they did not have intelligence, they should not be worse than the mysterious sky-thunder rattans in terms of growth. Xiaohua did not want to reveal too much of his strength. If he wanted to easily rush up the Tongtian Peak, he could only rely on the sky-soaring rattans. Xiaohua sprinkled the sky-soaring rattans on the ground, but the reddish-purple color was the same as the ordinary ground. There was no reaction. Soon after, Xiaohua waved his hands and struck the sky-soaring vine with a series of hand seals. Xiaohua had obtained the origin of wood, so his physical body's attribute was already inclined towards wood attribute. Thus, he was able to use wood attribute hand seals with ease. Wing wing. The sky-soaring rattans emitted an emerald-green brilliance under the symbols. In the space of a few miles, fist-sized runes also rolled out. Under these runes, several sky-soaring rattans made a roaring sound. One of them drilled into the ground, and the other stopped in the air and shook violently. In just a short moment, Xiaohua felt the ground beneath his feet tremble as if 10,000 horses were galloping. The sky-soaring vine that was originally swaying in the air suddenly went berserk. Woo-woo. It let out a whistling sound. Not only did it soar into the sky, countless branches and leaves also extended from the left side of the sky-soaring vine. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure shrank slightly and he stepped on a vine that stretched out. His figure rushed up the Tongtian Peak along with the sky-soaring rattans. Although the sky-soaring vine was not as powerful as the profound sky-thunder vine and the thunder-amplifying bamboo, its growth speed was several times faster. That huge vine passed through layer upon layer of strange restrictions, growing at an incomparably fast speed. Xiaohua stepped on the vine, the wind whistling in his ears. He actually had the feeling of riding on a flying boat. Half a meal later, the sky-jumping vine caught up with a mutant that looked like a withered tree. That mutant withered tree did not attack the sky-jumping vine like the other prehistoric beasts. Instead, It waved vigorously in the air as if it was greeting the sky-jumping vine. Unfortunately, the sky-scuttling vine turned a blind eye and continued to crazily shoot up into the sky. At this time, another ring-shaped thunderbolt fell from the sky. This thunderbolt was much more powerful than the previous one. Dozens of the several hundred prehistoric beasts were struck down by the thunderbolt. However, the strength of this batch of beasts was relatively stronger, so only a dozen or so were killed. The other beasts were still able to fly down with great difficulty. Within the thunderbolt, the mutant of the wood element had a great advantage. When the thunderbolt fell on the sky-scuttling vine, the vines of the sky-scuttling vine immediately twisted together, forming a strange posture. And all the vines gathered together like a rune. At the place where the thunderbolt fell, the rune formed by the vines absorbed the energy of heaven and earth from the nearby space, producing even finer runes to resist the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt that could kill a 7th or 8th stage prehistoric beast was actually dodged by the sky-scuttling vine just like that. Evildoer, evildoer, Xiao Hua stood on top of the vine, his whole body also emitting a similar wood element rune. His heart unconsciously trembled. Vines, withered trees, thunder-amplifying bamboo and so on, although they can naturally avoid thunder and lightning, but this thunderbolt that can kill prehistoric beasts absolutely cannot be avoided so easily, right? How can those prehistoric beasts endure this? Could it be that in the end, the ones who can seize the divine artifact are these strange plants? Soon after, the sky-scuttling vine once again shot up several thousand li towards the Tongtian peak. But looking at the sky above, there was still no end in sight. And at this time the time was already close to noon. Rumble, rumble, when the scorching sun shone down directly at the end of the Tongtian peak, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly came out. The entire Tongtian peak was shaking. After shaking no less than 9 times, in the sky above the Tongtian peak, 9 huge thunderbolts that were like scorching suns struck down. Damn it! The thunderballs had not yet landed, but their might was already like a gale blowing everything to bend. Xiao Hua was proficient in the art of thunder, so he had already sensed the might of these thunderballs from the might of these thunderballs. His complexion unconsciously changed. These thunderballs are simply not something that we can resist. Could it be that existence wants to kill all the prehistoric beasts here? Xiao Hua hurriedly stomped his foot, and the sky-scuttling vine immediately stopped. The vines that had already spread for hundreds of li began to leisurely dance in the air. Ka. Fortunately, the 9 thunderballs landed halfway up the mountain and suddenly stopped. The 9 thunderballs cracked like colored glass, and countless thunderbolts intertwined and fused together, actually condensing into a platform of thunderbolts above the heads of the prehistoric beasts. And below this platform, the black ape that had rushed up the Tongtian peak the earliest was already less than 10 li away from this platform. That black ape was stunned at first, but soon after, a wisp of thunderbolts appeared on the platform he was on. The thunderbolt struck the black ape's head with lightning speed, and the black ape's huge body trembled. Suddenly, its eyes became bloodshot, and it waved its arms in the air, pouncing towards the nearest prehistoric beast. That prehistoric beast was in the shape of a flying deer. Previously, it had already been injured by the thunderbolts. Now that it suddenly saw the black ape charging towards it, it couldn't help but panic. Multicolored light shone from its antlers, covering the space, and its 4 hooves frantically stomped out. Waves of biting cold wind whistled, bringing with them wind blades that could tear the void apart, enveloping the space within dozens of li. The smell of blood also gradually assailed the nostrils in the midst of this gale. Roar! The black ape let out a furious roar and landed in front of the space. Its arms suddenly smashed into the space, and after a series of whooshing sounds, blood and black light immediately appeared on the black ape's arms. Pieces of flesh were torn apart by the wind blades. Roar, roar! The black ape howled and fell into the space around it. It opened its mouth, and a crimson-black beam of light shot out, instantly splitting the space around the wind blades into 2. Ka! Cracks immediately appeared on the flying deer's antlers. The flying deer was shocked. It hurriedly flapped the wings on its back, looking like it was about to retreat. But at this moment, a furry ape arm suddenly appeared from the void above its back. Boom! The ape arm fell and it really hit the flying deer's wings. Gotcha! The wings were broken from the roots. Oh! The flying deer howled in pain. Before it could do anything else, the ape's arm suddenly grabbed the flying deer's wings. Crack! Black chi appeared on the ape's arm, and with a slight increase in strength, it actually tore off the wings. As blood splattered everywhere, the flying deer no longer had the strength to attack. Its body flickered with multicolored light as it retreated a few li, wanting to escape. Alas, the black ape had no intention of letting it go. Its figure flickered, and it appeared in front of the flying deer's head again, smashing its arms down on the flying deer's head. At this moment, the flying deer was also resisting stubbornly. It stuck out its antlers. Although the antlers were dripping with blood, they were still glowing tenaciously, wanting to fight to the death. Alas, the flying deer was already heavily injured. How could it possibly survive after crashing into the hands of the black ape that had gone berserk? Boom! With a loud bang, the huge fist came down. Not only did it extinguish the brilliance of the antlers, it even cut them off. Not only that, the fist didn't lose any momentum and landed on the flying deer's head. The flying deer's head shook a few times, and its entire body fell to the ground. Everything happened so suddenly that the nearby exotic beasts were caught off guard and hurriedly flew away. Even Xiaohua, who was mentally prepared, couldn't help but be taken aback at this moment. He didn't understand what had happened to that black ape exotic beast. The black ape exotic beast, who had already gained the upper hand, did not give up. Its body flew once again and chased after the flying deer's falling body. Its right arm suddenly pierced towards the flying deer's neck. Pfff. A pillar of blood shot out from the flying deer's body, instantly splattering several thousand feet around it. The smell of blood in the air grew even stronger. While Xiaohua was frowning slightly, the other exotic beasts didn't make any strange movements. After all, most of the fights between exotic beasts were life and death. It would be strange if the black ape only knocked the flying deer unconscious and didn't kill it. Ayo! The black ape that killed the flying deer raised its head and roared loudly. Its blood-stained arms waved crazily in the air, as if it was showing off and demonstrating its power. Oh no, it's going to be a mess. Seeing that the black ape wasn't in a hurry to fly to the platform, Xiaohua's heart thumped. He knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, after the black ape roared, its figure flashed once more, and it pounced towards another primeval cosmos beast. That beast wasn't afraid either. It also roared and met the black ape head-on. Just like that, it began to fight with the black ape. Moreover, as more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land approached the platform, more and more exotic beasts of the untainted land joined the battle, including the 5 little beasts of the untainted land. Damn it! Xiaohua, who was already used to the selection rules of the human race, knew that this fight was the prelude to entering the Heaven's Link Peak. He cursed in his heart and didn't move forward. He only waited at the bottom of the Heaven's Link Peak for the development of the situation. Unfortunately, the tree may wish to remain calm, but the wind will not stop. Xiaohua simply did not have time to dodge. The bee-like beast that had charged into the heavens connecting peak earlier turned around and headed straight for Xiaohua's head. It was as if a huge yellow cloud was pressing down on him. However, what made Xiaohua feel strange was that although the bamboos, withered trees and other wood-type beasts near the Heaven's Link vine were already close to the platform, they didn't make any movements. However, the bamboo's momentum was blocked by the lightning, and they couldn't advance even half an inch. Chapter 4232. Xiaohua retracted his gaze from the distance and coldly looked at the bee-like beast. Boom! Without waiting for the bee-like beast to get close, an indescribable wave rushed over like a stormy sea and landed on Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they would naturally be flustered. After all, this was the innate ability of the bee-like beast, innately restraining the human race. However, in Xiaohua's eyes, this method was like child's play. Green light flashed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. One by one, green seal characters fell in the air and combined with each other. Finally, they turned into a huge green seal character and whistled in the air. Woo-woo! A strange wind blew over. The space of several li was filled with layers of green marks. The bee-like beast's wave immediately turned into nothingness when it touched the green marks. It was simply unable to pose a threat to Xiaohua. And what made Xiaohua laugh the most was that the bee-like beast seemed to be blind in the space filled with green marks. The tentacles on its head swung around randomly. The stings on its abdomen pierced through the air while exuding strange bee venom. This bee venom was as sweet as a dream. When Xiaohua breathed in a mouthful, an illusion immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Xiaohua was so scared that he hastily waved his sleeves to disperse the bee venom. Wong wong wong. The bee-like exotic beast was flustered for a while, but it didn't seem to have any effect. It flapped its transparent wings fiercely, and layers of lightning fell from the fine patterns on its wings. Not only that, the ring-shaped patterns around the bee-like exotic beast started trembling as well, forming illusions in the air and spreading out in all directions. It was a very strange sight. Although Xiaohua's soul technique was effective, the space began to gradually collapse in the midst of the lightning and shadow. The green marks had just faded away when the bee-like beast's figure immediately passed through the air. A stinger sharper than a spear stabbed in front of Xiaohua. Layers of illusions were born along with the sweet fragrance. Seeing the bee venom corroding the space, Xiaohua faintly smiled. He formed a seal with both hands and 2 dark green seeds appeared in his hands. The seeds expanded with the wind and blocked in front of Xiaohua like 2 huge vines. On the vines there were also thumb-sized green dots. The bee-like exotic beast was stunned, as if it didn't understand why the vines had appeared. However, the stinger still shot out, and a ring of light appeared on its abdomen. When the ring of light landed on the stinger, the tip of the stinger actually became mottled with 5 colors. Explode. Following Xiaohua's calm command, the green dots on the vines suddenly exploded. The green dots turned into emerald green flowers, and the explosive force drove away the bee venom from the stings. It even blasted the light of the bee-like beast into pieces. A flower bud that was thousands of feet in size bloomed beautifully at the spot where the needle was. Piff. The entire flower bud trembled where the needle landed. The trembling petals were like a beauty frowning in pain, causing one's heart to ache. The venom on the stinger fell on the flower bud, corroding the petals and even the space around the petals. Rings of spatial cracks appeared, and the gray-white pattern swallowed the petals. A moment later, a huge vortex appeared in the air. However, the bee-like exotic beast stinger had also turned pale white, and the sweet fragrance had already disappeared. Coil. Xiaohua smiled faintly like a Buddha picking flowers. He flicked his hands and the vines under the petals danced nimbly, rolling towards the bee-like exotic beast. Huff. The bee-like exotic beast was somewhat anxious. Its 2 antennae made the sound of wind and whipped towards the vines. Ka. Wherever the antennae went, the vines were split into 2 halves. Moreover, just as Xiaohua was about to use his magic power again with a frown, the antennae suddenly turned around and attacked Xiaohua from the left and right. The antennae were so swift and violent that Xiaohua, who had always wanted to use this bee-like exotic beast to practice his wood attribute magic, was absolutely caught unprepared. Squeak. A teeth-numbing sound came from Xiaohua's body. Xiaohua's protective light disappeared where the tentacles fell. His body, which had been tempered thousands of times, was pierced by the tentacles. An indescribable pain drilled into Xiaohua's heart. Damn it! Why is it so powerful? Xiaohua was shocked. He never expected that while he was underestimating the bee-like exotic beast, the bee-like exotic beast was also numbing him. The bee-like exotic beast's real trump card wasn't its stinger, but the antennae above its head. The antennae didn't move at all during the previous battle. Even in Xiaohua's knowledge, he never thought that the seemingly dispensable antennae of the bee-like exotic beast would be so powerful. Xiaohua said somewhat regretfully, "This Xiao was wrong. This isn't a bee that this Xiao has seen before. This is a prehistoric exotic beast." Xiaohua roared. His figure swayed, wanting to teleport away. However, even though shadows appeared one after another, Xiaohua's figure was still in place, unable to move. Obviously, the space around Heaven's connecting peak had been sealed long ago, and he couldn't teleport. Seeing that the antennae strength had increased sharply and were about to drill into his body, Xiaohua's body overflowed with lightning, and he wanted to borrow the lightning to fly away. "Taoist master, don't be anxious." Suddenly, a voice came from below Xiaohua. Xiaohua lowered his head slightly and saw devouring heaven holding the 9-toothed rake, flying up with difficulty. It was several hundred li away from him. Xiaohua's heart warmed, but he still cursed. "Damn it, by the time you came up, the cucumber would have already turned cold." While speaking, Xiaohua had already turned into lightning and fell in the direction of devouring heaven. Unexpectedly, although the bee-like exotic beast's figure wasn't as fast as Xiaohua, its antennae were like maggots in tarsal bones, piercing into Xiaohua's body as he fell. Shua. Xiaohua raised his hands slightly, and the Tingjiao shears turned into a golden light and fell. King. 2 golden lights struck the antennae at the same time. What shocked Xiaohua even more was that the place where the golden light landed actually produced a metallic sound, and the incomparably sharp Tingjiao shears actually couldn't cut off the antennae. In fact, not even a crack appeared. Is this still the bee that I teased? Xiaohua was really going crazy. After teasing for half a day, the one who was truly teased was actually himself. Go. Xiaohua's figure fell rapidly. While he put away the Tingjiao shears, he also used the seal of overturning the sea. Boom boom. The seal of overturning the sea let out a rumbling sound, and in an instant, the bee-like exotic beast was sent tumbling in the air. But even so, the antennae pierced a few inches into his body. Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He suddenly raised his arm, tightly grasping the two antennae with both hands, and roared, "Rise! Wung wung!" The antennae actually let out a rumbling sound, but they were only pulled out about 2 inches and the antennae fell again. Moreover, in this 2-inch distance, the sharp thorns on the antennae simply didn't come out of Xiaohua's flesh. Xiaohua really didn't dare to believe that this unremarkable bee-like exotic beast had such great strength on its antennae. What should I do? Xiaohua was somewhat at his wits' end. His hands tightly grasped the two antennae that were even more dangerous than a fierce snake, not knowing what to do with them. Suddenly Xiaohua's eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. Almost without thinking, he loosened his hands, and the fine crystalline light between his 5 fingers fell onto his arms. Whoosh! Just like a spring breeze blowing through the night, Xiaohua's arms were covered with thumb-sized petals. Even the places where he was injured by the bee-like exotic beast just now were suffused with layers of green light. Tender buds smaller than mung beans covered the entire wound, and thousands upon thousands of thin buds gushed out, wrapping around the bee-like exotic beast's antennae. The antennae originally had some extremely thin thorns, and they had already pierced deeply into Xiaohua's flesh. At this time, with the emergence of the buds, a rich life force spread between the thorns and his flesh. Not only did it block the thorns, it even hastened the rapid healing of his flesh. The thorns of the antennae left his flesh for only a moment, but the bee-like exotic beast immediately sensed that something was wrong. The roots of its antennae suddenly surged with strange fluctuations, wanting to pierce again. What Xiaohua needed was precisely this moment. Just as the buds blocked the thorns, Xiaohua's figure immediately turned into the wind, and the bee-like exotic beast's antennae fell again. The thorns pierced only the shadow of Xiaohua's figure. Damn it, damn it, damn it. As soon as Xiaohua broke free from the bee-like exotic beast's clutches, he roared 3 times in a row. He slapped his head and his true chi surged. The heavenly law's embodiment technique was displayed, and the wishful steel staff was also in his hand. He danced and fought with the exotic beast. Boom, 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 boom. The roaring sound was incessant in the air. The bee-like exotic beast's antennae were like soft whips, blocking Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. The battle between the man and the beast was very lively. Taoist master, I'll help you. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast rushed over, and the 9-toothed rake was lifted towards the sky and smashed down fiercely. Be careful. Xiaohua saw that the heaven-devouring beast was so reckless and hurriedly reminded, "This thing is extremely powerful." Unfortunately, Xiaohua's reminder was too late. The bee-like exotic beast's roar suddenly sounded, and invisible fluctuations suddenly overturned the heaven-devouring beast. Even the afterimage of the antennae swept past, and the heaven-devouring beast was thrown high into the sky. Xiaohua helplessly waved his hand and caught the heaven-devouring beast. He looked around and placed it on the leaves of the sky-soaring vine in the distance. The heaven-devouring beast's body was huge, and the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine trembled for a long time before it could support the heaven-devouring beast's body. Fight. After a moment of fighting, Xiaohua suddenly abandoned the wishful steel staff. His hands formed a seal, and the power of the stars and moon surged out like a wave. Boom. The bee-like exotic beast was immediately hit by Xiaohua's sneak attack, and its whole body flew upside down. However, the two antennae did not forget to stab Xiaohua's abdomen. I can't always fight with this thing. Xiaohua raised his eyes slightly and looked around, but did not find anything unusual. He muttered in his heart, "In that case, I'll take out some means first." Unfortunately, before Xiaohua could come up with any means, he saw that behind the bee-like exotic beast's body, a bamboo suddenly protruded. This bamboo was inserted straight into the bee-like exotic beast's abdomen, and it felt like a spark from a flint. The bee-like exotic beast was shocked, and without thinking, it raised the stinger on its abdomen and stabbed at the bamboo. Chapter 4233. Ka. With a crisp sound, the bee needle easily pierced into the bamboo. However, at this moment, golden lightning appeared on the surface of the bamboo. This lightning not only dispelled the poison on the bee needle, but also firmly imprisoned the bee needle in an instant. Wung wung. The bee-like beast flapped its wings, and the ring-shaped yellow light around its body surged and fell on the bamboo. It tried its best to pull the bee needle out of the bamboo, but the lightning on the bamboo flickered and easily extinguished the yellow light. Who? The two antennae of the bee-like beast moved and attacked the body of the thunder-amplifying bamboo with all its might. Boom boom. At that moment Xiaohua moved. His golden silhouette abruptly flew out and grabbed the tentacle with its hands. Immediately after, Xiaohua's silhouette rumbled as he flew towards the peak of the sky-connecting mountain. Seeing this, the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly retracted towards the ground. Woo-woo. The bee-like beast let out an inexplicable cry. Its body was stretched extremely long. Finally, when the bamboo fell several thousand zhang, the bee-like beast's antennae were stretched to the limit. Pa! With a light sound, a cluster of blood spurted out from the bee-like beast's abdomen. The bee needle was pulled out by the thunder-amplifying bamboo, and along with it, a large amount of blood-red organs and other things came out. The bee-like beast's body flew towards Xiaohua's golden body as its antennae retracted. Poo-pee-you. There was no need for Xiaohua to make a move. The withered tree not far from the thunder-amplifying bamboo suddenly stretched out its withered branches and easily pierced the bee-like beast's body. Looking at Xiaohua again, he didn't let go of his hands. He was very clear in his heart that the most precious parts of the bee-like beast's body were these two antennae. Now that he had them in his hands, how could he let go? Xiaohua opened his mouth and with a piu sound, a sword light spurted out. It fell on the head of the bee-like beast and chopped off its head. The headless bee-like beast's body fell into the withered tree. The thunder-amplifying bamboo and other wood-type bee-like beast all stretched out their branches and tore the bee-like beast's body to pieces in a few breaths. Xiaohua shook his hands, and layers of brilliance appeared on his antennae. That brilliance flowed through the antennae and into the bee-like beast's skull. When the skull's flesh fell, the two intact antennae appeared in Xiaohua's hands. However, to Xiaohua's surprise, these two antennae were connected inside the bee-like beast's body. In other words, the two antennae, they were actually one. Good? Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh, and then he placed the tentacle into his space with a sweep of his mind before he said in his heart, "This thing can be refined into a spirit treasure, and it would surely possess the might of an immortal artifact when utilized." What are these things? The sky-devouring beast's trembling voice could be heard. His face was filled with terror as he watched the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree devour the bee-like beast's body. It didn't care Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled faintly and transmitted, "What you see is naturally what it is." But they... Sky-devouring was tongue-tied as if it did not know what to say. Then he was suddenly shocked and jumped out from the leaves of the sky-soaring vine, as if he was afraid of being swallowed by the sky-soaring vine. He cried out in shock, "Why didn't they kill you?" The thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree had already stopped swallowing. They surrounded the sky-soaring vine and waved their branches and leaves, as if communicating with the sky-soaring vine. Xiaohua already understood. Although he wasn't a wood-type mutant, his body had just merged with the wood origin. Moreover, he had just used wood-type magic. That rich life force had already made these mutants treat him as one of them. Moreover, he was standing on the sky-soaring vine, so they couldn't distinguish him. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't explain. He smiled and replied, "Nothing else, this old man's moral quality is good." Moral quality? Xiaohua clearly didn't understand what moral quality was, but he still replied, "I understand, Taoist moral quality is too good." Yes, that's it. This old man's moral quality is too good. Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. He stood on the sky-soaring vine with his hands behind his back and looked at the bloody battle in the distance. "Why are you here? Are you here for that divine artifact? Seems, with your strength you can't get it at all. Why can't I come?" Xiaohua stomped. "You can come, so can Black Jade Donkey, Golden Toad, Five Colors Stupid Chicken, Black and White Stinky Bastard, and Little White Stinky Cat. Why can't I come?" Insatiable greed. Xiaohua smiled. "This old man gave you a weapon. How long has it been and you're already disdaining it? Can't I come to take a look?" Xiaohua was like a defeated rooster. His face carried a faint shame, but his neck was still very stiff. The sky-soaring peak and divine artifact are now crazily spreading in the primitive wasteland continent. If other mutant beasts can come, why can't I? Do whatever you want. Xiaohua was a bit gloomy. He waved his hand and casually said a few words, still looking into the distance. At this moment, the fighting on the heavens connecting peak had come to an end. Less than a tenth of the exotic beasts were left standing in the air. Their scarlet blood spilled on the heavens connecting peak, covering its original purplish color. The bloodstains that flowed along the peak looked like tears of blood left behind by the peak, making it look rather miserable. What's more, the remains of some exotic beasts that had been smashed into pieces were hanging on the peak, swaying in the wind as if they were laughing at something. The air was filled with the smell of blood, which didn't disperse for a long time. However, where Xiaohua stood, many wood-type mutant beasts and sky-soaring vines clustered together, as if they were united against a common enemy. No other mutant beast dared to provoke them. Xiaohua sighed, then his gaze fell on the primitive 5 little ones. At this moment, the 5 little ones could no longer form a battle formation. Their so-called halos had been broken, and the brilliance around them had long since dimmed. Even one of the profound sky white tiger's wings was broken. As for the golden toad, the black and white tortoise, they were all covered in wounds of varying severity. Fortunately, they were still alive. The primitive 5 little ones were already stealing glances at the lightning platform above their heads, which had already begun to crack. Roar! On the other side of Sky-Soaring Peak, where Xiaohua's gaze couldn't reach, there was a mournful howl. A horned horse ruthlessly stabbed its horn into the body of a huge stone-horned beast. The stone-horned beast howled and fell from the sky. Boom boom boom. The lightning platform let out a rumbling sound and completely split open. The cracks once again turned into thunderbolts falling down. Go! Xiaohua's heart stirred. He used his foot to step on the sky-soaring vine. The vine produced a whistling sound and carried Xiaohua straight to the lightning platform's previous location. Seeing the sky-soaring vine move, the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the withered tree hurriedly chased after it. As for the sky-swallowing beast, it saw clusters of branches and leaves flash before its eyes. It finally couldn't bear it anymore and urged its body to follow the sky-soaring vine into the sky. After all, Xiaohua wasn't close to the platform. When he was still dozens of li away from the platform, the primitive 5 little ones had already crossed the platform. Sure enough, there were no more restrictions there. The primitive strange beasts safely passed through. Strange. Xiaohua had just flown past the platform with the sky-soaring vine when he suddenly felt relaxed. He couldn't help but release his divine sense. To his surprise, he discovered that his divine sense could already be used. Moreover, the previous restrictions on the sky-soaring peak seemed to have disappeared. Xiaohua urged his body to move again and immediately teleported away. Since Xiaohua discovered something strange, the other primitive strange beasts naturally also discovered it. One by one, the strange beasts urged their bodies. Some stepped into the void, some turned into flowing light, and some used strange escape techniques. They all rushed into the sky not much slower than Xiaohua. After flying for the time it took to eat a meal, the sky above their heads became increasingly blue. The wisps of white clouds were already under their feet. However, there was still no end to the sky-soaring peak. Xiaohua's divine sense also couldn't see any divine weapons. Taoist. At this moment, the sky-swallowing beast was somewhat surprised. It pointed at a place and shouted, "You, quickly take a look. Is that a divine weapon?" Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly raised his head to look. Sure enough, on one side of the sky-soaring peak, there was something that looked like an axe hanging there. Since his divine sense couldn't see it, but it could also be seen by the naked eye, Xiaohua immediately came to a conclusion. He whispered, "Yes, that's a divine weapon. Damn it, that's impossible." The sky-swallowing beast swallowed its saliva and shouted, "This isn't the peak of the sky-soaring peak. How can there be a divine weapon? Isn't this different from what was said in the crystal? Moreover, this weapon looks so shabby and doesn't have any aura. How can it be a divine weapon?" That's true. It was rare for Xiaohua to agree with the sky-swallowing beast's point of view. After all the magic weapons he had seen before, as long as they were slightly powerful, they would have some aura. Since this so-called axe was called a divine weapon, it should be much more powerful than a magic weapon, right? Could it be a gimmick? Xiaohua suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. However, after pondering for a moment, he raised his hand and patted his forehead. The delusion breaker Dharma eye opened. Ouch! What surprised Xiaohua was that as soon as his delusion breaker Dharma eye opened, an unusually dazzling 9-colored light immediately appeared before his eyes. This colorful light was like a steel needle piercing into his Dharma eye. Xiaohua cried out in pain and hurriedly closed his Dharma eye. A kind of terror that he had never experienced before emerged from his Dharma eye. Taoist. The sky-swallowing beast didn't understand why Xiaohua was crying out in pain. Just as it was about to speak, "Divine weapon?" Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. The magic power in his body was activated, and the power of his domain was crazily activated. His figure teleported to the top of the sky-soaring peak. If Xiaohua could see the divine weapon on the sky-soaring peak, How could the other exotic beasts not know? Boom boom boom. Huge rumbling sounds rang out one after another on the sky-soaring peak. The group of exotic beasts all released their domains. The strength of these exotic beasts who passed the selection wasn't particularly different. Therefore, when their domains collided with each other, powerful fluctuations were produced. Chi waves, splendor, and multicolored lights completely covered half of the sky-soaring peak. That powerful power formed a barrier, blocking the advance of all the exotic beasts. Chapter 42-34. Crack crack crack. Xiaohua's figure retreated from the void helplessly. His divine sense swept across the sky that was blocked by the chaotic fluctuations. Immediately, tens of thousands of thunderbolts appeared around his body. These thunderbolts and lightning condensed into a shuttle shape and fell towards the sky above his head. Xiaohua then activated the thunder escape technique and crashed into the tens of thousands of airwaves. Buzz buzz buzz. The thunderbolts fell within the fluctuations, causing the entire space to shake. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua forcibly squeezed out a gap in the turbulent fluctuations. Seeing Xiaohua's figure fly out from the gap, roar! The seemingly most powerful black ape mutated beast went crazy. It raised both of its arms in the air, and a pitch-black beam of light appeared between its 10 fingers. The core of the beam of light was blood-red. Crack! The black ape actually tore a 10-mile-long gap in the void where the beam of light went. Although the fluctuations and chaotic aura rushed out from the void, the black ape, whose eyes were already red, didn't even look at it. Its figure turned into a beam of black light and crashed into the gap. Roar roar. In the distant sky, a strange bird with 4 wings on its back let out a high-pitched cry. This cry didn't sound like a bird's cry, but more like a beast's cry. Immediately, the strange bird's 4 wings suddenly flashed, and a phantom soared into the sky from the top of the strange bird's head. In just a moment, it actually rushed out of the blockade and directly rushed towards the axe high up in the sky. Seeing that a strange beast rushed out of the blockade, the other strange beasts didn't dare to stay any longer. Each of them used their incomprehensible divine abilities. They either rushed into the fluctuations with their physical bodies, or turned into flowing light. There was even a strange beast that looked like an anteater that opened its mouth and began to swallow the fluctuations. As it swallowed the fluctuations, the strange beast's body also produced fluctuations. It merged with the fluctuations in the airwaves and broke through the blockade easily. When the prehistoric strange beasts moved, the thunder-amplifying bamboo, the withered tree, and the other wood-type strange beasts also hurriedly stretched towards the sky. However, at this moment, these strange wood-type strange beasts revealed their shortcomings. Under the fluctuations, many of their branches and leaves were destroyed. Even though the surface of the thunder-amplifying bamboo produced layers of lightning to resist, many bamboo joints were still broken by the airwaves. The sky-devouring beast stayed between the branches and leaves of the sky-soaring vine and also reached the place where the fluctuations were sealed. At this moment, it seemed to have given up the idea of fighting for the divine artifact. It was somewhat dumbfounded, looking at the prehistoric strange beasts and the strange beasts using their divine abilities. It felt really ashamed of its short-sightedness. However, it was under the cover of the sky-soaring vine's branches and leaves. Those fluctuations didn't affect the sky-devouring beast. Prehistoric strange beasts that could pass the selection slaughter, how could they be ordinary beasts? Xiaohua, the black ape, and the others had only just broken out of the seal and gained the upper hand for the time being. The other beasts immediately used their other divine arts and broke out of the seal that was starting to calm down. They continued to chase after Xiaohua and the others. Even the thunder-amplifying bamboo and the other wood-type strange beasts, after withstanding the attacks of the fluctuations, once again rushed into the sky. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over, knowing that he had the upper hand. He hurriedly released his Buddhist sense, wanting to quietly put that divine artifact into the space. However, the Buddhist sense was even worse than divine sense. When it swept past the location of the axe's shadow, not only did it not see the axe, but there was also an incomparably sharp fluctuation flashing in the void, unexpectedly cutting the Buddhist sense to pieces. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He hurriedly withdrew his Buddhist sense, no longer daring to use other divine sense methods. He could only obediently fly high, preparing to use the simplest method to get the axe. Under the thunderclap ninth heaven, the distance of several tens of thousands of li was covered in a flash. The Tongtian peak was so quiet that it made Xiaohua feel intoxicated. Along the way there were no more attacks or ambushes, as if everything was normal. Seeing that astral winds had already appeared in the vicinity, the blue sky had already disappeared, and the clouds had already disappeared. Layers of earth, fire, wind and lightning faintly appeared in the grayish-white color above his head. Xiaohua knew that the Tongtian peak was really connected to the heavens. This end was already inserted into the earth, fire, wind and lightning. However, he did not have time to sigh with emotion at the almighty method of constructing the Tongtian peak. His gaze fell on a protruding mountain rock under the earth, fire, wind and lightning. There was precisely an axe placed there. A real axe. This axe looked ordinary, but in Xiaohua's eyes, it was incomparably stunning. The axe's entire body was grayish-black. The axe's handle and the axe's head were one. The axe's handle was strangely curved, and there were indescribable textures on it. Those textures in Xiaohua's eyes seemed to be floating clouds, and he simply could not see the true appearance under the clouds. There was also another type of textures on the axe, and these textures were divided into two layers. Although the upper layer looked grayish-black, within the textures, there was a bright blue, faintly containing the meaning of light. The lower layer of textures was different, revealing a kind of pitch-black, faintly containing the demonic qi and underworld qi. And in between the two layers of textures, there was only a straight thin line. This line, from the surface, looked like a straight line without any curve, but within it, there were tens of thousands of spiral-shaped fine lines that were like whirlpools. Within these fine lines, there was actually the aura that Xiaohua was familiar with, the qi of heaven and earth, the power of the stars and moon, and other indescribable auras. What kind of axe is this? Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, and a layer of goosebumps suddenly appeared all over his body. A kind of excitement that he had not felt for a long time appeared in his heart, and at this moment, his gaze once again fell on the edge of the axe. The edge of the axe was originally the most important part, but as far as Xiaohua's eyes could see, he could not clearly see where this edge was. This was because all of the light, all of the void, and even everything had been sliced apart by this edge. If it weren't for the axe's hilt resting on the mountain rock would have already been sliced into nothingness by the edge of the axe. Fuck, who cares what kind of trap it is? Xiaohua's eyes lit up and he made up his mind. How can I let go of such a divine tool? This was human nature. Even though Xiaohua was a grand ascension cultivator, his Tao heart was quite firm, and even though he had already seen through the trap, greed immediately welled up in his heart at the sight of this divine tool. He had already cast his previous plans to the back of his mind, and he was completely focused on obtaining this axe. With this thought in mind, Xiaohua waved his hand, and his arm immediately transformed into a massive hand that was several hundred feet in size, which swept through the air toward the axe. At this moment, a cracking sound came from the void above Xiaohua's head. Then, several thousand zhang of space collapsed. The black ape stepped out from the void, its body flashing with black-red blood light. This ape looked like Xiaohua and stretched out its arm. It smiled coldly and waved its left arm. A string of cracks appeared in the void, and a force that could tear Xiaohua's body apart pounced towards Xiaohua. Umph! Xiaohua sneered. He waved his other hand as well, and a huge fist met the black ape's attack head-on. Amidst the huge explosion, the space between Xiaohua and the black ape exploded one after another. Xiaohua borrowed the force of this attack to rush up once more. Roar? The black ape was enraged, and it let loose a wild roar as it opened its mouth to blast out a pitch-black pillar of light. This pillar of light suddenly shot through the air toward the mountain rock in the distance. The black ape's figure once again soared into the air, and it chased after Xiaohua in no time at all. Roar! Xiaohua had only flown a few more li when another beast roar came from the sky to his left. Xiaohua turned to look and saw that it was actually the phantom of the four-winged bird. The phantom only existed for a few breaths of time before ripples appeared on it, and it transformed into the bird's body. However, the bird didn't attack Xiaohua at all. It only looked at Xiaohua with contempt. The 4 layers of wings flapped again, and another phantom soared into the sky and pounced towards the axe faster than lightning. Presumably, as long as the phantom was there, the bird's main body would also appear there. Oh no, this is bad. Xiaohua was alarmed when he saw the ancient mutant beast chasing after him. He quickly scanned the area with his divine sense and he cried out involuntarily, "This Xiao has already been overtaken by several ancient mutant beasts, and there are actually others who are faster than this Xiao in the other directions of the Tongtian Peak. I'm afraid this Xiao is going to fall behind." Thinking of this, Xiaohua raised his hand and slapped the top of his head, shouting, "Fellow Taoists, quickly come and help." As he spoke, Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua, Bone-Tempering Xiaohua, Dragon Bloodline Xiaohua, Green-Robed Xiaohua, Buddha Bodhi, and Devil Spirit Xiaohua all rushed out of Xiaohua's body. They didn't need Xiaohua to say anything, and they all teleported and pounced on the ancient mutant beasts in different directions, stopping them from advancing. As for Xiaohua himself, he let out a loud roar. The big hand that was originally grabbing the axe suddenly changed direction and fell toward the black ape. Xiaohua's big hand falling was really out of the black ape's expectations. Seeing the mountain boulder-like imprisonment coming at it, the black ape could only roar and wave its fists to meet it. Boom! The big hand fell and first crushed the pitch-black light pillar in the sky, and then it collided with the black ape's fists. When the big hand was destroyed, the black ape's body was also blocked, and it even fell several li. Roar! The black ape was furious and pounced toward Xiaohua. It seemed like it also wanted to kill Xiaohua first. Come on! The corners of Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a faint smile. At the same time as his figure horizontally pounced towards the black ape, a phoenix cry rang out. Xiaohua's phoenix form suddenly flew out from Xiaohua's body. With a flap of his wings, he directly pounced towards the axe in the distance like a bolt of lightning. Xiaohua's fists danced in the air as he fought against the black ape. Under Xiaohua's will, the space within a few hundred miles was set off layers upon layers of air waves. The inexplicable cracks appeared wantonly and blocked the prehistoric beasts that wanted to approach him. As for the four-winged bird that had previously transformed into a phantom and flew high up in the sky, it was now blocked in the air by Xiaohua's devil chi. It could only watch helplessly as Xiaohua, who had a phoenix body, flew past it. As for the ancient mutant beasts in the other directions of Heaven Connecting Peak, they were naturally blocked by Confucian cultivator Xiaohua for the time being. They couldn't get close to the axe. Seeing that phoenix body Xiaohua would be able to get the axe in a few more moments, Xiaohua displayed a divine ability to block the black ape's fury. At the same time, he was grinning from ear to ear as he thought to himself, "Your grandmother, you dare to snatch from me? If I'm not happy, I'll take out all the Fortune Gate's disciples and have them lay down a formation. Let's see who can withstand millions, no, tens of millions of humans." Chapter 42:35. However, the instant phoenix body Xiaohua approached the axe, a fist-sized lightning suddenly rolled out from the side of the mountain rock where the axe was located. Subsequently, a huge bamboo joint stretched out from the void and grabbed towards the axe. It was actually a moment earlier than phoenix body Xiaohua. Lightning amplification bamboo? What's going on? Xiaohua was slightly shocked. When did it get here? Isn't this guy still under this Xiao's body with the sky-piercing vine? However, at this time, there was already no meaning in thinking about the reason. Phoenix body Xiaohua waved his phoenix claw, and a shadow shot out like lightning, wanting to grab the axe before the lightning amplification bamboo. Ka-cha-cha. At the same time the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint fell, another 100 bamboo joints grew out, blocking other directions. Phoenix body Xiaohua's phoenix claw was shattered by the lightning amplification bamboo. Damn it, if this Xiao returns to the hidden immortal continent and says this Xiao was defeated by a spirit, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Xiaohua was really angry and anxious. He released several great clones, and the fatty meat was already at the side of his mouth, but it was actually snatched away by a spirit wood. He really had an impulse to be flustered and exasperated. Without any suspense, the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint wrapped around the axe. However, at this time, a strange change occurred again. The bamboo joint that wrapped around the axe suddenly emitted a kacha-kacha crisp sound, and the bamboo joint broke into several pieces. Even the rhythm of the shattering spread along the lightning amplification bamboo's bamboo joint, falling no less than several hundred feet. Seeing this, Xiaohua was shocked in his heart, and then he was overjoyed. If it wasn't for him using all his strength to resist the black ape mutant beast, he would have almost clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Aha, the Xiao understands. This axe is a divine weapon, annihilating everything in the world. My human race and mutant beasts all have flesh and blood, so they should be able to pick up this axe. And the wood-type mutant's body is a spirit wood, so how can it pick up this axe? No wonder the sky-piercing peak's previous restriction didn't stop with type mutants, because they simply don't have the qualifications to use this axe. Xiaohua already understood, but the lightning amplification bamboo didn't. The bamboo joint once again stretched out and was about to fall, but unfortunately the result was the same. All the bamboo joints that approached the axe were shattered. There was no exception. Ah, this item is eyes. As Xiaohua laughed, he had already flown in front of the axe. His phoenix claws swiftly and fiercely descended, passing through the shattered bamboo to grab the axe. Xiaohua's suspended heart finally settled down. The several strange beasts closest to the axe were all blocked by his own clones. No one could stop the phoenix Xiaohua from taking the axe. Unfortunately, right at the instant Xiaohua came into contact with the axe, a ferocious aura arrived unexpectedly from extremely far away and assaulted Xiaohua. This aura seemed to have substance, and was more powerful than any of the attack methods that Xiaohua had seen before. Although Phoenix Body Xiaohua had extended his Phoenix Claw, his origin perception had long since scanned the surroundings, and he was extremely vigilant in his heart. However, this aura was formless and traceless, and extremely strangely appeared near Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Phoenix Body Xiaohua was greatly shocked, so how could he still dare to take the axe? He hastily flapped his wings and numerous illusory figures appeared. Those two phoenix claws even swiped through the air with a swoosh, forming a star-moon shield, wanting to block this aura. Boom! With a loud bang, not only was the star-moon shield smashed into pieces, even the illusory wings were destroyed. Even Phoenix Body Xiaohua, who was on the verge of 9th grade origin energy, was sent tumbling in midair, and helplessly fell to the side of Heaven Connecting Peak. In midair, feathers and bloodstains slowly fell along with Phoenix Body Xiaohua's unyieldingness. Shortly after, that aura rolled in midair, and once again crashed down with a loud bang. Boom boom boom. Amidst the violent tremors, all of the primeval strange beasts that were fighting were knocked down by this aura for more than several hundred li. When the primeval strange beasts appeared in midair, all of their bodies were trembling, and traces of blood appeared on the surface of their bodies. No matter if it was their two eyes or their single eye, their eyes all carried incomparable fear as they looked towards the origin of that aura. As for the thunder-amplifying bamboo, dead wood, and even the sky-soaring vine and other would attribute strange beasts, they were even more unbearable under this aura. Kacha-kacha crisp sounds continuously rang out, and the majority of their bodies that were climbing up Heaven Connecting Peak were smashed to pieces, and they hastily retreated back into the ground. The primeval strange beasts were beaten into such a sorry state, and Xiaohua was similarly unable to bear it. The golden light that protected his body was annihilated by this aura, and the true essence within his body was beaten until it dissipated. Even the true qi within his middle dantian was beaten into chaos. An indescribable dizziness emerged from his Niwen palace, and it didn't disperse for a long time. The Phoenix Body Xiaohua was the most seriously injured, and he had already fainted after falling from midair. Fortunately, he had the Devil Spirit Xiaohua by his side. The Devil Spirit Xiaohua vigilantly abandoned his four-winged bird and caught the Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Under the attack of that aura, he hastily fled to Xiaohua's side. Then, while the other primeval strange beasts were panicking, he escaped into Xiaohua's body. As for the dragon vein Xiaohua and the others, because they were too far away from Xiaohua, they didn't dare to act rashly at this time. They all blended into the group of primeval strange beasts, and quietly observed the situation. After that aura that injured the primeval strange beasts appeared for a moment, it immediately disappeared. Then in the horizon a pitch-black cloud and mist appeared. This cloud and mist instantly dyed the sky black, and swept towards the Heaven Connecting Peak. The aura that was exactly the same as the previous one was like a stormy sea, and it enveloped the space of several tens of thousands of li. Then a cold voice that carried the vicissitudes of life, bloodthirst and anger, rippled through the entire space like a god. Although this voice sounded very unfamiliar, when it landed in Xiaohua's ears, Xiaohua understood. Damned bunch of little things. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourselves in the mirror? You actually dare to come and snatch the Pangu axe. You all deserve to die for having such thoughts. Damn it. Xiaohua hid beside the black ape strange beast, biting his lips, and did his best to resist the aura that could make 10,000 beasts kneel down. He thought to himself, there really is an ambush behind the Heaven Connecting Peak. This thing that wants to come, I'm afraid it has been spying on my existence all this time, right? However, although this aura is so terrifying, within it, there is a hint of familiarity. This trace of familiarity, what is it? The dark clouds were about to press down, and that terrifying aura became even denser. Even someone as strong as Xiaohua couldn't help but fall down again. Within the rolling dark clouds, a strange beast that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size gradually revealed its figure. It's a bit strange. Xiaohua's gaze fell on the dark clouds and he couldn't help but frown. This was because the dark clouds were emitting a dense, desolate aura, and there were also layers of dragon patterns. These dragon patterns were golden in color, and they condensed into the shape of a dragon within the dark clouds. However, the strange beast that was revealed was surrounded by demonic clouds, and the demonic clouds weren't completely in the shape of a dragon. Instead, it was a monster that looked like a dog yet wasn't a dog, a monster that looked like a dragon yet wasn't a dragon. As soon as this monster appeared, a boundless pressure fell down from the sky. As the demonic clouds around its body swelled, huge scales could be vaguely seen. The natural patterns on the scales, and the chaotic desolate aura, were constantly being born and destroyed within these patterns. Could it be that this is the dragon-shaped god? Xiaohua suddenly understood. His naked eyes were almost unable to look directly at this monster, because the aura on this monster's body was much higher than that of a human. Under the gaze of a human, the monster's body had long been distorted. To Xiaohua, rather than saying that the monster was standing in midair, it was better to say that the monster was in the void. However, just as Xiaohua was puzzled, a few strands of Buddhist light appeared within the monster's demonic clouds, and when the demonic clouds rolled, they became even denser. What? This monster is actually related to Namo Maitreya Buddha? Xiaohua was shocked. However, when he saw that the Buddhist light was instantly destroyed by the demonic clouds, and another voice, equally ancient but also filled with compassion and pity, was born from another direction of the heaven-connecting peak, he suddenly came to a realization. No, this is another existence. Sure enough, when that voice fell into Xiaohua's ears, it was another voice. Heaven-swallowing beast, are you trying to lure this old man out? Xiaohua hurriedly wanted to turn his head, but at this moment, another familiar aura, although faint, still had an indestructible momentum, pounced over from that direction. This aura fell into the previous aura. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions rang out, and the entire space within 1,000 li of it collapsed. Xiaohua didn't even need to turn his head to know that the newcomer was the underground expert he had met when he was looking for Chaotian Tower. However, the expert at this time had revealed his ability, far surpassing his expectations. Xiaohua and the group of strange beasts scattered in all directions like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They originally thought that they were the main characters of the heaven-connecting peak, but when the real main character appeared, they discovered that they were merely fish in the moat. Xiaohua, who was fleeing in panic, finally turned his head, only to see that in the opposite direction of the heaven-swallowing beast, the horizon was reddish-yellow. Within the reddish-yellow clouds, there was a myriad of layers of Buddhist light. Within the clouds, wind-like ripples fluttered irregularly, and within the Buddhist light, there were heavenly dragons and fairies appearing and disappearing from time to time. Above these clouds that were shaped like Buddhist lotuses, there was also a strange beast that was several tens of thousands of zhang in size. Who exactly is this dragon-shaped god? When Xiaohua saw this strange beast, although he had never seen it before, a trace of the same familiar feeling arose from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. This strange beast had a tiger head, a single horn, a dog's ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail and a cheelin's feet. It looked rather strange, and its appearance was similar to that of a dragon yet not a dragon, a tiger yet not a tiger, a lion yet not a lion, a cheelin yet not a cheelin, and a dog yet not a dog. Moreover, under the Buddhist light, there was actually a layer of guardian heavenly king's projection outside of the beast's body. At this time, Dragon Vein Xiaohua and the others had already taken advantage of the chaos to land around Xiaohua. Xiaohua hurriedly transmitted his voice to Buddha Bodhi. This strange beast looks like a dragon. Could it be that it is that dragon-shaped god? Namo Maitreya, Buddha Bodhi's figure fell into Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, and he somewhat indifferently replied, Sandalwood, this thing is definitely related to my Buddhist sect. Its body has a dense Buddha nature of Namo Maitreya, and it also has the Buddha fruit of Guardian Heavenly King. Chapter 4236. As soon as Bodhi's voice came out, the monster's strange eyes rolled and swept toward Xiaohua. Xiaohua was shocked and retreated again. At this time, the voice of the heaven-devouring beast sounded, Di Ting, you and I have to settle this. This Tongtian Peak is the best choice for you and me. Not bad, not bad. Di Ting raised its tiger head and praised, in this incomplete eldritch continent, only this Tongtian Peak is worth seeing. You've really put in a lot of effort for today's battle. As it spoke, Di Ting's gaze fell on the axe. Moreover, you actually took out Dragon God's Pengu axe. It seems like you and I are going to fight to the death today, huh? The heaven-devouring beast was stunned and surprised. Unfortunately, before it could speak, Di Ting opened its mouth and spat out a Buddhist light that fell on Pengu axe. How could the heaven-devouring beast care to speak? He also opened his mouth, and the space within 1,000 miles in front of his head suddenly turned black and collapsed, as if it was being swallowed. Just as the black crater was about to block the Buddha's light, Di Ting's figure suddenly swayed and disappeared from the spot. Then, fist-sized Buddha lotuses appeared in the vicinity of the Heaven's Path peak. Each Buddha lotus was burning with crimson karmic fire. "Let's go!" Xiaohua shouted. His mind swept over the sky-soaring vine, and with a wave of his sleeve, he caught sky-devouring beast who was with the sky-soaring vine. His figure turned into a thunderbolt, and he fled into the distance with a group of strange beasts. At this time, Pangu Axe had turned into a flower in the mirror and the moon in the water. It had nothing to do with Xiaohua anymore. The battle between the two eldritch beasts was not something these eldritch beasts could participate in. Xiaohua and the rest were not fools. They knew that if they stayed here any longer they would lose their lives. Damn it! The heaven-devouring beast cursed angrily. Its whole body was covered with black clouds and countless dragons pounced on the red lotus karmic fire. In a loud roar, Di Ting's figure flew out from one of the red lotus karmic fire and quickly used the horn on its head to hit the heaven-devouring beast's chest. Caught off guard, the heaven-devouring beast was flipped over by Di Ting. As the earth quaked and the mountains shook, the heaven-devouring beast's body crashed into a mountain range of nearly 1,000 miles, causing it to collapse. As Truth Listener pounced at the heaven-devouring beast, it said coldly, "Since I know that this Pangu Axe is a trap, how can I fall for it so easily?" Woof woof. The heaven-swallowing beast let out a bark that sounded like a dog's bark. It leaped out from the collapsed ground and shouted, "If I want to kill you, why would I need to use a trap? Damn it, there's a problem." Xiaohua fled while peeking. Hearing this, he looked at the sky collapsing and earth sinking battle in the distance and unconsciously came to a realization. However, this has nothing to do with this Xiao. Let this Xiao escape first before anything else. However, just as Xiaohua felt that he was about to be safe, the space around him suddenly froze, as if a giant seal had been placed on him. Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged the magic power in his body. Lightning burst out from his body wanting to break the seal. However, before his magic power could be generated, he saw a stream of light flash in front of his eyes. Layers of Buddhist lotuses bloomed and his figure flew out from the Buddhist lotuses, appearing at the Tongtian peak that he had escaped from earlier. What's going on? Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly urged his magic power. Unfortunately, all of Xiaohua's magic power was restricted at this time. He couldn't use a trace of magic power and he couldn't use any strength. "After this old man kills the heaven-devouring beast, I'll send you to the Western Paradise." Truth Listener's voice was like the sound of heaven. "You actually dared to snatch the Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist light. You're even more despicable than the Dragon God." Damn it. Xiaohua was almost gnashing his teeth. He already understood that everything he had done in the primitive continent was seen by Truth Listener. This Truth Listener was probably related to Jianghu's previous life. He had touched Truth Listener's bottom line. How could Truth Listener let him go? Only when the heaven-devouring beast kills Truth Listener would he have a chance to escape, right? That's right. After this old man kills Truth Listener, I'll also kill this guy. At this time, the heaven-devouring beast's voice also sounded. On this continent, other than the Dragon God, there can be no other dragon race. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his soul fly out of his body. He had calculated many times, but he didn't expect that the existence that was spying on him was right beside him. His crisis actually came from these two strange beasts with the ability to penetrate heaven and earth. Even if Xiaohua didn't want to watch the two strange beasts fight, he had no choice but to watch. The two strange beasts, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast, each used their magic power. The space within tens of thousands of miles was torn apart. On the entire land, all the mountains, forests, and everything else were destroyed by the two beasts. Those strange beasts that couldn't escape in time were also killed. There were no exceptions. Other than the sky not being pierced through, everything was not beyond Xiaohua's expectations. Looking at such an earth-shattering battle, Xiaohua only had one thought in his mind. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Hurry up and use your magic power. Let's fight to the death and perish together. Of course, Xiaohua was also clear in his heart that these two strange beasts had survived and endured on this continent for so many years because they had a clear understanding of each other's strength. They knew that they didn't have the confidence to win, so they didn't make a move for so long. The possibility of them perishing together was very high. Moreover, while praying, Xiaohua also looked elsewhere, waiting for the third person who hadn't appeared yet. Because from the short conversation between the two beasts, Xiaohua had already faintly smelled the scent of a conspiracy. Previously, Xiaohua might have had a trace of an idea to reveal to the two beasts, But now that he heard that the two beasts wanted to kill him, Xiaohua naturally hid this idea deeply. Unfortunately, the development of the matter was not within Xiaohua's control. The two beasts fought for more than 10 days. Seeing that the sky was turned upside down and the earth was turned upside down, there were no other peaks in the hundreds of thousands of li of land, but the two beasts still hadn't decided a victor. Although whether it was Di Ting or the heaven-swallowing beast, their bodies were stained with blood and large pieces of flesh were missing, the two beasts were still very far away from perishing together. The third person who was supposed to appear had also not appeared. Woof! The heaven-swallowing beast let out a slightly miserable roar, blowing away the spatial cracks that filled the sky and falling into Xiaohua's ears. This sound is somewhat similar to Little Black. Xiaohua, who was burning with anxiety, didn't notice it before. At this moment he suddenly frowned. Thinking of the familiarity he felt when he saw the heaven-swallowing beast earlier, Xiaohua's heart gave birth to an inconceivable thought. Damn it, this heaven-swallowing beast can't be related to Little Black, right? Thinking of Little Black, Xiaohua's gaze naturally fell on Di Ting. There was almost no need to guess. Xiaohua already understood that this Di Ting must be related to Little Yellow. Because as early as in the Xiaoyu continent, the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress had already said that Little Yellow might be Di Ting. Moreover, when he saw Di Ting, he also had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't it Little Yellow's aura? Damn it, Little Yellow, Little Black, your father and mother are going to be killed by your... I don't know if it's your ancestors or descendants. You're going to become orphans. Xiaohua had a feeling of defeat. Facing such a strange beast, he really didn't have any power to fight back, even if he used the heavenly white bone. Maybe only this Pangu axe. Xiaohua turned his eyes to look at the Pangu axe. It's just... I don't know if this Pangu axe is real or fake. Why hasn't the third person who put the Pangu axe here come? Seeing that these two strange beasts didn't even look at the Pangu axe, this Pangu axe is probably a fake. Otherwise, while Xiaohua was looking at the Pangu axe, the heaven-devouring beast was also looking at it. Its gigantic body suddenly emitted a monstrous demonic aura that covered thousands of miles. Amidst the demonic aura, dragon tattoos that resembled black flood dragons regrouped and pounced at Di Ting, who was covered in Buddhist light. Roar! As Di Ting roared, the space began to boil. The Buddhist light turned into strange branch-like Buddhist weapons that smashed towards the dragon patterns. Another wave of dazzling light that could tear apart the primitive world was born in every inch of the void, once again overturning and tearing the void. Even the seal around Xiaohua's body was torn apart. However, when these dazzling lights landed on the heaven-connecting peak, the dark purple mountain rocks only sparkled, and there was no damage at all. Damn it! In this dazzling light, Di Ting suddenly roared. Its huge body turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the heaven-connecting peak. Xiaohua was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. The heaven-swallowing beast had actually taken advantage of the attack just now to rush towards the Pangu axe. Seeing this, Di Ting suddenly came to a realization. This Pangu axe is actually real? Although Di Ting's body turned into a stream of light, the heaven-swallowing beast was half a step ahead. Its body was like the wind, and it had already rushed in front of the Pangu axe. Seeing that it couldn't stop the heaven-swallowing beast, Di Ting opened its mouth and hundreds of lightning bolts turned into the shape of Buddhist lotuses and attacked the heaven-swallowing beast's back. At the same time, Di Ting's body turned into a dragon, and its horn was like a meteor as it fiercely pounced on the heaven-swallowing beast. Seeing that the demonic clouds around the heaven-swallowing beast's body were flourishing, and a huge tentacle suddenly appeared and was about to grab the Pangu axe, Di Ting roared again and sped up. At the same time that Di Ting sped up, a spatial rift that was hundreds of feet wide suddenly appeared above Di Ting. Then a strange beast that looked very similar to Xiao Hei poked its head out of the rift, and with a buzzing sound bit Di Ting's dragon body. At this time, the lightning bolts that Di Ting sent towards the heaven-swallowing beast had already landed on the heaven-swallowing beast's back. Amidst a loud boom, the heaven-swallowing beast's body turned into a phantom. Within the phantom, the pitch-black demonic clouds were scattered by the lightning. Di Ting was shocked. He really didn't expect the heaven-swallowing beast to trick him again. At this time it was too late to turn around. This was because although the head that poked out was small, the mouth that opened looked huge. Di Ting's huge dragon body actually fell into that extremely small mouth. Chapter 4237. Roar. Helpless, Di Ting could only speed up in an attempt to escape from the mouth of the heaven-devouring beast. Woof. The heaven-devouring beast let out a clear cry as it bit down on half of Di Ting's dragon body. Di Ting's body glowed with Buddhist light and lightning as it tried its best to stop the heaven-devouring beast from devouring it. However, the heaven-devouring beast managed to bite down on half of its dragon body. Roar! Di Ting roared in pain as the Buddhist light around him diminished greatly. However, under his desperate struggle, his remaining body managed to escape from the heaven-devouring beast's devouring once again. Woof! The heaven-devouring beast let out a wild cry as the spatial rift rapidly expanded. Even the space within a few hundred miles began to ripple. The heaven-devouring beast's huge body emerged from the void once again as it pounced on Di Ting with its pitch-black demonic clouds. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Xiaohua's heart turned cold. Di Ting is seriously injured. As long as the heaven-devouring beast continues its pursuit, Di Ting will definitely die. If Di Ting dies, I'm afraid I'll also die in the heaven-devouring beast's mouth. Why is my life so bitter? If Xiaohua could think of this, how could Di Ting not think of it? Di Ting continued to fly forward as his entire body twitched. At the same time, the dim Buddhist light shone brightly as if he was about to make a final struggle. At this moment, Di Ting had already flown to the front of Tongtian Peak and was extremely close to Panga's axe. Although Di Ting did not believe that Panga's axe was real, he still lifted his Qilin-like foot and landed on Panga's axe. With Panga's axe in hand, Di Ting suddenly turned around. The Qilin foot transformed into an arm as it brandished Panga's axe at the heaven-devouring beast that was chasing after it. Once Panga's axe was swung, an incomparably ferocious aura immediately emanated from it. This aura enveloped the space within a few thousand miles. Under this aura, everything was imprisoned, whether it was spatial rifts or spatial fluctuations. Even the seemingly invincible heaven-devouring beast's speed suddenly decreased as the demonic clouds around it were blown away. How is this possible? This Panga's axe is real? When did you get the Pangu axe? The heaven-swallowing beast cried out in disbelief. You have the Pangu axe, why have you always? Unfortunately, Di Ting did not listen to the heaven-devouring beast's words, nor would he answer its question. The Pangu axe slowly descended along with his arm, and the light and shadows within tens of thousands of miles were annihilated by the edge of the axe. The world turned dark. Xiaohua didn't even see what was happening. The entire world was filled with a kind of sharpness. The shackles around Xiaohua's body were instantly cleaved apart, and bloody wounds several inches deep appeared on his body. See? Xiaohua was shocked on the spot. Is this Panga's axe? This thing was 100 times stronger than the soaring dragon shears, and 1,000 times stronger than the soaring dragon shears. 10,000 times. Amidst his shock, Xiaohua didn't dare to escape casually. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't escape from Truth Listener, even if Truth Listener stood there motionlessly and casually brandished Panga's axe, Xiaohua wouldn't be able to escape even if he fled 5,000 kilometers away. While Xiaohua was shocked, the heaven-devouring beast was in big trouble. Although it tried its best to dodge under the Pangu axe, even if its body turned into wind, it would still be cleaved into two. Almost silently, the heaven-devouring beast's entire body was cleaved into two halves except for its head. Woof! The heaven-devouring beast roared weakly. The half of its body that was still connected to its head was wrapped in pitch-black demonic clouds and rapidly shrunk, while the other half of its body instantly dried up and turned into powder, disappearing into the air. Success in one strike, Di Ting said coldly. I didn't expect you to actually dare to use the real Pangu axe as bait. Since that's the case, then I'll chop off this Tongtian Peak where you worship the dragon god. So that those stone giants don't worship your bullshit dragon god. After saying that, Di Ting no longer paid attention to the heaven-devouring beast that was almost powerless to fight back. Its figure leaped up again and Panga's axe waved again. However, this time the Pangu axe was even slower. Looking at Di Ting's appearance, this Pangu axe was even heavier than before. Wait. At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast suddenly heard something strange and hurriedly shouted. However, it would have been better if it had not spoken. As soon as it spoke, the Buddhist light around Di Ting suddenly disappeared. Under Di Ting's forceful swing, Panga's axe actually roared. Woo-woo. Then there was a soft sound like a willow branch brushing against a mountain rock. However, after this soft sound, the entire Tongtian Peak immediately emitted a purplish brilliance. Amidst the brilliance, Di Ting's figure fell backward uncontrollably. The Pangu axe in its hand drew an arc in midair which went straight through the void and disappeared into the ground. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Di Ting's figure had not yet stabilized when it roared again. Then it perked up. A blood-red brilliance appeared on its horn, and its entire body pounced toward the Tongtian peak again. Di Ting's fierce voice sounded in the chaotic air. Even if I'm going to die, I must knock down this Tongtian peak. I will never let this bullshit dragon god accumulate the power of faith. Boom! Di Ting's figure was so fast. Before its voice fell, its horn had already hit the Tongtian peak. In fact, the Tongtian peak had already been cut off when Panga's axe fell. It was just that Panga's axe was too sharp, so the Tongtian peak did not collapse. Now that Di Ting's horn hit the Tongtian peak, there was a huge roar and the sky changed color. The Tongtian peak that pierced through the earth, fire, wind, and thunder was knocked down just like that. Xiaohua stood in midair, dumbfounded as he watched Di Ting, whose horn was broken and who was on the verge of death, being blown away by the collapsing force of the Tongtian peak. Then he looked at the huge mountain collapsing like a stone pillar. An inconceivable feeling involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. He roared in a low voice that was close to a whisper, Is this the magical ability of a prehistoric beast? Is this the ability to collapse mountains and split the earth by raising its hand? How is this possible in the cultivation world? Damn it. And you. While Xiaohua was in a daze, Di Ting's fierce voice sounded again. You fought with Maitreya Buddha Lord for the Buddha's light. You must die too. As it spoke, a suffocating aura once again fell from the sky, wanting to imprison Xiaohua. Xiaohua sneered. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and a huge crystal light fell into the void. His figure hurriedly prepared to escape. Although Xiaohua was not afraid of two dying beasts, he really did not need to fight with them. He only needed to wait for them to die slowly. Wait. At this moment, another aura blocked Di Ting's killing aura. The voice of the heaven-devouring beast sounded, Di Ting, let me ask you. This Tongtian peak. Weren't you the one who ordered the stone giants to build it? Di Ting was stunned. Then he coldly snorted and replied, How could it be me? Why did I build this Tongtian peak? Back then, weren't you the one who ordered hundreds of millions of stone giants to build this Tongtian peak? Wasn't it for today's battle? Is it to pay respects to your dragon god? How is that possible? The heaven-devouring beast exclaimed, How could I order hundreds of millions of stone giants? I thought you built a Tongtian peak similar to a Buddhist pagoda to gather the power of faith for Maitreya Buddha Lord. Which eye of yours thinks the Tongtian peak looks like a Buddhist pagoda? Isn't it similar to the Dragon Clan's altar? Di Ting also felt that something was wrong and retorted. Back then, hundreds of millions of stone giants built the Tongtian peak. It was divided into 9 stages. Isn't each stage a pagoda? The heaven-devouring beast seemed to recall, Back then, if I wasn't afraid of your Buddhist treasure, I would have torn down your Tongtian peak. Bullshit. Di Ting also said angrily, Is building the Tongtian peak into 9 stages a Buddhist pagoda? Isn't the Dragon Clan's altar built in the same way? If I wasn't afraid of your dragon artifact back then, I would have torn down this Tongtian peak. Then. At this point, Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast said in unison, Then who built this Tongtian peak? Seeing the two strange beasts entangled with each other again, Xiaohua quietly ordered. The green-robed Xiaohua steered his invisible nascent soul and secretly slipped out of Xiaohua's body, heading towards the place where Panga's axe fell. Who knew that these two strange beasts were so powerful? The moment the green-robed Xiaohua slipped out, Di Ting immediately noticed and turned around to ask. Xiaohua hastily opened his mouth and transmitted his voice. Seniors, Junior feels that you should first see who left the crystals in Imperial Heaven Tower and who placed that divine artifact on Heavenspan Peak before talking. Only by knowing this can you find out who built the Tongtian Peak. But speaking of this, Xiaohua was a little surprised. Hundreds of millions of stone giants built the Tongtian Peak. Was it just to arouse the suspicion of these two strange beasts? To place Panga's axe? As soon as Xiaohua spoke, the two strange beasts' eyes shone with an ominous glint. One emitted a demonic aura while the other emitted a Buddhist aura. It seemed that they both wanted to kill Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly startled and hurriedly shouted, Seniors, this junior just came to the great desolate continent. I didn't have the chance nor the ability to build this Tongtian Peak. You naturally don't have the ability. But, if I die here today, Maitreya Buddha's Buddhist aura will definitely be. How could Di Ting be willing to listen to Xiaohua's explanation? He said coldly, abandoning the heaven-devouring beast and pouncing towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the heaven-devouring beast didn't release its aura and didn't use its divine ability, Xiaohua already had a plan in mind. He hurriedly urged his magic power to dodge. But at this moment, Kacha. A burst of light sound like thunder came from high up in the sky. Then, the sound of splashing water sounded again. Not only was Xiaohua taken aback, but even Truth Listener, who was lunging over, was taken aback. It looked up in surprise and saw that the light blue sky was as smooth as a mirror. The spot where the Heaven Ascension Peak had previously pierced into the sky was now an azure hole. A large amount of water dripped down from this azure hole. In particular, around the hole, clear cracks radiated towards the entire horizon. Pieces of the sky were like shattered mirrors that collapsed along with these cracks. The strangest thing was that the azure color around the hole was also spreading in all directions along with the shattered mirror. The further away from the hole, the fainter it became. Chapter 4238. It's raining? How can it be raining? How can it be raining now? Xiaohua was inexplicably nervous. After all, he had traveled around the Eldritch continent for decades and had seen very little water elemental energy. He had already regarded the Eldritch continent as a place where the 5 elements were incomplete. Now that the Tongtian Peak had suddenly collapsed and the sky was leaking water light, how could he not be surprised? What surprised Xiaohua was not only this, but in the sky, as the sky collapsed, the hole became bigger and bigger. The blue around the hole spread in all directions, and bright white water light fell from these holes. The dazzling color of the water light made Xiaohua's eyes unable to take it in. Is the sky collapsing or is it raining? Looking at the sky collapsing and countless water droplets falling from the sky, Xiaohua was truly at a loss. However, when he released his divine sense and wanted to investigate, the abnormality in the divine sense immediately made his face change. He exclaimed in disbelief, This is innate heavy water? Motherfucker, where did so much innate heavy water come from? Not only was Xiaohua surprised, but the heaven-swallowing beast and Di Ting were also surprised. They looked up at the innate heavy water that was like a clear stream in the beginning, but when it fell into the sky, it was like a flood. They did not know what was wrong with it. Not good. Xiaohua's heart was full of doubts, but he did not get an answer. However, when his divine sense swept across the land that had long turned into ruins within hundreds of thousands of miles, he suddenly had a kind of enlightenment. A terrible thought came from the bottom of his heart, and he could not help but exclaim, This innate heavy water falling to the ground, isn't it more powerful than the fight between 2 strange beasts? 2 strange beasts can destroy everything within 100,000 miles, then this heavy water can destroy everything in the Eldritch continent. Is this the rhythm of the world's destruction? Thinking of this, Xiaohua's tongue was like spring thunder, and he roared at the heaven-swallowing beast and Di Ting, Speak quickly. What is going on? Damn it. The Harkin was infuriated when it heard this. A mere human dares to shout at me. Who do you think you are? Shut up. Xiaohua interrupted Di Ting's arrogance and berated, Isn't this all your fault? You knocked down the Tongtian Peak, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to sink. This is the connate heavy water, which is enough to destroy the entire primordial continent. The number of people you have killed is not something you can imagine. Even if Namo Mithraea came personally, he would not dare to be so bold. Hurry up and tell this Xiao what's going on. Let's hurry. Oh, it's too late. Let's hurry up and fix this sky. Xiaohua knew that the sky had just collapsed and had yet to take shape. Although he didn't know what had happened, if he didn't take action now and continue to dawdle with these 2 strange beasts, it would be too late for him to do anything. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped the top of his head. Buddhist light shot out, and Bodhi flew out of his Niwen palace. Bodhi didn't understand what was going on at first, but with a thought from Xiaohua, he instantly understood what was going on. Bodhi's face fell and he shot up into the sky while chanting, Namo Mithraea Buddha. His hands formed a seal, and the clear water bottle appeared in his Buddhist seal. At the same time, the clear water bottle shone brightly, as if a sun was born from it. Wherever the Buddhist light shone, the connate true water would fall into the clear water bottle. A ferocious glint flashed through Di Ting's eyes when he saw Bodhi appear. However, Bodhi ignored him and used his ability to collect the connate heavy water instead. Di Ting gritted his teeth and temporarily suppressed his vile thoughts. Let's go. Seeing this, the heaven-devouring beast narrowed its eyes and followed Bodhi into the sky. It even shouted, We'll go and see what's going on. The Harkin responded faintly as it flew up into the air as well. Just a moment ago, these 2 opponents were still locked in a fierce battle of life and death. But now that they were on the brink of death, they finally let go of the vigilance that had existed for countless years. Xiaohua was some distance away from Bodhi. He also released his divine sense and enveloped the space within 1,000 miles. All the Khanate heavy water that fell down was absorbed into his space. Seeing that his mind was useful, Xiaohua expanded his mind bit by bit, wanting to absorb more of the innate heavy water into his space even though his mind was corroded by the innate heavy water and waves of sourness came from his mind like ants biting at him. However, Xiaohua had overestimated his divine arts. His psyche might be able to expand to tens of thousands of miles, but the innate heavy water was everywhere within 10,000 miles. Furthermore, it was pouring down endlessly. Xiaohua's psyche still had some energy left over to prevent the water from leaking out, but after 10,000 miles, it was beyond his power. A lot of heavy water leaked out from his psyche and landed on the ground. Rumble? At this time, the Khanate true water that fell from the sky had already begun to wash the ground like a mountain flood. Rumbling sounds came from afar. Xiaohua didn't need to release his divine sense at all, nor did he need to fly over to check. He already knew that this was the Khanate heavy water that fell into the mountain range and washed it down. The signs of the collapse of the mountain and the earth were beginning to appear. The prelude to the destruction of the world had already begun. Moreover, even if Xiaohua used his heels to think, he could imagine that in this mountain range, on this earth, who knew how many living beings would be annihilated by this landslide. Xiaohua even had a premonition that if there was no way to mend the sky, all the living beings in the entire primitive continent would be wiped out from the earth by the Khanate heavy water, no matter how strong or weak they were. No. I definitely can't let this kind of tragedy happen. Xiaohua saw that his remedy was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. He made a prompt decision to withdraw his divine sense. His figure flashed with lightning as he flew towards the sky. As he flew, he pondered, collecting the Khanate heavy water like this is only a temporary solution. If I don't find the source of the Khanate heavy water, this disaster won't stop at all. Xiaohua flew for a while, then his eyes turned rapidly. He stopped and raised his hand to take out Xiaodou, which he hadn't used for a long time. At this time, Xiaodou had already merged with Xiaohua's blood essence. Although Xiaohua still didn't know how to use it, it could be considered to have a slight connection with Xiaodou. Xiaohua shook his hand and took out Xiaodou. Unfortunately, when the Khanate heavy water fell into Xiaodou, Xiaodou didn't move at all. It was like an ordinary object, allowing the Khanate heavy water to wash over it. Sigh. Xiaohua sighed. Knowing that this item was once again useless, he dejectedly put away the small bucket and continued to fly. After flying for an entire hour, he finally managed to arrive at the place where the Tongtian Peak pierced the sky. At this moment, this place had already become a kind of chaotic color. That endless innate heavy water gushed out in droves, as if the heavenly river was suddenly spilling out. This heavy water landed on the light protecting Xiaohua's body, emitting a sizzling sound. Admittedly, the heavy water was placed at the side, but Xiaohua's mana consumption was also extremely great. The heaven-swallowing beast and Di Ting had already arrived. The two strange beasts maintained a certain distance and looked at the waves in the sky somewhat foolishly. No one knew what they were thinking. Seniors, do you have any ideas? Xiaohua suppressed the anger in his chest and asked in a low voice. Di Ting turned its head and replied somewhat disdainfully, "Of course I don't have any ideas. Otherwise, why would I look at it so foolishly?" The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiaohua and forced its mouth open. Faint ripples flickered in the space of several thousand li. The Khanate heavy water within this range immediately turned into a torrent and rushed into the heaven-swallowing beast's mouth. However, just as the ripples in the space passed, countless Khanate heavy water fell again. It didn't stop for too long. The heaven-swallowing beast opened its mouth a few more times and swallowed a few more Khanate heavy water. Only then did it open its mouth and say, "Do you understand? We only have these methods. However, it seems similar to your method. It can't solve this disaster." Xiaohua knew that these two strange beasts were similar to the desolate continent's strange beasts. Although they had extremely powerful strength, the divine abilities they knew were limited. They definitely couldn't do something like patching the sky. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. His hands moved and tens of thousands of crystal lights fell into the sky. Soon after, Xiaohua raised his hand. Rumble? The space within 10,000 li trembled. Layers of ripples were produced. Within the ripples, pieces of brilliance appeared and turned into earthy yellow restrictions. They blocked the Khanate heavy water within 10,000 li. Moreover, Xiaohua slapped the door with his hand. Khanate true chi spurted out and Xiaohua also rushed into the sky. Confucian Cultivator Xiaohua landed in the air. He opened his mouth and spat out one armor inscription after another. These armor inscriptions took the shape of a square in the sky. The square inscriptions neatly arranged themselves according to the words and sentences. In just a moment they formed a word wall and a word mountain, blocking the innate heavy water inside the hole. Seeing that the spell and inscriptions were effective, Xiaohua was overjoyed. His figure teleported and flew in another direction. He wanted to use these methods to repair the hole in the distance. But before he could cast the spell, rumble? A huge sound of water came from beside him. Xiaohua's Dao Gate imprisonment and the Confucian Cultivator's defense formation were unable to resist the heavy pressure of the Khanate heavy water. In the end, the Khanate heavy water broke through and turned into tens of thousands of feet of water falling from the sky. Fellow Taoists. Seeing that all the restrictions were broken, Xiaohua panicked for no reason. His gaze swept across the sky that had collapsed a lot. A kind of panic that he had never felt before emerged from the bottom of his heart. Almost without any hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped the door on his head. He released his doppelgangers and shouted somewhat hurriedly, "Let's work together and block these holes." Yes. The doppelgangers sensed the panic in Xiaohua's heart. They didn't say a second word and flew in all directions. One by one they used their magical powers. In the hundreds of thousands of li in the sky, all kinds of brilliance flashed, all kinds of heaven and earth origin chi surged, and a series of earth-shaking sounds and ghostly sounds were incessantly heard. Sure enough, people's hearts moved. In just a few minutes, the majestic rain finally stopped. Not a single drop of Khanate heavy water fell. Chapter 4239. Phew. Xiaohua heaved a long sigh of relief. He scanned the ground with his divine sense and saw that the place that had been ravaged by the two beasts had become a thin swamp in such a short period of time. The Khanate heavy water was different from ordinary rain. Many mountains and rocks were corroded. Except for special places, the soil on the ground couldn't seep in. However, as long as there were some cracks in the ground, the Khanate heavy water was pervasive. If the entire primitive continent was drenched by this Khanate heavy water, not an inch of land would be left, and not even a blade of grass would be left. The end of the world wasn't a lie. Xiaohua sighed in his heart and withdrew his divine sense. He looked up again. The azure water was still spreading in all directions, and the sky was still collapsing wherever the water passed. He hurriedly said to the two beasts in the distance, "Seniors, you must have seen how I did it, right? Seniors, this is all you need to do. This is all I can do. I still have to take you fellow Taoists to other places. If it's possible, I implore you to lend a hand, or you can ask other seniors in the primitive continent to lend a hand." The heaven-devouring beast looked at the sky and said, "If it's normal, I can naturally lend a hand. However, I can't even take care of myself right now. I don't even know when I'll die, so I'm afraid I can't help you. As for the help you speak of, as far as I know, there's nothing in the primitive continent that can help you. Moreover, even if there is, this Khanate heavy water won't affect them, so they won't lend a hand." Xiaohua said furiously, "This Khanate heavy water might not affect them, but this Khanate heavy water can annihilate low-level primitive beasts. Just, how many living beings are there?" At this point Xiaohua stopped. Primitive beasts were different from humans. In their eyes they only had themselves. Most of the time they didn't even care about their own kind. How could they care about the lives of other races? Take the two exotic beasts in front of him for example. Their strength far exceeded his. They were basically heavily injured now, but if they made a move they would be several times stronger than him, and the effect would be much better. However, for the sake of their own survival they would definitely not make a move. This was because they weren't humans. Even if they cultivated for 1,000,000 years, they probably wouldn't have a human nature. Forget it. Xiaohua shook his head slightly and ordered the scholarly cultivator Xiaohua and the others to head to another place to seal the collapsed sky. Then he transmitted his voice to the two strange beasts. "Seniors, this is all Junior's wishful thinking. Whatever Seniors think and do is Senior's business. However, Junior has a feeling that this disaster will absolutely not end so simply. Although Junior has tried his best to stop it, Junior doesn't know how effective it will be. Therefore, this Junior would like to earnestly request the two seniors to explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. This Junior might be able to find something strange from within and find a way to eradicate this disaster." "What do you want to know?" the Harkin asked calmly. "Seniors, who are the venerable dragon god and the Buddha lord of Namomethriya Buddha? How did they get here? What were they doing here? Also, apart from them, were there any other seniors here? That divine artifact, where did it go?" Xiaohua voiced out his doubts in one breath. Unfortunately, the Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast didn't listen to him at all. They berated him almost in unison. How dare you? How can a little ant like you know about this kind of thing? Good. Xiao Hua's grief and indignation almost reached the extreme. He pointed his finger and said, "This kind of thing is the business of the gods and Buddhas. It has nothing to do with us little ants. This junior won't ask about it again in the future. However, seniors, this junior knows that your origins are extraordinary. However, seniors, take a look. Heaven connecting peak collapsed because of your fight, and the sky also collapsed because of you. The billions of lives on this earth are in danger because of your grievances. They will fall into the 9 underworlds. This kind of sin, not to mention Namo Maitreya, even Mahavairakana's true body, and even the tens of thousands of Buddhas of the Thunder Temple can't bear it, right?" After saying that, Xiao Hua no longer paid attention to the 2 strange beasts. He stepped on lightning and went in the direction of Xiao Hua and the others. Damn it. Di Ting's eyes glinted fiercely as he looked at Xiao Hua's back. The light of Buddha under his feet turned into sword light, and he looked like he was about to attack. However, when he glanced at the heaven-devouring beast, he saw a sneer in the beast's eyes. Di Ting was shocked again and hurriedly retracted the light of Buddha. He moved further away from the heaven-devouring beast. Gotcha. It was also at this moment that the seal that Xiao Hua previously added above the 2 beasts now cracked again. Drops of innate heavy water seeped out from the crack. Shua. A phantasm appeared in the air. Xiao Hua's figure appeared again. He launched several symbols to seal the crack. However, before he could leave, another crack appeared in the sky not far away. Xiao Hua had no choice but to seal it again. After a while, Xiao Hua finally sealed the sky within 10,000 miles. He didn't even look at the 2 strange beasts. He sighed, "It's better to let it out than to block it." Then he disappeared again. He's just a little ant. Does he think he's the dragon god? The heaven-swallowing beast looked at Xiao Hua's back and snorted coldly. Beside him, Di Ting chimed in, "Don't underestimate him, heaven-devouring beast. One of his incarnations is in the form of a dragon. If he can find the dragon's remains and obtain the dragon's horns and bones, he will definitely become venerable dragon god's greatest enemy in the future." "How dare he?" The heaven-swallowing beast roared, "I'll eat him right now." However, the heaven-swallowing beast roared again, "Whether the dragon god is alive or dead and where his remains are, I don't even know. How can a little ant like him find it? I'm not worried about this at all. However, I do know that one of this little thing's avatars is cultivating the Dharma of Namo Maitreya Buddha. He's now competing with Namo Maitreya Buddha for the Buddha fruit. This Buddha fruit's Buddhist light. It won't be used to find the remains, right?" Damn it. The Harkin cursed angrily. The heaven-swallowing beast had hit the nail on the head. However, Huang Xiaolong was clear that he could kill Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua had too many clones, not to mention the number of Fortune Gate's disciples. After Huang Xiaolong killed Xiao Hua's clones, not to mention the fact that he might not survive, even if he did, how was he going to face the heaven-devouring beast? Boom. Right at this time, not far away from the 2 strange beasts, at the spot where the heaven-connecting peak pierced into the sky, a stream of jade-green water broke through Xiao Hua's seal and rushed towards the boundless land. Near the green water, countless cracks appeared. The seal within 1,000 miles collapsed piece by piece, and the Xiantian heavy water fell uncontrollably. Xiao Hua, who had arrived just in time, didn't appear. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, all of the seals within 1,000 miles had been broken by the heavy water, and it poured down like a heavenly river. Sigh. Only now did Xiao Hua's sigh faintly come out. He had already discovered it earlier. It wasn't that he didn't want to teleport over, but the sky tens of thousands of miles away also needed to be sealed. He was only late by half a cup of tea's time. Everything he had done before had turned into flowing water. Even if Xiao Hua had 10 avatars. Boom boom boom. Immediately afterward, a series of explosions rang out within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The seals from before were broken one after another. In the face of the might of heaven and earth, the methods of a grand ascension stage cultivator were truly insignificant. Ants, that's right, ants. Xiao Hua listened to the incessant explosions and the sound of the heavy water falling, and he looked up into the sky and let out a long sigh. There are times when a person's strength is limited. Wanting to compete with the heavens is nothing more than a joke for a frog at the bottom of a well. Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. At this moment, the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua and the others had all teleported over. All of them appeared to be exhausted and they said, "We've already done our best. Please forgive us, fellow Taoist." "Sigh, you've all worked hard, fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua clasped his hands and said with a wry smile, "If we were to guard the area within 1,000 miles, we would be fine. However, the sky is collapsing extremely quickly, and it's already over 1,000,000 miles away. Even if we were to guard this area, we wouldn't be able to do anything beyond 100,000 miles away. All right. Everyone please return." At this point, Xiao Hua's brows furrowed and he looked into the distance. He raised a hand and said, "We'll look elsewhere." "Fellow Taoist," the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "there's no need for us to give up now, right? There are billions of living beings on the primitive continent. If we don't act, it really could be the end of the world." "The end of the world? That would be the end of the primitive continent. It has nothing to do with us." Xiao Hua chuckled lightly. "Not to mention that with our cultivations, such an apocalyptic calamity might not be able to descend upon us. Let's go." While speaking, Xiao Hua flew away. The group of clones looked at each other. Although they were puzzled, they didn't receive any hint or telepathic message from Xiao Hua, so they didn't ask any more questions and followed Xiao Hua. Heaven-devouring beast. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others leave, Di Ting turned to the heaven-devouring beast and said, "What this little guy said is somewhat reasonable. This matter is indeed strange. I thought you were the one who built Heaven Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it, but you thought I was the one who built Heaven Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it? Then, who built Heaven Connecting Peak and placed Panga's axe on it?" The heaven-devouring beast shook its head slightly. "I don't know who it is. I'm afraid it has something to do with the purpose of my Lord Dragon God and your Buddha Lord coming here?" At this point, the heaven-devouring beast looked at the falling innate heavy water and said with a bitter smile, "As for the purpose of building Heaven Connecting Peak, it's naturally to accumulate innate heavy water. The purpose of placing Panga's axe on Heaven Connecting Peak is to attract you and me so that we can push down Heaven Connecting Peak while fighting." Chapter 4240. If he has the Pangu axe, why would he need us to take action? He can just chop the Tongtian Peak in half. Di Ting was puzzled. Besides, if he wants to accumulate the Khanate heavy water, why would he waste so much effort to build the Tongtian Peak? The heaven-devouring beast smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How would I know? Perhaps he wants us to fight to the death before he can make a move? Or maybe he doesn't have the ability to wield the Pangu axe. However, this little fellow is right." Although Di Ting hated Xiao Hua, he agreed with Xiao Hua's thoughts like the heaven-devouring beast. "I was the one who bumped into the heaven-piercing peak. Although I didn't set up the Khanate heavy water, I can't escape responsibility. Although I'm not afraid of any negative karma, if this affects my Buddha Lord and allows this little ant's clone to benefit, then I'll really be ashamed of my Buddha Lord." At this point, Di Ting raised his head as if he was listening to something. "No, I have to find a way with this little guy." "Where did this little guy go? It's only been a short while, yet you can't find any trace of him?" The heaven-devouring beast sneered. "Aren't our methods 100 times more powerful than his? Why should we go with him? Although he's very weak, he has a lot of methods. Don't forget he's a human, known as the spirit of all things. Their heads are the most powerful divine weapons in the chaos divine world." I know. As Di Ting spoke, he suddenly realized something. Without waiting for him to say more, the heaven-devouring beast also understood. The two beasts looked at each other and shouted in unison again. "Pangu axe. This audacious thing is going to find the Pangu axe." That's right, Xiao Hua released the green-robed Xiao Hua earlier to find the Pangu axe. However, he received a transmission from the green-robed Xiao Hua just now. The green-robed Xiao Hua couldn't collect the Pangu axe, so he let Xiao Hua go. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't let Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast know what he was doing, so he pretended to be dispirited and left with his clones. As soon as Xiao Hua left the range of Di Ting's detection, he immediately turned invisible and fled toward the green-robed Xiao Hua. However, he knew that with Truth Listener's ability, it wouldn't give him too much time, so he didn't dare delay for even a moment. Green-robed Xiao Hua was in the depths of the earth, a rather strange place. However, this was not outside of Xiao Hua's expectations. Panga's axe was known as a divine weapon. Even the void could not contain its sharp edge. How could an ordinary place hold Panga's axe? If it weren't for the special seal on the Tongtian Peak, the Pangu axe would have been able to split the Tongtian Peak into two halves. Xiao Hua's figure appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the depths of the earth, where a layer of strange restrictions flickered. He seemed to be deep in thought. This restriction was different from ordinary restrictions. There were some faint black patterns on it. The black patterns were like black fish that slowly flowed within the restriction. Near the restriction, the water-type heaven-earth yuan qi that Xiaohua couldn't find previously was now in sight. Fellow Taoist. Green-robed Xiaohua's face carried a trace of embarrassment. He pointed at Penga's axe that was lying on top of the restriction and said, I received fellow Taoist's instructions and followed fellow Taoist's speculation all the way here. This thing is really strange. It's different from ordinary magic treasures. Divine sense can't find it at all. Even the naked eye can't see it. If I hadn't searched carefully, I definitely wouldn't have been able to find it. Xiaohua nodded. He didn't ask about Penga's axe. Instead, he pointed at the restriction and asked, what about this restriction? What's its origin? Or what's its use? Green-robed Xiaohua was stunned. He quickly replied, this restriction is incomplete. I have already examined it. It doesn't have any use at all. Good. Xiaohua smiled. He almost clapped his hands and said, if it weren't for this restriction, I don't know where this Penga's axe would have fallen. Seems like I have fate with this divine weapon. As he spoke, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed the handle of Penga's axe. However, a strange thing happened. Xiaohua's hand swept past the handle of the axe. It was as if the handle of Penga's axe was empty and didn't exist at all. An illusion? Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He used his hand to grab it a few more times, but it was all empty. Xiaohua's eyes turned a few times. He turned around and patted his forehead. He opened his delirium eyes. There was no need for Xiaohua to turn around. The nine-colored brilliance of Penga's delirium eyes had already reflected pain on Xiaohua's delirium eyes. Damn it. Xiaohua hurriedly closed his delirium eyes and turned his head to look at Penga's axe. He saw that Penga's axe was still Penga's axe, quietly lying on top of the restriction. His divine sense also passed through empty space. Alas, a divine weapon is a divine weapon after all. The majestic appearance of Di Ting holding Penga's axe and splitting Tongtian Peak appeared in Xiaohua's mind. He sighed and said, it's definitely not something an ordinary cultivator can obtain. Now, facing a divine weapon, I don't even have the ability to touch a divine weapon. What a pity, what a pity. Fellow Taoist is too weak. Just as Xiaohua was regretting, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's voice sounded, others can't do it, but how can I not? Not bad, not bad. Xiaohua suddenly woke up. He patted his forehead and said, I forgot about you. You're the condensed body of Dragon Domain Dragon Cleansing Liquid. You're different from us. You can't even enter ice space. Presumably you can pick up this thing. I'll give it a try first. Dragon Vein Xiaohua came out from Xiaohua's body and said with a smile, I heard from that heaven-swallowing beast that this divine artifact seems to be related to his dragon god. This poor Taoist is also a 5-clawed golden dragon, perhaps I can succeed. Fellow Taoist, please? Xiaohua smiled and stepped aside. He said, if you can't do it, we'll leave now. Presumably, Di Ting has already woken up and is looking for us. If they find out that we're thinking about Penga's axe, I'm afraid that heaven-swallowing beast won't let us off. Alright. Dragon Vein Xiaohua raised his hand. 5 dragon claws stretched out and landed on the Penga's axe's handle. A layer of fine lines flashed on the axe's handle and faced Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claws. Rumble Xiaohua's surroundings rumbled. It was completely different from when Di Ting picked up Penga's axe. However, since there was an abnormality, it meant that there was a chance. Xiaohua's heart couldn't help but raise. Whoa! A whimpering sound came from the space. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon claws retracted. The Penga's axe's blade streaked across the void. The entire Penga's axe was really picked up by Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Go! Xiaohua was overjoyed. He urged, once this place moves, Di Ting will know. Let's go quickly. No. Dragon Vein Xiaohua smiled bitterly. His dragon claws seemed to be holding a heavy object. He hammered it under his body and said, this thing is incomparably heavy. If I don't take it, I won't be able to escape. Wait a moment. Xiaohua hurriedly flicked his sleeve and took out the Kunlun mirror. However, he looked at the Kunlun mirror and then looked at the Penga's axe. He smiled bitterly and said, forget it. You better hurry up and refine it. Puff. Dragon Vein Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly spat a mouthful of dragon qi on the Penga's axe. Soon after, he chanted the heavenly dragon technique. However, in a moment the Penga's axe jumped a few times and fell down again. There were no other changes. Not good. That guy is coming. Xiaohua was suddenly alarmed. He hurriedly shouted, fellow Taoist, if you can't take it, we'll leave right away. little funnel, quickly take out little funnel. Green-robed Xiaohua suddenly shouted from the side. That thing has been refined with your blood essence. Perhaps it can be used. Yes. Xiaohua was currently like a patient seeking help. He took out little funnel without hesitation. Sure enough, little funnel fell below the Panga's axe and just happened to take it in. Then, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon chi landed on little funnel and immediately took little funnel along with the Panga's axe into his body. It was also at this moment that an extremely dim fluctuation flashed by. Di Ting and the heaven-devouring beast's figures appeared above the three people's heads. The heaven-devouring beast's gloomy voice sounded, "Little thing, quickly take out the Panga's axe. This thing isn't something you can have." Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. He looked indifferently at the heaven-devouring beast and said with a smile, "Senior, which eye of yours saw this junior take out the Panga's axe? There's the aura of the Panga's axe here." The heaven-devouring beast simply didn't allow Xiaohua to explain and said, "Moreover, there are no other strange beasts within 1,000 li. If you didn't take it, where would the Panga's axe go? Quickly take it out. Otherwise I'll kill you right now." Hee hee. Xiaohua laughed coldly. It was this junior who took away the Panga's axe. What's wrong? Something that has fallen into this Xiao's hands? Even immortals can forget about taking it away from this Xiao. If you want to take it, then take out some real ability and snatch it from this Xiao's hands. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The heaven-devouring beast was furious. Black gas splashed out from its body and a powerful aura quickly enveloped Xiaohua. Xiaohua slapped the top of his head and several streams of true energy spurted out. A big hand also appeared in the aura. The Di Ting was happy at first, but after a moment he hesitated. Seeing Xiaohua's big hand shatter in the heaven-devouring beast's aura and Xiaohua was about to activate his divine ability, the Di Ting hurriedly said, "Heaven-devouring beast." "What?" The heaven-devouring beast said impatiently, "Scram to the side first. Wait until I crush this little ant to death, then I'll go with you." At this point, the heaven-devouring beast seemed to have thought of something. Its eyes flickered and that murderous aura also stopped. "Little thing, what's this formless soul of yours? It looks interesting." As the Di Ting spoke, a Buddhist light appeared from its ear and landed behind the heaven-devouring beast. The formless nascent soul formed a seal with both hands and revealed its figure with an expression of disbelief. "Ah, what's this?" At this moment, the heaven-devouring beast noticed the green-robed Xiaohua. The heaven-devouring beast was shocked. Its figure flashed and hid to the side. With its strength, it actually didn't notice how the green-robed Xiaohua went over. If the green-robed Xiaohua attacked, the heavily injured heaven-devouring beast would definitely suffer a great loss. Xiaohua's face also carried some shame and anger. He said coldly, "That's I's formless nascent soul." "What's wrong? Senior, are you interested?" Chapter 42-41. Formless nascent soul? Di Ting slightly frowns as if he is thinking. After a moment, he looks at the heaven-swallowing beast as if asking, "Heaven-swallowing beast, I seem to have some impression. There seems to be a very small world under the great desolate world. The humans in this world call themselves immortals, right? How would I know about the matters of the human race?" The heaven-swallowing beast is on guard while saying coldly, "My Lord Dragon God is not a human. Only your Buddha Lord knows about the matters of the human race, right?" Di Ting nods. "Although my Buddha Lord is a human, his cultivation method is different from that of the human race. I don't know much about it. However, I vaguely heard that there are many worlds under the immortal world. In those lowly worlds, there are very few humans who cultivate nascent soul." "Ah?" Xiaohua is stunned and says in surprise, "Senior, what are you talking about? How come I don't understand? How did you come here?" Di Ting doesn't explain to him and suddenly asks, "Answer immediately." Junior took advantage of the teleportation array to go to the hidden immortal continent to train. Suddenly the teleportation channel collapsed. Junior fell into the void and then fainted. "When I woke up, I bumped into a mountain." Xiaohua's spring and autumn brush is more proficient than Yabai. He says it without hesitation. Then Junior saw the stone giant, then, no need to say any more. Di Ting waves his hand and asks again, "You just said that the things you obtained are things that even immortals can't snatch away. Have you seen immortals?" "Immortals?" That is Junior's cultivation goal. Xiaohua's eyes are filled with infinite longing. He says anxiously, "Could it be that Senior has seen immortals? Oh Senior, could it be that you are an immortal bird? You don't need to know our origin." Di Ting doesn't answer Xiaohua's question at all. He turns to the heaven-swallowing beast and says, "Did you hear that? This little guy is really an ant. Even if that pango axe is placed in front of him, he can't pick it up. Don't forget that day this little guy's clone held pango axe, but he couldn't touch it at all. Is that so?" The heaven-swallowing beast already understands what Di Ting is talking about. However, he can't be sure whether Phoenix Body Xiaohua has touched pango axe or not. Xiaohua was even more bewildered and he asked curiously, "Senior? My clone did not touch the pango axe at that time. But why couldn't he touch it? I can see it with my eyes but I can't sense it with my divine sense." Ha ha. The Harkin burst into laughter. Divine artifacts can only be used by existences from the great desolate realm of the gods. You are not from the great desolate realm of the gods, so how can you possibly use them? What's more, this pango axe is only a divine shell. It's not complete at all. It's even more impossible for you humans to touch it. Shut up. The heaven-devouring beast was enraged. Even if it's a divine shell, it's still Panga's axe. Hee, I didn't say that it wasn't the pango axe. The Harkin laughed. Actually, I was just bluffing this little guy. That clone of his didn't even come into contact with the pango axe. If he admitted it, it would mean that he knew that he couldn't pick up the pango axe. That would also mean that he had seen the pango axe before. But what he just said clearly he didn't know. The heaven-devouring beast obviously didn't think as much as the Harkin. Was a little stunned. In the end it could only ask, "The Harkin, so you think that he didn't take the pango axe?" And yes. The Harkin replied without hesitation. "Then what is he doing here?" "Oh yes, little guy, what are you doing here?" The Harkin also turned to ask Xiaohua. It's like this. Xiaohua's mood was very good at this time. He smiled and said, "Junior saw that the seal in the sky was ineffective, so I asked a few of my fellow Taoists to go underground and see where the innate heavy water could seep to. It would also be good for us to return to the stone giants and let them find a place to stay." After saying that, he pointed at the strange seal and said, "Junior's fellow Taoists saw that there was a strange seal here, so he asked me to come and take a look, and..." The Harkin had already seen this broken seal, so it didn't care. It asked, "Then do you have any countermeasures now?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly, shrugged and said, "What else can I do? Dig a deep hole and accumulate more food." What does this mean? The Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast were stunned. Wherever the innate true water goes, the mountains will collapse and the earth will split. It can destroy everything and nothing will be born. Xiaohua explained, but the innate true water is not easy to seep into the ground. The stone giants can dig a hole under the ground. As long as the entrance is sealed and not let the innate heavy water seep in, they should be able to survive. What about accumulating food? The Harkin was very curious. Us humans eat food. Without food we can't survive. The stone giants eat fire elemental primordial stones, so they have to accumulate a lot of primordial stones. Before the innate heavy water falls, they will rely on these primordial stones to survive. Sigh. The heaven-swallowing beast sighed. What you said might be reasonable. But, it's just like how you sealed the sky earlier. It's only a temporary measure. Once the entire primeval continent is destroyed and the ground is filled with natural heavy water, how long can your so-called seal last? Is there that much innate heavy water? Xiaohua asked meaningfully. Why not? The heaven-swallowing beast said without hesitation, "The water elemental energy in the prehistoric continent has already disappeared by millions." Cough cough. The Harkin coughed and the heaven-swallowing beast also woke up. However, since it had already said that, it still continued, after accumulating so much water elemental energy for so many years. Why can't it drown the entire prehistoric continent? Seniors, do you really not know who it is? Xiaohua couldn't help but ask again. We don't know. The Harkin and the heaven-swallowing beast replied. Forget it. Xiaohua said helplessly, we'll save as many as we can and hold on for as long as we can. After saying that, Xiaohua waved at the dragon gates. Xiaohua. The two of them, together with the green-robed Xiaohua, prepared to leave. Where are you going? The Harkin suddenly asked. Senior, you can clearly see what this junior has done. Xiaohua didn't even turn his head as he replied. Junior isn't willing to let them be destroyed just like this after they've just gained intelligence. By the time you return, they will have already turned into powder. The Harkin sneered and said, We'll go with you. Seniors? Xiaohua was a little stunned. Only now did he understand that the two strange beasts didn't come just for the Pangu axe. Don't resist. The Harkin ordered indifferently. Xiaohua only felt a stream of light flash in front of his eyes, and his whole body floated. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the light in front of Xiaohua's eyes disappeared. When his body sank, what appeared in front of him was the mountain peak he had crashed into. Damn it. When Xiaohua saw the mountain peak, he immediately thought of something. How does this old thing know everything? Could it be that he also knows about the teleportation array? Of course Xiaohua wouldn't ask too much. When he was about to instruct the dragon vein Xiaohua, he was suddenly stunned again. Because the heaven-swallowing beast, who had already disappeared when he flew up to fight for the Pangu axe, was now standing not far from him. Thinking that he had hurriedly collected the sky-soaring vine and didn't look for the heaven-swallowing beast, Xiaohua was a little embarrassed and hurriedly asked, "Heaven-swallowing beast, why are you here?" Heaven-swallowing beast? The heaven-swallowing beast at the side was stunned. The heaven-swallowing beast scratched its head and answered honestly, "Taoist, I don't know. It's me." The Harkin replied faintly, "I met him on the way, so I brought him back as well." Great-grandfather? The heaven-swallowing beast respectfully bowed to the Harkin. "Good grandson of the heaven-swallowing beast." The Harkin proudly patted the heaven-swallowing beast's head and slightly slanted his eyes to look at the heaven-swallowing beast's face, which was green and red, and said with a smile, "You can stay here with great-grandfather. With great-grandfather here, you definitely won't suffer." The Harkin. The heaven-swallowing beast was a little embarrassed and angry. Why did you name him heaven-swallowing beast?" The Harkin had an innocent face and replied, "Heaven-swallowing beast, you're mistaken. This little guy can eat, and it's said that he can even eat the sky, so he's called heaven-swallowing beast. This name wasn't given by me." You. The heaven-swallowing beast was fuming with anger, but he didn't know how to refute the Harkin. Only the heaven-swallowing beast stood beside the proud Harkin in bewilderment. Xiaohua didn't have the time to say anything to the two strange beasts. He brought the dragon vein Xiaohua and the green-robed Xiaohua high up in the sky. Wherever his divine sense passed, there was no change in the sky, not even a single dark cloud could be seen. However, Xiaohua's sharp senses had already discovered that there were slight changes in the water element origin energy. Presumably, the changes in the heaven-connecting peak had already affected the entire desolate mainland. Although he couldn't see the collapsing sky and the world-destroying innate heavy water, the curtain of the heaven-connecting peak had already been lifted. However, the prelude to destruction had already been lifted by an invisible hand. Death was only a matter of time. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He took out the Kunlun mirror and summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples. He roughly explained what had happened and said, "This old man can once again guarantee that the innate heavy water won't have any effect on this old man, and you're definitely not in any danger. However, the desolate mainland has already been enlightened." Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization and slapped his forehead. He said regretfully, "Fuck, this old man is really stupid. I was thinking about how to seal the collapsing sky and completely forgot about taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. You will all set out and go to various places. Take all the spatial rings and universe bags. If you can take them, take them. If you can't take them, then tell them that this old man wants them to dig a hole in the ground and hide them there. This old man will discuss with your martial uncles to take them into the Kunlun immortal realm. Alright, all of you don't have to fly too far. If you see the sky collapsing or the innate heavy water falling down, quickly turn back." Yes. The group of disciples didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly flew to various places according to the previous arrangements. Chapter 42-42. After the group of disciples left, Xiaohua summoned his clones. He raised his hand and patted the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror split into several copies. With a wave of his hand, the real Kunlun mirror and the fake Kunlun mirror fell into the hands of everyone. Then Xiaohua transmitted his voice, "Fellow Taoists, the situation is urgent. This poor Taoist will not say much. The Kunlun mirror of the Confucian Taoist is real. The Kunlun mirrors of the other fellow cultivators are all fake. You also have Chengquan bags, Longbei and other items. You've collected all of them. As for those that you can't collect, it depends on your cultivation. Since you can enter and exit the space freely, you must have the ability to put things in it. You've also collected all of them. Of course, there may be some fellow Taoists who can't do it for the time being. Fellow Taoists, for the sake of the creatures of the primitive continent, fellow Taoists, have worked hard. Yes, we understand." After Xiaohua finished speaking, the clones all left. Except for Xiaohua, the other clones flew around and tried to understand their relationship with the space. They tried their best to sense the position of the space so that they could take in the beasts before the innate heavy water fell. The sky collapsed and the innate heavy water fell in an instant. Xiaohua was only a Mahayana human cultivator. How many creatures of the primitive continent could he save? Even if he had the space to rely on, how many creatures had he rescued in the entire Eldritch continent? His strength could only be a drop in the bucket in front of the power of heaven and earth. Moreover, Xiaohua went to the primitive continent and taught the primitive continent. He had already gained the merit of teaching. Xiaohua, a Confucian cultivator, had stepped into the literary star. At this time, even if Xiaohua didn't do anything, this merit had already been realized. If it was other utilitarian cultivators, they would inevitably care about themselves and no longer care about these low-level creatures of the primitive continent that had nothing to do with them. However, Xiaohua was just this kind of merciful person. He didn't teach the untainted continent for the sake of teaching. He truly did want all living things to live as freely as he did. However, heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. Even living such a simple life in the eyes of some powerful beings, for their unknown purposes, was not easy to achieve. What Xiaohua wanted to fight for the billions of living beings in the primitive continent was that tiny chance of survival. After nearly 100 years of enlightenment, Xiaohua had already been regarded as a god by the stone giants, water and wind fishmen, golden armored men, wood men, earth giants, and other low-level prehistoric beasts. Therefore, when Xiaohua appeared, he didn't need to explain too much. In just a few words, the illusion of the Kunlun mirror waved, and Xiaohua brought them into a corner of the space. In this corner of space, Xiaohua had already built a place similar to the great desolate continent for them, so they wouldn't feel unfamiliar with it. Xiaohua didn't dare to delay any longer. Not only was there not enough time, he also had to consider for the green-robed Xiaohua and the others. He was afraid that if he was too far away from his clones, they wouldn't be able to sense his space. However, the green-robed Xiaohua and the other clones were flying in all directions. It was not suitable for Xiaohua to fly to any place. Thus, he could only teleport while sensing everything in the surrounding space. For several days, other than the strange beasts that Xiaohua had brought into the space, no other strange beasts had entered the space. Xiaohua felt a chill in his heart. He knew that the green-robed Xiaohua and the others didn't have the ability to send things into the space. In these few days, the distance that his clones had flown out had probably exceeded the range of his consciousness. It was even more impossible for them to sense his space. Forget it. Xiaohua comforted himself. They have a universe bag in their hands, I'll just take as much as I can. Subsequently, Xiaohua no longer thought about it. He urged his body to fly in a certain direction. Whenever he found a low-level prehistoric beast, he would immediately put it into the space. Whenever he found a Fortune Gate disciple returning, he would immediately take their universe bag or spatial ring and send them out to continue searching for strange beasts. This continued for more than 10 days. Suddenly, Xiaohua's heart stirred. His mind hastily entered the space. He saw a stone giant with faint dragon patterns on its body standing high up in the sky. It was looking all around in a baffled manner. Good? Xiaohua was overjoyed. He didn't bother to identify which clone had sent this stone giant. With a wave of his hand, he sent this stone giant to where the strange beasts were. Since there was a first, there would naturally be a second. In the following few months, a steady stream of strange beasts were sent into the space by his clones. While Xiaohua was collecting strange beasts, he was also making arrangements for these strange beasts at the same time. On this day, Xiaohua had just finished arranging for a batch of strange beasts to be sent over. His consciousness left the space, but before he could fly away, boom boom boom. A rumbling sound, like the muffled thunder before a storm, resounded in the sky. These days, Xiaohua had been busy saving strange beasts, so he didn't look at the sky. When he heard the rumbling thunder, he was startled. He hurriedly raised his head and saw that the distant horizon had been dyed blue and gray. Although the blue and gray colors looked very beautiful, under those colors the falling Xiantian heavy water emitted a world-destroying aura. Alas! Xiaohua sighed. He turned his head to look in the opposite direction of the sky and said in a low voice, "In the end, it still came." Before his voice fell, a kind of grief and indignation suddenly appeared in Xiaohua's heart. An indescribable emotion blocked his chest. He couldn't help but look up to the sky and roar as if he was venting. That unyielding voice resounded between heaven and earth, resisting the rumbling thunder of the sky. "Heavenly Tao! I have cultivated for so long, why is my strength still so weak? Why can't you give me the power to overturn the heavens? I have the power to overturn the heavens. I will definitely save the lives of the billions of creatures in the wilderness. I will definitely open a path to the heavens for them." Unfortunately, Xiaohua's sorrowful voice drifted between the heavens and the earth, but in just a moment, it was drowned out by the sound of the sky collapsing. In this world there was no such thing as a free lunch that fell out of thin air. Xiao Hua's lofty aspirations moved the heavens and the earth, but without difficult cultivation, any words were just empty words. When heaven and earth are in trouble, all living things are destroyed. The spirit of the wilderness led me to the continent. With the 7-foot body of the human race and the unyielding backbone of 10,000 years, I will leave behind the seedlings of the wilderness and prolong the offspring of the strange beasts. After Xiao Hua finished venting, he knew that he didn't have much time left. He chanted and didn't dare to stay any longer, flying in a certain direction. When he flew up, the same voice came out from his body. When heaven and earth are virtuous, the green robe descends to the world, using great strength to defeat the enemy, using great power to save the world. If such a green robe can't become an immortal, who can? Xiao Hua was surprised. Seeing the green robe Xiao Hua flying out while singing a song, he asked, "How did you?" However, Xiao Hua smiled. Since the green robe Xiao Hua and the other clones could sense their own space and send in the strange beasts, they could also enter the space. Wasn't it normal for the green robe to come out from the space? The green robe Xiao Hua smiled and said, "The direction I went was the direction of the sky connecting peak. There is already Xiantian heavy water there. I had already sent the educated strange beasts into the space. As for those uneducated beasts, they didn't listen to I, so I couldn't send them into the space. Therefore, after I sent the Fortune Gate's disciples in that direction into the space, I came over myself." Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "So, other fellow Taoists can come over at any time, and the Fortune Gate's disciples can also be sent over? Other than the pitiful fellow Taoist Long Mai, everyone else can." The green robe Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist should give the Kunlun mirror to fellow Taoist Long Mai." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "He is a dragon, how could he be afraid of water? Fellow Taoist, summon the Fortune Gate's disciples, we will continue to work hard." The green robe Xiao Hua flew with Xiao Hua for a while and said, "Maybe we can save more strange beasts before the storm arrives." Storm? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked meaningfully at the green robe Xiao Hua. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist is right. We will continue to work hard." Subsequently, Xiao Hua summoned the Fortune Gate's disciples, and everyone continued to fly in the same direction. In the sky above a mountain peak, Truth Listener and the heaven-devouring beast were looking in Xiao Hua's direction from a distance. In this direction, the torrential rain had already fallen. Countless mountains and boulders collapsed under the impact of the Khanate heavy water. Similarly, under the heavy rain, not to mention all the vegetation being corroded by the heavy water, many primordial beasts that did not know the truth were desperately fleeing. Some of the stronger primordial beasts were fine as they had some light around them that could temporarily resist the Khanate true water. Most of the strange beasts that were fleeing were low-level strange beasts that did not have much intelligence. When their bodies came in contact with the heavy water, other than some simple resistance, their flesh was corroded by the heavy water, and there were even deep bloody holes smashed by the heavy water. They fell to the ground and let out mournful screams, but these screams only lasted for a few times before disappearing. The strange beasts were either corpses riddled with holes, or bones dripping with blood and flesh after being corroded. However, this miserable scene disappeared in a few breaths of time. Under the innate heavy water, not to mention blood and bones, even mountains and rocks would melt. Ting. Facing the horrifying scene, the heaven-devouring beast did not frown at all. He only transmitted his voice to Ting. "This little guy looks a little strange, he really seems to be saving those low-level strange beasts." Ting coldly replied, "Heaven-devouring beast, you don't understand the human race's cultivation at all. This little guy looks like he's saving the strange beasts, but in reality, he's accumulating merit points for himself. The more he saves, the more merit points he gets and the faster his strength will grow. Do you think he has the leisure to do this kind of boring thing?" The heaven-devouring beast laughed, and the black demonic clouds around him flickered rapidly as he said, "So, your Buddha Lord used to be like this in the past." You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.